जगह के ऊपर हम सत्याग्रह की मांग कर रहे हैं तो पुलिस क्यों हमें रोक रही है? That I think it would be better. It would be better if you ask someone in the parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So the Congress has its strategy ready as far as the protests are concerned. Remember, there were protests even when Rahul Gandhi was grilled by the ED, and there is going to be a similar display, show of strength essentially when it comes to the acting Congress president Sonia Gandhi, who is going to be grilled by the ED once again. Today I'm going to go across straight to my colleague Shreya Chatterjee, who's getting us more details from the ED office. Amit Bhardwaj is at Rahul Gandhi's residence and Supriya Bhardwaj is joining us from Sonia Gandhi's residence. I'm going to go straight first to Shreya for an update on what time is the grilling, what really is expected as the second day of questioning is concerned. Shreya.
This is the second time that Sonia Gandhi will be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, last time she appeared here. Around 3 hours is what the questioning lasted. Now, today also, the questioning will revolve around her role in Young India Private Limited, as has already been made clear that she holds 38% share, which Rahul also holds 38% share, and that's one of the key reasons why she is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. The question will revolve around the fact that whether she was aware about the transactions between Young India Private Limited and AJL when AJL acquired Young India in 2010. Apart from that, she's also a director in the company, is what she will be asked about, the transaction details and the properties of AJL that Young India Private Limited had acquired. Remember, the Congress maintains that this is a Section 25 company, is why it cannot be considered as an office of profit for the directors and the owners of the company. However, the Enforcement Directorate maintains that if it is a charitable company, what is the work done by Young India ever since it has come into existence in the year 2010? So these will be the questions that will revolve around so far as the agency is concerned. Last time we saw the Congress say that the ED did not have further questions to ask is why Sonia Gandhi was let off. But clearly from the agency side, that isn't the
Be with us, Shreya. I'm just going to come back
today. Sonia
for
Gandhi
more on that. Shreya, be with us. Gaurav Bhatia of the BJP is also now joining us. Gaurav Bhatia, bringing you in this conversation when the Congress has said we are going to be organizing these protests. Robert Vadra has also come out and said that, you know, one should take care of the fact that she's unwell. She's also old and respect this. This is unfair targeting by the agency. What do you have to say about this? The sitting president of the Congress party once again is going to be questioned by the ED.
It doesn't matter whether she is the sitting president or a former president of the Congress party. What matters is law is the same for every person. And if you are an accused in a money laundering case, the ED has all the power and the right to interrogate you, because the Gandhi Parivar is not above the law of the country. Second, Mr. Markhan saying that this is a diversion from the real issues. The Congress is admitting that corruption for them is no issue. Third, I would like to say that this NR that is prevailing because of the Congress party agitation must stop. Congress has become synonymous to rowdyism, and this will not be tolerated. Let the truth come out, and it seems that Gandhi Parivar is shaken and is not in a position to answer the legitimate questions of the ED.
All right, Gaurav Bhatia, I'm thanking you for the moment. Going across once again back to my colleague Shreya Chatterjee and getting in a word from Supriya Bhardwaj, who is at Sonia Gandhi's residence. Once again, there's going to be a show of strength, solidarity, support, Supriya, from the workers of the Congress party. Do tell us what you really see around you. Sonia Gandhi has been keeping unwell, and that's the reason why she had to cut short her questioning also the last time around.
Well, as far as that cutting short of the questioning is concerned, Congress party has maintained that Congress president never said that she wants a break or something. Rather, she said that she's sitting there. She is going to have her medicine, and after that she said that this is what Jairam Ramesh had told the other day, that Congress President were all set to answer all the questions, and she told the ED people also that she's ready to sit there and answer all their questions throughout the day. However, it was ED, this is what the Congress is alleging, that the ED official said that questioning for today is over. Well, on the other hand, Congress party, especially Mallikarjun Kharge and other senior leaders, have said that the Congress President is a senior citizen and the treatment which is being meted out to her is not done. There's also, I would like to show you over here what is happening at Teng Janpath. You can see from here the official this is the official residence of Congress President Sonia Gandhi. Priyanka Gandhi, her daughter, has just reached, and now Rahul Gandhi is expected to come here. Right now, the situation at Janpath Road is this, what we are showing you at the moment. There is completely choco-block situation over here. And what else information we can bring to you, Sneha, is that at the moment the Congress party is planning protests not just inside the parliament but on the streets of Delhi also and throughout the nation. We are hearing that the Congress party will be raising the matter in both houses of the parliament and also can stage a protest all the way from Parliament House to the residence of the President of India. So this is what the latest is coming in, that there may be a march, but one thing is for sure, there is going to be a protest near the Gandhi statue in the Parliament House today, and also people are gathering at the AICC headquarters where we are at the Janpath. Just adjacent to that is the Akbar Road, and there the Congress at the Congress headquarters, the senior leaders, workers, as well as AICC's who are gathering at the moment from where Ajay Makhan was addressing the press conference. I would like to show you once again what is happening here at Janpath. The road the barricades have been put. We are hearing that the complete road will be blocked around 11 a.m. onwards. But here, this is Teng Janpath. The security cavalcade has moved from here to the other side. Last time also when Congress President left, she left from the backside of the Teng Janpath, which is adjacent to that of the 24 Akbar Road. And here today also the security has just moved. And I would like to show you that this is Janpath and the traffic is really at its peak hour because the parliament is also all set to start. Well, Priyanka Gandhi has just reached here and the Congress party is saying that right from Sansad to Sadak, they will be protesting. Adjournment motions have been moved. They are seeking a discussion apart from on the issue of price rise and GST. They want a discussion on the alleged misuse of the enforcement agencies, especially ED and CBI, by the central government. This is being alleged by the Congress party to target that of the opposition leaders. So it is going to be another day of a massive showdown between the Congress and the government. And here at ground zero, we can say that the people have started coming in at the AICC headquarters. From here at Teng Janpath, the security has just moved towards the AICC headquarters side, and Rahul Gandhi is expected at any given point.
Okay, for that we'll just get in Amit also, who's with us right outside Rahul Gandhi's residence. He too is expected joining his mother. Both the siblings, in fact Priyanka and Rahul Gandhi, are with their mother at this point in time, will be with their mother, Amit, at this point in time when she's questioned for the second time by the ED.
Well, absolutely right, Sneha. We are right outside Rahul Gandhi's residence in the Tughlaq Lane, and you could see the security cavalcade is still lined up. So what we are expecting is that Rahul Gandhi, the former Congress president, could leave from Tughlaq Lane from his residence and would move towards Sonia Gandhi's residence. So clearly, like the last time, when Sonia Gandhi was questioned, grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for the first time in the entire Young India case, in a similar manner, we already know that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has reached Sonia Gandhi's residence, and any time from now, Rahul Gandhi could leave his residence and he'll be moving towards Sonia Gandhi's residence. So clearly, even today, for the second time when Sonia Gandhi will be questioned by the ED, what you would see is both the children, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, would be accompanying Sonia Gandhi. And Congress party is going to be ballistic today. What we are seeing since morning is there is a war of words between the Congress party as well as the Bharatiya Janata Party. We just heard the kind of questions that Sambit Patra has asked the Congress party. also dubbing that Congress party believes that the ED is actually entitled dacoity. And on the other side, you see the Congress party defending their leadership, their top leadership. And Ajay Makan just said that because the Congress party has been denied the right to protest at the Rajghat, it also means that, this actually puts a big question mark on whether there is enough democracy in the country or not, because the principal opposition party in the country is not being even allowed to hold a protest march and stage their anger. So clearly you see the Bharatiya Janata Party is attacking the Congress party is responding, and that response is also ballistic. And we had seen, Sneha, that last time around when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned by the ED constantly, several rounds of questioning had happened with Rahul Gandhi. At that point in time, the way Congress has responded, the entire top leadership of the Congress party was literally on the streets, protesting on the streets, getting detained by the Delhi police, and there was a lot of drama happening right outside the AICC headquarters. And in fact, if you remember, the Delhi police officials had also tried to chase down the Congress karyakartas inside the AICC headquarters. So we had seen that Congress party had put all its effort to express their anger, to stage their protest, and to send across a message to the entire country that they are standing rock solid with their top leadership, including Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. So today, when the second time Sonia Gandhi will be questioned by the ED, there are possibilities that Congress party will be sending out similar strong messages, whether it be in the national capital, whether it be in the parliament, whether it be right at the AICC headquarters or at several capital of different states where the Congress party will protest and hold a satyagraha.
Yes.
Over to you, Sneha.
Yes, Amit is getting us all of those details from Rahul Gandhi's house. I'm going to go back once again to Shreya Chatterjee for more on what really is expected as far as this round of questioning is concerned. The Congress says, Shreya, the last time the ED ran out of questions. It's not like Sonia Gandhi wanted to leave early. She was there, she was cooperating. What are sources within ED indicating?
Well, Sneha, sources within ED are clearly contrary to what the Congress party is claiming, the fact that they said that the Enforcement Directorate had nothing more to ask. But today's questioning...
From now, I'm being told that Aishwarya Paliwal has some live updates with us from the Congress headquarters where protests are ongoing. Aishwarya, over to you. Tell us what's happening. Get us the pictures.
जो वो यूज कर रहे हैं वो बंद कर दे.
Well, let me just start by showing you the black balloons along with Congress. We can see here. We have the Congress flags. We also have the Mahila Congress flags. We can see here. We can see the black balloons. So, women protesters have turned out in large numbers to show their support to Sonia Gandhi. आप लोग क्या मैसेज देना चाहते हैं?
मैसेज ये है कि अब सरकार जो है वो डरती है, वो हमें ना शांति पर्व तरीके से धरना करने देती है, ना राजघाट पे बैठने देते, ना अपने ऑफिस में आने देते हैं. वो केवल डराना चाहते हैं, तो हम डरते नहीं हैं.
आप लोग डरते नहीं हैं. क्या आप लोग सोनिया गांधी के साथ मार्च करेंगे एनफोर्समेंट?
ये किसी को कहीं जाने देते हैं? वो तो लोगों को अपने घर से निकलने नहीं देते हैं.
हमको लगता है कि यहाँ से बाहर निकलेंगे तो पुलिस आपको यहीं...
वो तो हमेशा होता है. लाठी मारते हैं और शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से भी हमें कुछ करने नहीं देते. तो ये संदेशा, ये काले गुब्बारे और हमारा मैसेज, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि उन तक पहुंचे. और पर सच्चाई ये है कि ये सरकार गूंगी बैरी है. वो कभी कोई भी चीज सुनना नहीं चाहते हैं.
सरकार सुनना नहीं चाहती है, लेकिन आप लोग अपना प्रदर्शन ये
हम लोगों के बीच रहेंगे और अपनी बात पहुंचाते रहेंगे.
So this is what the people here are trying to say, women especially, with black balloons and with the flags that you see. Women here protesting and walking inside the lawns of AICC with these black balloons and with flags, and they are saying they want to send a message to the Bharatiya Janata Party that they are not leaving their leader Sonia Gandhi alone, and if they get the permission, they will also march from AICC to the ED headquarters, which is roughly 600 to 700 meters away from AICC headquarters. We'll show you the visuals once again. Women protesters in large numbers here inside AICC. Black balloons that you see are a message that they want to send to the BJP, to the ruling party, that
they are not leaving the leaders alone and they are showing a united front. Sneha.
Ishwarya getting us those pictures from 24 Akbar Road, which is the headquarters of the Congress party. Once again, going across to Supriya also has more updates on what really is expected. Supriya, you did mention that the MPs are going to be protesting in Parliament as well. Ajay Makan was not really giving out the plan because when the Parliament is in session, it essentially are the MPs who decide on what is to be done as far as these matters are concerned, isn't it?
Well, absolutely, yes, Neha. As far as the Congress party is concerned, we'd like to show you as to over here that how the entire area is being chock-a-block. The jam situation is there. But at the same time also, Sneha, Congress party has thrown its weight behind their leadership. They are saying that this is nothing short of an attack on the party's top leadership. Now, these are the sentiments at ground zero. When we spoke to a lot of people, they said that because the Gandhis are actually taking on the government and have been raising their voice against most of the issues, and especially Rahul Gandhi is on the front of taking on all the massive issues inside the parliament as well as outside the parliament. That's why this targeting is happening. So this is what Congress party is maintaining. They're also going ahead and saying that as far as the government is concerned, they should discuss and focus on the issues of price rise, GST, fuel prices. But on the other hand, they are saying that government is using this diversionary tactic by targeting the opposition leaders and trying to divert the attention from the core burning issue. This is what the Ajay Makan has said. One thing is for sure, that Congress party has thrown its weight behind its top leadership, behind the Gandhis, and they are trying to send a message loud and clear that now it's enough. They will take on right from Sansad to Sadak, and they will be protesting. When we talk to a lot of people, they said there have been attacks in the past also, but the way a senior citizen, this is what Mallikarjun Kharge has said, Ambika Soni has said, and a lot of senior leaders, including Ghulam Nabi Azad, has said that the way ED has called Congress President Sonia Gandhi at their office, they are saying that why can't for a senior citizen who's not keeping well, who's ill and is also still undergoing treatment, it's a post-COVID related treatment, why she has been called to the ED office, why can't ED officials come at the 10 Janpad and ask her about whatever question and queries they want to ask. On the other hand, Sneha, the information we are getting at the moment is that Congress MPs meeting is going on in the Parliament, and then they will be protesting near the Gandhi statue inside the Parliament House, and then they will move inside both the houses, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. There they will be raising the issue or demand of holding an adjournment motion, a discussion. They moved the adjournment motion. They are asking for a discussion on both the issues. One is price rise and second being the alleged misuse of the central agencies. The political vendetta is what the opposition is saying. And then we are hearing that around 12 noon, it's a possibility, the plan has been worked out, that all the MPs of the Congress party will march from the Parliament House all the way to the residence of the President of India. So this is what the latest information is coming in. As far as the Gandhis are concerned, we are at 10 Janpad. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has just reached, and I would like Nasir to show you the situation over here. The traffic movement has been allowed over here, but what we are hearing is that in a short while this movement will be closed. We'd like to show you over here as to how the barricading has been done. The entire traffic has been diverted towards Janpat Road, where we are at the moment. On the other side is the Akbar Road, which is completely closed. Delhi police has specially issued traffic advisories because of this very reason. It's the peak hour, and this very road where we are connects South Delhi with the Central Delhi, and there we are at the Janpat Road at the moment, and you can see as to how the situation is panning out. Now, on one hand is Delhi police, which has done its bandobast. On the other side is the Congress party, which is saying that we have also done our bandobast. We have asked for the permission to stage a protest at Rajghat, which was denied, and now the Congress is saying that they will go all out and protest, not just in the national capital, but in the states and the districts also. The Congress party's General Secretary organization, K.C. Venugopal, has written a letter asking all the state units as well as the district units to stage a protest today in their respective areas, cities, districts, as as well as the villages and the block level also. So this is what the Congress's plan is. They have upped the ante. They are saying right from Sansad to Sadak, it is going to be a massive showdown. They will be sending a message loud and clear. The Congress is saying that enough is enough. Now the buck stops at the Gandhis, and because Gandhis are their leaders, they will not take this entire move lying low. So this is what the Congress party is maintaining. We spoke to leaders after leaders, and this is what the sentiments echoed. And after that, one very important point is that Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, along with their mother, Ms. Sonia Gandhi, will be leaving for ED office. On the other hand, the Congress party's leaders are saying that they would like to march with them from here, from where we are. I would like to show you as to what is going on at this moment. I would like Nasir to show you that how the Congress workers are trying to enter the Akbar Road, but the barricading is being done and they're not being allowed to move towards the Congress headquarters. Well, that's you can see that yellow barricades which are there. And this is what the sentiment at the moment at ground zero is. The Congress workers as well as the leaders want to go there. Inside the AICC headquarters, there is the gathering which is happening. There are people sitting there singing bhajans and at the same time raising slogans. Outside also there is a heavy police deployment. They want to march along with their president, Ms. Sonia Gandhi, all the way to ED office, which is just 2 kilometers away from where we are at the moment.
So Priya getting us all of those details from 10 Janpad, the house of Sonia Gandhi, where Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has reached already. Rahul Gandhi too is going to be reaching in some time, from where they're going to be moving to the ED headquarters, where the second round of questioning will take place. We're getting in all the details, how the MPs are planning to march from Parliament to the Rashtrapati Bhavan next door, registering a protest where there is heavy bandobast and police presence. Section 144 has been imposed, but will that really work? Amit has more updates as well. I'm going straight to him. He's at Rahul Gandhi's house. Yes, Amit.
Well, Sneha, Rahul Gandhi has just left his residence right there on the other end of the road. I'll ask Ankit to show you the visuals. The cavalcade has left his residence and he is moving straight to 10 Janpad. That is what we are being told, that he would be joining Priyanka Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and from there Sonia Gandhi would be leaving for the ED office at around 11:30. So clearly the entire security cavalcade that was stationed outside Rahul Gandhi's residence has left for 10 Janpad Road, and you know, from here they could actually Rahul Gandhi can actually reach Sonia Gandhi's residence, and from where we can expect that at and around 11:30 Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra could actually move towards the ED office like last time. And the Congress party is actually now in a motion where they'll be showing their strength. They will be, you know, putting out a message, clear-cut message, that they are not going to take the entire questioning of Sonia Gandhi very lightly. They are angry about it, and they are also angry for the fact that Congress party is not being allowed to stage protest at the Rajghat, and all the senior leadership of the Congress party were expected to stage a protest at Rajghat. That would have been a satyagraha of sorts, where they would have sat all through the day till the time Sonia Gandhi was being questioned at the ED office. But clearly the Delhi police has not allowed the Congress, has not given that permission to the Congress party, and that is why you are seeing that several, you know, strategies are being put out, because the parliament is also in session right now.
We'll come back to you for more details on that. We're continuing to keep a close eye on developments from Delhi city as far as Sonia Gandhi's questioning in the National Herald case is concerned. For the moment, it's time for a break. Here on the other side, Bhopal BTech student's body has been found on a railway track. Parents receive a chilling "Sar Tan Se Juda" message. Cops deny a beheading angle, claim this is a case of suicide.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories.
Language across
From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. The air we breathe inside an airplane is continuously renewed during a flight. It's captured from outside. 30 to 50% of the fresh air, depending on the plane, is mixed with air already inside the cabin. Air from outside is collected near the engines. It then passes into an air conditioning pack where it is heated to about 20 degrees and pressurized to a level close to atmospheric pressure at sea level. The air is then filtered by HEPA, high-efficiency particulate air filters, which eliminate 99.9% of 0.3 micron particles, including viruses and bacteria. Once it's mixed with ambient air, the flow is then distributed inside the aircraft, moving up the fuselage towards the cabin ceiling before passing through vents situated above passenger seats. Meanwhile, a pressurization valve at the rear of the aircraft continuously sucks in air from the cabin at the floor level near passengers' feet and blows it out of the aircraft, thereby creating a continuous airflow. This makes it possible to maintain a constant pressure inside the aircraft and to renew air inside the cabin every 3 minutes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
The WHO has declared monkeypox as a public health emergency of international concern. In the last 14 years or so, 6 times, the World Health Organization has declared an infection a public health emergency of international concern. Now, this is particularly worrying for us as a population because on the 30th of January 2020, the World Health Organization had declared COVID-19 as a public health emergency of international concern. So what does this really mean? Because we are still dealing with COVID-19 and various subtypes of Omicron, which is a 5th variant of concern. So will monkeypox also follow the same route? Many epidemiologists believe that by declaring monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern, the world will now sit up and take note of this disease, which is believed to be sexually transmitted. However, there are different modes of transmission as well. Firstly, monkeypox is not airborne. It is not like COVID-19. It doesn't really spread through droplets. You require prolonged physical contact for the infection to spread. This explains why the transmission and why the spread has not been as rapid if you compare it with COVID-19, in the sense that close to 70 countries with a little over 16,000 cases have been seen in the last couple of months or so. Compare this with COVID-19, which spread like wildfire. The symptoms of coronavirus or COVID-19 and monkeypox similar to an extent but different in different degrees. For example, a couple of days of acquiring the infection in monkeypox, one develops rashes or lesions. This is not the case with COVID-19 at all. Although fever, chills, body ache, general fatigue, these are common symptoms associated with both of these infections. Soon after the outbreak of COVID-19 caused by the virus SARS-CoV-2, the world scrambled to develop a vaccine, an antidote to protect against the infection. Welcome back. A horrific incident has been reported from Bhopal where the body of a B.Tech student was found on railway tracks. Hours later, his father and friends received a message saying Gustakh hai, Nabi ke ek hi saza, sar tan se juda, sent from his phone. The message was received in the evening. The parents allege that this is related to this entire matter, but the police say that this is a case of suicide. Vishwas Sarang, member of, in fact, a minister from MP is now joining us. शुक्रिया इंडिया टुडे के साथ जुड़ने के लिए. माँ बाप का ये कहना है, परिवार वालों का ये कहना है कि इस तरह का थ्रेटनिंग मैसेज आया है सर तन से जुदा बोलते हुए, लेकिन पुलिस कहती है ये एक सुसाइड का मामला है. आपका क्या कहना है इस पूरे इंसिडेंट में?
नहीं, देखिए अभी
जी
स्नेहा, मैं आपको निवेदन कर रहा हूं, अभी पुलिस ने कोई वक्तव्य नहीं दिया है. पुलिस अभी जांच कर रही है. अभी किसी तथ्य पर ना पुलिस पहुंची है, ना ही जांच का कोई निष्कर्ष निकला है. अभी तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है और पूरी जांच के बाद ही कुछ कहना उचित होगा. हर तथ्यों पर पुलिस मुस्तैदी के साथ जांच कर रही है, चाहे सीसीटीवी फुटेज का मामला हो, चाहे कॉल डिटेल का मामला हो, चाहे मैसेजेस का मामला हो, या फिर उसको ट्रेवल करने का मामला हो. हर स्थिति पर पुलिस जांच कर रही है. अभी पुलिस ने कोई वक्तव्य नहीं दिया. मुझे नहीं मालूम आपको कहां से ये जानकारी मिली है. अभी पुलिस ने कोई वक्तव्य नहीं दिया है. अभी इट्स टू अर्ली टू से एनीथिंग. इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन. अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरा होने के बाद ही मेरी तरफ से मैं कोई टिप्पणी कर सकता हूं. और मैं आपसे भी निवेदन करूंगा, अभी हम किसी निष्कर्ष पर ना पहुंचे. एक सेंसिटिव इशू है, एक युवा की मृत्यु से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है और ये एक संवेदनशील मामला है. इसलिए मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा, अभी हम किसी निष्कर्ष पर नहीं पहुंचे. मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं पुलिस हर तथ्य पर जांच भी करेगी और जांच का निष्कर्ष सबके सामने आएगा.
जी बिल्कुल. You know, Mr. Sarang, I also want to ask you that there have been many concerns, similar incidents that have taken place in different parts of the country. There should be a thorough probe in this entire matter, because what it appears is that there is a pattern to all of this. इस तरह का ये स्लोगन जो चल रहा है सर तन से जुदा, ये काफ़ी स्कैरी हो गया है कई सारे लोगों के लिए जो सपोर्ट करते हैं अगर नुपुर शर्मा को करना भी चाहे. जी
स्नेहा, मैं फिर आपसे निवेदन करूंगा, हमें कहीं भी किसी भी निष्कर्ष पर नहीं पहुंचना चाहिए. जैसा मैंने कहा, एक बहुत ही संवेदनशील विषय है, एक सेंसिटिव इशू है. पुलिस हर स्तर पर जांच कर रही है. पुलिस की जांच के निष्कर्ष के बाद ही मेरी ओर से कोई टिप्पणी करना उचित होगा.
जी बिल्कुल. शुक्रिया मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए विश्वास सारंग. ही इज अ मिनिस्टर इन मध्य प्रदेश एंड टेलिंग अस अबाउट व्हाट in fact should be the way forward. A proper investigation in this entire matter. Remember, the family alleges that this is the WhatsApp message that they have received. The police say that they are still investigating this crime. In fact, we're going to play out the sound bite of the father of the B.Tech student whose body was found on the railway track.
मेरी बिटिया का फिर 1:30-2 बजे फ़ोन आया, बोले पापा वो तो फ़ोन भी नहीं उठा रहा. इसके बाद मैं लगातार फ़ोन लगाता रहा, उनने फ़ोन नहीं उठाया. कि मेरे को फिर मेरे व्हाट्सएप पे उसी के नंबर से मैसेज आया.
क्या मैसेज था?
जो मैंने आपको बताया था जी. क्या वो मैसेज मेरे को आया तो मैं घबरा गया. मेरा बेटा इतना बिंदास था, वो बड़े खुले उसका था. मेरे को विश्वास नहीं होता कि वो सुसाइड भी कर सकता है. तो उसमें जांच हो और उसमें मतलब सही स्थिति होना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो जो है आत्महत्या जैसी चीज़ तो वो नहीं कर सकता.
With that report, it's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues in just 2 minutes.
A Type 8 bungalow, 1.5 lakh rupees salary, free air travel. These are some of the perks that await outgoing President Ramnath Kovind after his presidential tenure.
5 साल पहले इसी सेंट्रल हॉल में मैंने राष्ट्रपति के पद की शपथ ली थी. सांसद होने के नाते आप सभी का इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में एक प्रतिष्ठित स्थान है और मेरे हृदय में भी आप सबके लिए एक विशेष स्थान है.
As the President of India, Ram Nath Kovind availed a number of facilities and perks. It included a salary of 5 lakh rupees per month, along with free medical, accommodation and commuting facilities. What benefits and perks will he continue to get after the retirement? Ram Nath Kovind is allocated a Type 8 bungalow at 12 Janpat in Lutyens, Delhi. A Type 8 bungalow typically has 7 rooms with quarters for domestic help. Massive renovation has been carried out ahead of the shifting under the supervision of Kovind's daughter. This bungalow is right beside Congress chief Sonia Gandhi's residence, 10 Janpat. Currently earning a salary of 5 lakh per month, outgoing President Ram Nath Kovind will receive a pension of 1.5 lakh rupees per month after retirement. This amount is decided by President's Emoluments and Pension Amendment Act 2008. Before the 2008 amendment, the pension amount was 50,000 rupees.
भारत की जनता ने आप सबके माध्यम से मुझे राष्ट्रपति के रूप में चुनकर देश की सेवा करने का अवसर प्रदान किया। इसके लिए मैं देशवासियों का सदैव आभारी रहूंगा।
As per the rules, the outgoing president is also entitled to one private secretary, an additional
Welcome back. Now, the race for UK's Prime Minister plummeted into a fierce battle between Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. Both the candidates launched series of attacks against each other in an hour-long debate. The former Chancellor Rishi Sunak and Foreign Secretary Liz Truss traded blows over various topics including tax cuts, relations with China and inflation. Truss accused Rishi of rising taxes to the highest level for 70 years. Rishi urged Truss of a tax plan that would push millions of people into misery and cost Conservatives the next election. Both the contenders also wielded personal attacks amid short angry glances at each other. Sunak and Truss will take part in yet another head-to-head debate on Tuesday night.
Of unfunded tax cuts. And we need to get a grip of inflation, and if we don't do that now, it's going to cost all of you and everybody watching at home far more in the long run. And you know what? Liz, your plans, your own economic advisor has said that that would lead to mortgage rates, interest rates going up to 7%. Can you imagine what that's going to do for everyone here and everyone watching? That's thousands of pounds on their mortgage bill. It's going to tip millions of people into misery. Well, look, we all took a decision to protect the economy and support the NHS through COVID. And of course, we all knew there was a bill that we needed to pay for that. So the question is, should we pay that bill ourselves? Or do we put it on the country's credit card and pass the tab to our children and grandchildren to take care of? Now, I don't think that's right. I don't think it's responsible, and it's certainly not Conservative, and that's what I wouldn't do as Prime Minister.
Not responsible, Liz Truss. Do you accept that?
I absolutely... This is the problem with your plan. It's going to push people into
please let Liz Truss answer. Please let her answer.
When inflation gets out of control, interest rates go up,
Rishi
that's what
Sunak,
happens.
please let Liz Truss answer.
I don't accept those points. Any economist knows that taxes are completely different from interest rates. Interest rates are set by the Independent Bank of England. We know that inflation is forecast to fall next year. What I'm talking about with my plans is not raising taxes. There is no evidence at all that not raising taxes is inflationary. I don't believe this negative, declinist language.
It's your own
that we're
economic
hearing.
advisor, Liz. It's not mine. It's your own advisor.
I have lots of economists that are backing my plans. Everybody thinks that putting up taxes at this moment is going to hurt the economy.
Well, that report brings us to the end of this edition. You can find that and much more up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues in just 2 minutes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart.
Watching India Today.
The nation pays tribute to Kargil war heroes on the 23rd anniversary of India's win over Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Tri-Service Chiefs salute the valour and sacrifice of our forces. On this day, India recaptured Mountain Heights seized by Pakistan, the Indian Army defeating Pakistan on the 26th of July, 1999, 23 years ago. Since then, the day is commemorated as Kargil Vijay Divas, to remember the pride and courage of the Indian Armed Forces. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's now get you the headlines. Sonia Gandhi's second round of ED grilling in the National Herald money laundering case. Congress stages massive protest. BJP fires scamsters jibe at the Gandhis. Arrest TMC. Mantri Partha Zaid Arpita reveals 21 crore rupees black cash belongs to the Mantri. BJP and Congress attack Mamata for not sacking Partha Chatterjee. Bhopal BTech student's body found on a railway track. Parents received chilling Sar Tan se juda message. Cops deny a beheading angle. Claim this is a case of suicide. Cross straight to some news coming in where Sonia Gandhi is leaving her residence at 10 Janpath in Delhi city. In fact, she's moving to the ED headquarters. She has reached ED office is what we've been given to understand. We'll be going across to my colleagues for more details on that. Shreya, in fact, is at the ED office, and Sonia Gandhi has reached the ED office for the second round of questioning. This is the cavalcade essentially. Pictures, in fact, are at the ED office in the national capital where Sonia Gandhi has in fact reached for the second day of questioning. This in connection with the allegations of corruption in the National Herald case. Shreya Chatterjee has more details on that. Shreya, first of all, give us an idea about what's really happening on the current on the ground. What is the current situation like?
Reached the Enforcement Directorate's office. This is from where she entered the Enforcement Directorate, and we did see Priyanka Gandhi also accompany her. She was present in the same car. Remember, since last time, the Enforcement Directorate has allowed Priyanka Gandhi to stay in a separate room while her questioning is on because of the medical reasons of Sonia Gandhi. This is the second day that she is appearing before the Enforcement Directorate. Last time, the questioning ran for a course of around 3 hours. Today also, she will be questioned for her role in Young India Private Limited. She holds 38% of shares in Young India. She's a director in Young India. She'll be asked about the transactions between AJL and Young India when AJL had acquired Young India in 2010. So these will be the questions that will revolve around. Remember, last time, the Congress had maintained that there were no more questions to be asked by the Enforcement Directorate office. However, the agency had a different stand, and that's the reason we see that second time she's now been called and she's appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. There will also be questions about the charitable work, if at all, that has been done by Young India Private Limited, because Congress maintains that Young India Private Limited is a Section 25 company. It's not an office of profit company. But the ED says that if that's the fact, then what are the works that's been done by Young India since 2010? So these will be the course of questions that Sonia Gandhi will be facing by the Enforcement Directorate. This is the second time that she is now appearing before the agency.
And that she's appearing before the agency, and look at the optics of it. Heavy bandobast in this entire area in Delhi city. Remember, this is a high security zone. Section 144 is in place, but that is not stopping Congress workers from protesting in different parts of Delhi city. There are protesters at the ED office as well. Shreya, what more can you tell us?
Well, I'll just take you through these security arrangements over here. I'll ask my cameraman to show you the visuals. See, this was the cavalcade that was with Sonia Gandhi when she entered the Enforcement Directorate's office, and now you see that Delhi police has prepared for heavy bandobast here at the ED office. Now, the cavalcade is leaving the Enforcement Directorate after Sonia Gandhi leaves, and see on your screens, you can see Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi, he is there. He is a part of the cavalcade as it goes by. He left Sonia Gandhi. He was accompanying his mother. Priyanka Gandhi was also accompanying Sonia Gandhi along with Rahul Gandhi. And you saw the visuals of Rahul Gandhi, who's now left his mother and his sister here at the ED office, as Priyanka Gandhi will stay in a separate room for any medical purpose. Remember, the agency has said that Sonia Gandhi has the option to say that she's not feeling well, if at all, during the course of interrogation, and that's the reason at a different room from the interrogation room, Priyanka Gandhi is waiting with the medicines. Even last time this protocol was followed. Even today the protocol remains the same. We just saw Rahul Gandhi leave ED after dropping his mother and sister here at the ED office, where Sonia Gandhi will be questioned for a second round. Rahul Gandhi was already questioned in the same matter for over 50 hours, and now it's turn for Sonia Gandhi, because both Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are directors and shareholders of Young India Private Limited. That's the reason they are being questioned about the Young India Private Limited's transactions when it acquired AJL. And also, remember, Congress had given certain debts to AJL when it ran into a loss in the year 2008. These were interest-free loans that were given. Sonia Gandhi will be asked about whether she was aware about these loans being given by the Congress to AJL, and consequently about the fact that when Young India Private Limited acquired AJL, was she aware of the entire transaction process when she also became a director, because Sonia Gandhi was the last to be made the director in Young India Private Limited.
All right, look at the kind of presence of the police officers right behind Shreya. I'm in fact going to try and go across to my other colleagues also for more on that, but this is the questioning at the ED office. Sonia Gandhi is at ED's office and the ED grilling is going to begin. Shreya in fact continues to be with us. Shreya, for our viewers, just give us an idea about what this case is about, what the specific allegations are about, because the Congress says essentially there is no case, there is no wrongdoing here. What are the sources also within the ED saying as far as the alleged wrongdoing is concerned?
Well, you know, Sneha, to just give a brief idea about the case in what Sonia Gandhi is being questioned, this is the National Herald case that the Enforcement Directorate is investigating. It started with a complaint that was filed in the court by Subramaniam Swamy in the year 2013, alleging that there was misappropriation of funds and fraudulently the Congress acquired certain properties of AJL. Now, in the year 2008, AJL, which used to publish National Herald, went into a loss. Post that, the Congress party gave 90 crores worth of interest-free loans to the company AJL. Despite that, when AJL couldn't make a recovery and the debt also mounted, we saw that a company named Young India Private Limited was flouted, and after that, Young India Private Limited acquired AJL in the year 2010. Now, the allegations are that when it acquired AJL, it also acquired properties to the tune of 2,000 crore. These are the allegations that were leveled, that's right now being looked at by the Enforcement Directorate, and we do know that this is a Prevention of Money Laundering Act case that the Enforcement Directorate is investigating. The reason Sonia Gandhi is being questioned is because she's a director in Young India Private Limited. The Enforcement Directorate wants to know about the transaction details that happened between Young India, AJL, and also when Congress gave interest-free loans to AJL when it ran into a loss. Sonia Gandhi, whether she was aware of that or not, is the main focus of the questioning by the agency, and today is the second time that she is appearing. Like I mentioned earlier, Rahul Gandhi has already been questioned in the matter because he too
several
is a shareholder.
He's been questioned. Coming back to you, Shreya, in a few moments. Supriya Bhardwaj is also with us. Supriya, I believe, has an update. Yes, Supriya.
Well, Sneha, at the moment, the Rajya Sabha has adjourned till 12 noon, and what we are hearing is that the Congress party's MPs will be coming at the Vijay Chowk. I've also been joined by a very, very important person, Mr. Kishori Lal, who manages the assembly of Rai Bareli, which is the constituency of Mrs. Sonia Gandhi. Sir, आप रायबरेली देखते हैं, आज यहाँ आए हैं, कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा जो हैं वो ईडी के दफ्तर पहुंच गई हैं, किस तरह देखते हैं इसे आप, और किस तरह का मैसेज है वो रायबरेली भी पहुंचा है?
ये पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा है। एक तो उनको उनकी उम्र का लिहाज करना चाहिए, दूसरा ये है कि ये पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा है, ये एग्जाम्पल सेट कर रहे हैं कि इस तरह का ये इनके लिए अच्छा नहीं होगा।
सर, सोनिया जी हैं, इतनी उम्र है उनकी, 75 ईयर्स के आसपास उम्र है, बीमार भी हैं और इस तरह बुलाया जा रहा है। हमें पता चला कि अमेठी में भी बहुत सारे लोग थे जिन्होंने आपको टच बेस किया है, थोड़ा उसके बारे में बताएंगे क्या रहा वहाँ पे?
अमेठी में जैसे हमारा प्रदेश कांग्रेस का कमेटी का निर्देश है, तो पीसीसी लेवल पे भी हम लोग अपना सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं और जिला लेवल पे भी हम सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं और ये ब्लॉक लेवल तक जा रहा है।
इसके साथ साथ सर, अब यहाँ पर आप लोग पहुंचे हैं, तो यहाँ पर आगे क्या?
नहीं, अब यहाँ पे जैसा भी एआईसीसी का निर्देश होगा उसके अनुसार हम लोग काम करेंगे। ठीक है।
Sneha, Mr. Kishori Lal is with us. He just spoke to us. I would like to show you what is going on over here outside the Congress headquarters. Buses have been stationed. A massive deployment of not just Delhi police but paramilitary force also. RF is also stationed over here. CRPF is there. And I would like to show you what is going on. Just now, the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has reached here. We will try to take you inside. I'll ask Nasir to just show you what is happening inside the AICC headquarters, where well, Rahul Gandhi as well as Priyanka Gandhi and Mrs. Gandhi have already reached the ED office, and this is what is happening at ground zero. There is these new t-shirts which the Youth Congress workers and the are wearing, which is Satyamev Jayate. Last time when Rahul Gandhi appeared before the ED, the photographs was only of Rahul Gandhi, but now it is of both the Congress President Sonia Gandhi and Mr. Gandhi. So here is the Congress headquarters, where you can see that the leaders are coming here. Well, I'd like to show you that Rajasthan Chief Minister Mr. Ashok Gehlot is also present over here. He is going to address media in a couple of minutes. We guess that there he has just entered the AICC headquarters, and let's listen to what Rajasthan CM has to say on this entire matter at the moment. Sneha?
He has reached the ED office as well. So Sonia and Rahul Gandhi at the ED office. Show of strength by the Congress party, where these pictures are coming in of heavy police presence at the ED office.
आज दूसरे दौर की पूछताछ तो समझ के परे है। आज कांग्रेस का राजघाट पर धरना देने का प्रोग्राम था। अब आप बताइए कि अगर वहाँ हम तो आरएसएस बीजेपी के लोग होते हमारी जगह, मैंने परसों भी कहा था वो तोड़ फोड़ करते, आगजनी करते, हम तो शांति से बैठे हुए हैं, बार बार अरेस्ट करके ले आते हैं, वहाँ पे छोड़ते हैं। आज भी अगर मान लो वहाँ धरना होता तो ना तो ट्रैफिक जाम होता, ना किसी को तकलीफ होती। ये जानबूझ करके ट्रैफिक जाम करवा रहे हैं, रोक रहे हमारे लोगों को आने से। पूरे प्रदेश में, पूरे देश में बार बार अरेस्ट करके ले आते हैं, वहाँ पे छोड़ते हैं। आज भी अगर मान लो वहाँ धरना होता तो ना तो ट्रैफिक जाम होता, ना किसी को तकलीफ होती। ये जानबूझ करके ट्रैफिक जाम करवा रहे हैं, रोक रहे हमारे लोगों को आने से। पूरे प्रदेश में, पूरे देश में इतना भयंकर आक्रोश है, लोग आना चाहते हैं यहाँ पर एकजुटता दिखाने के लिए, उस पर रुकावट पैदा कर रहे हैं, आने दे नहीं रहे हो। हम व्यवस्था करना चाहते हैं कि व्यवस्थित हो हमारा प्रदर्शन, जो लोकतंत्र में जरूरी है, धरना हो, प्रदर्शन हो, उसके लिए हम राजघाट चुन रहे थे। वहाँ उन्होंने अलाउ नहीं किया। AICC के अंदर एंट्री बंद है, पदाधिकारी तक नहीं आ सकते यहाँ पर। ये कहाँ का न्याय है? ये जो हरकतें चल रही है, अब समय आ गया है ED के डायरेक्टर को, CBI के डायरेक्टर को, इनकम टैक्स के चेयरमैन को जाके प्रधानमंत्री जी से, अमित शाह जी से बात करनी चाहिए कि बहुत हो चुका है, पूरे देश के अंदर आतंक मचा हुआ है, हमारी एजेंसियों की जो साख है वो सब समाप्त हो रही है, देश हित में नहीं है। ये वक्त आ गया है, हर व्यक्ति डरा हुआ देश के अंदर, कब इनकम टैक्स आ जाए, कब ED आ जाए, कब अटैच कर दे हमारी प्रॉपर्टी को, बिना कोई कारण के, बिना कोई। देखिए, कोई रेड होती है, 1 महीना लगता है, 2 महीने लगते हैं, इनकम टैक्स हो, ED हो, रेकी करते हैं, जानकारी प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। भाई अगर रेड करेंगे, रेड तो बहुत ही करना चाहिए कि रेड केस में होती है।
Aishwarya Pallival is at the Congress headquarters, where the Chief Minister of Rajasthan was in fact speaking a few moments ago. Aishwarya, the who's who of the Congress party from across the country once again have descended in Delhi, showing their support and their solidarity, extending the same to the Gandhis, isn't it? Be it Rahul Gandhi in the past, a couple of days ago, and Sonia Gandhi now.
Well, we are seeing a show of strength definitely by the Congress party, and one of the reasons could be that they are not getting the kind of support they want from the opposition parties. There are many rounds of talks which have been held, but in the opposition parties and leaders are tweeting about it, but they are not on the ground. On the ground, we are seeing Congress supporters. We are giving you visuals from inside the AICC headquarters. Large number of protesters, women protesters, they all have flags and they are raising slogans. They are singing songs, raising slogans against the Enforcement Directorate, BJP, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah. They have been sitting here for almost 2 hours to show their support. They understand Sonia Gandhi along with Priyanka Gandhi has already reached the ED office, but this is their way of showing that they are standing with the Congress party, they are standing with their leaders. behind the back, you'll be able to see, there are large number of women protesters have gathered. All of them have flags in their hands. They also came with black balloons some time ago just to show that they are standing with Sonia Gandhi. According to them, what the ED is trying to do. The ED is trying to harass Sonia Gandhi, who according to them is a senior citizen, someone who's being very unwell. So all these things, they say, will not go down well. And the large number of protesters that you see here inside AICC headquarters is a testimony to the kind of support that the supporters are showing with the Gandhi family at the moment. Sneha.
Aishwarya getting us all of those details. And now we're going to go straight across to Maushmi now, who's also in fact sent us a report. Let's go straight to Maushmi.
22 में उसी को स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं. इसको क्या कहा जाएगा? शुद्ध रूप से फर्जी है. इन सबों के पास कोई काम नहीं है. विपक्ष को किसी तरह बदनाम कर दिया जाए. अब बदनाम करके ये कहा जाए कि हमसे बड़ा ईमानदार, हमसे बड़ा अच्छा कोई नहीं है, जबकि हकीकत में इन सबों से बड़ा चोर इस धरती पे कोई नहीं है.
राजेश मिश्रा ठीक कहत बा.
हाँ, राजेश मिश्रा जी कहत रहा, उनका पर्पस ये बा कि जो कांग्रेस के खाता से जो पैसा निकलल और नेशनल हेराल्ड के खाता में गई, तो बीच में ना सोनिया जी के पास एक पैसा आयल, ना राहुल जी के पास एक पैसा आयल, तो फिर यह एक्यूज कैसे हो गई ने? अरे कोई आदमी पैसा ली ही अवैध या अवैध तरीके से, सही या गलत तरीके से, तब पे केस करबा ना. तो केस कुछ नहीं के, बस सोनिया जी राहुल जी के परेशान करे के बाद, हैरान करे के बाद, ताकि कांग्रेस के सब कार्यकर्ता लोग परेशान हो जाएं, डर जाएं, घबरा जाएं. लेकिन कांग्रेस वाले डरे वाले ना है.
क्या कहावत कहना चाहते हैं आप? मुहावरा कहना चाहते हैं अपने बनारस?
ये लोगन के 8 साल के सरकार में खाली मुहावरा है बा, बगिया कुछ है नहीं. जितना ज्यादा फर्जी भाषण मोदी दिले हुआ, अमित शाह दिले हुआ, और आज उत्तर प्रदेश में योगी देते हुए, या इनका नेता लोग या मुख्यमंत्री लोग देता, ये सब जुमला हो. सबसे बड़ी हकीकत बा कि एक पूरे समाज के अंदर देश में एक प्रचार बा कि सब जुमलाबाज है. और यही कारण बा कि लोकसभा के अंदर जब 10-12 शब्द ही हटौले हुआ कि ये पार्लियामेंट में नहीं बोल पाएंगे, उसमें जुमला भी शब्द एक है, जुमला जीवी, उसको हटाने की कोशिश की जाती है.
ठीक, जुमला जीवी अगर भारत के राजनीतिक इतिहास में केहू खातिर कहल जाई या याद रखल जाई तो एक ही व्यक्ति हैं. अब
जुमला जीवी कहना संसद में अलाउड नहीं है.
बहुत गलत बात है. जुमला जीवी नहीं, जुमला जीवी कोई गाली थोड़ी है भाई, माँ या बहन की गाली है क्या? आप शब्द है, जुमला है ये तो खुद पार्टी, उस भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक बड़े नेता और गृह मंत्री ने कहा था. तो जब जुमला के भरोसे आप जी रहे हैं तो भाई आपको जुमला जीवी कहा, इसमें क्या दिक्कत थी? तो आज जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के तरफ से नए कार्यक्रम चल रहे, जैसे सत्याग्रह का विरोध हुआ, अब जो पार्टी गांधी जी के हत्यारों के साथ खड़ी रही हो, वो पार्टी कभी सत्याग्रह का मतलब समझ ही नहीं सकती,
सत्याग्रह का मतलब नहीं समझ सकती. और सत्याग्रह, कांग्रेस का कहना है सत्याग्रह करना भी मना है. ये लगातार कहा जा रहा है और एक तरीके से आप देखिए कांग्रेस की पूरी लामबंदी है.
Is at the Congress headquarters getting us that report, and these are pictures of Rahul Gandhi at the ED office. Both Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi have supported their mother again in the second round of questioning, are with her in the second round of questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, Sonia Gandhi has been questioned previously by the Enforcement Directorate as well, and that investigation lasted for about 3 hours. Apparently, Sonia Gandhi was not well and she wanted the investigations, the questioning to be wrapped up. But the Congress says that's not the truth. The fact is that the ED ran out of questions, and this continues essentially as far as the allegations and counter-allegations are concerned. These are pictures coming in of the Congress also protesting in various ways. Earlier, there was a press conference held. Once again, the top leaders of the Congress party are in Delhi, including sitting chief ministers like Ashok Gehlot from Rajasthan, supporting the sitting Congress president, Sonia Gandhi, as she's questioned by the ED once again in the alleged irregularities in the National Herald case. The BJP says there is corruption and that the Gandhis have benefited. This is an allegation that is being made. The Congress says this is a classic case of the BJP misusing the agencies to try and settle political scores with the Congress party. of other reactions coming in.
आज से लगभग 10 वर्ष पहले ईडी ने खुद इस केस को खत्म कर दिया था। 2016 में भी ईडी ने इस केस को खत्म कर दिया। अब वापस से इस केस को पुनर्जीवित करके केवल इसी वजह से कि सरकार विपक्षी पार्टी के ऊपर दबाव डाल सके, हम महंगाई के मुद्दे को ना उठा सके, हम बेरोजगारी के मुद्दे को ना उठा सके, देश की सुरक्षा के मुद्दे को ना उठा सके, केवल इसीलिए दबाव की एक राजनीति खेली जा रही है और राजनीतिक द्वेष की भावना से ये काम किया जा रहा है और कांग्रेस पार्टी इसकी भरपूर निंदा करती है।
कांग्रेस नहीं चाहती है कि सोनिया जी के खिलाफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो। क्या केवल इस सेंस ऑफ एंटाइटलमेंट के कारण इन्वेस्टिगेशन को बंद कर देना चाहिए क्या? सत्याग्रह के नाम पे दे आर ट्राइंग टू स्प्रेड ऑल काइंड ऑफ कमोशन। सोनिया जी, वी डोंट वांट कमोशन, वी वांट कन्फेशन।
77 साल की हमारी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष को जिस तरीके से भाजपा सरकार, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक मजबूत ऑपोजिशन के रूप में काम कर रहे, तो वो समझते हैं कि वो हमारी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमती सोनिया जी को परेशान करेगी। जिस तरीके से कर रहे हैं पूरे महिलाएं, देश के महिलाएं, महिला कांग्रेस के सोनिया जी के लिए दिन रात जब भी हो सब खड़े हैं। और ये आपको ये जो दृश्य देख रहा है आज, वो उसी का नतीजा है।
लेकिन उनको गांधी परिवार से डर है कि वो ही बदलाव ला सकते हैं और इनकी आवाज को रोकनी पड़ेगी। पर मुझे पता है मेरा परिवार लोगों के बीच में है, लोगों के साथ है और लोगों के लिए अपना पूरी मेहनत लगन से काम करेगी। और जितने भी आप एजेंसियों को बुलाना चाहोगे, आप उनकी आवाज बिल्कुल लोगों की आवाज बुलंद करेंगे मेरे परिवार।
Second day of questioning of Sonia Gandhi. In fact, we are putting out these pictures from the Congress headquarters on your screen. Ashok Gehlot, Chief Minister from Rajasthan, senior leader of the Congress party. Several leaders of the Congress party once again have arrived in Delhi and are raising slogans against the ED and the BJP in support of Sonia Gandhi, saying this is a case of misuse by agencies and that there is no case against the Gandhis in the National Herald matter. The Delhi police have denied the permission to hold dharnas also at the Rajghat, have imposed section 144 in Rajghat. The Congress president is currently at the ED office and she was joined by her daughter and son, Priyanka Gandhi, and also Rahul Gandhi at the ED office. My colleague Priyanka is getting us this report from Bangalore city. In fact, I'm going to go live to Priyanka, who is getting us those pictures on your screens right now. From Bangalore, these are Congress workers who are protesting. Priyanka, Congress workers have gathered in different parts of the country, and right behind you I see DK Shiv Kumar also. Do try and get a word from him on what is the message that the Congress is really trying to send by holding these protests.
Right, the Karnataka Congress is holding a protest here at the Gandhi Bhavan against the ED summons of the Sonia Gandhi in the interrogation in the National Herald case. We just spoke to DK Shiv Kumar a while back when he said that this is a deliberate attempt by the central agencies to harass the opposition, especially the Congress and its top leaders, and this is a political vendetta is what DK Shiv Kumar said. Now he also went on to say that Sonia Gandhi is an iron lady and she will come out of this much stronger, and also hit out at the BJP government over its corrupt government and said that Congress has nothing to worry about at the moment. Now you can see that DK Shiv Kumar and several Congress leaders have gathered here and are holding a silent protest or a silent satyagraha till ED finishes its questioning of Sonia Gandhi.
Okay, I'm coming back to you for more on that. Be with us. Priyanka is in fact reporting from Bangalore on the Congress protest. Once again, going straight to the Congress headquarters where there are Congress workers protesting right now. Let me see if I can get in one of my colleagues at the Congress headquarters. These are pictures coming in from Chaubis Akbar Road, which is the AICC headquarters. Once again, these are workers who were denied permission to go to Rajghat, and they have gathered at the AICC headquarters. Aishwarya, in fact, is with Ashok Gehlot right now. I can see Aishwarya. I can try and get a word from Gehlot on the manner in which all of these chief ministers have left.
Yes. Ashok Gehlot. Sneha, Ashok Gehlot at the moment meeting with protesters,
Sir.
Not willing to speak, Ashok Gehlot there. However, he is touring, the AICC gardens, and he is meeting all the protesters, telling them, congratulating them for the kind of protest that they have put up. And he's also saying that he would want this protest to continue because this is the way in which the supporters and Ashok Gehlot himself showing support to the Congress and to the Gandhi family. He took a tour and met mostly all the protesters, the women protesters also. Will try and get in a word from Ashok Gehlot. However, he's being denying us. He's saying not willing to speak. Ashok ji.
We're keeping a very close eye on that big political story developing from Delhi city. But on the other side of this break, we also have another political development, and this has got to do with the politics as far as the TMC and the BJP is concerned. There are allegations that TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee is being targeted, but his aide Arpita has spilled the beans on the 22 crore rupees that was stashed away at her home and recovered by the ED.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
NASA has just released a picture of Pluto filled with rainbows. It's mesmerizing, isn't it? Pluto is the most distant dwarf planet in our solar system, but it never fails to amaze. The world is reacting to Pluto's unique appearance. But is Pluto really like this? Well, we hate to disappoint you, but Pluto isn't really a riot of colors. This translated color image was created by Horizons scientists to highlight the main subtle color differences between the planet's distinct regions. The image was taken back in 2015. The New Horizons project by NASA studied Pluto for 6 months. The close-up images of Pluto and other data have changed the understanding of the planet. Alan Stern, New Horizons principal investigator, in a statement said, "It's clear to me that solar systems saved the best for last. We could not have explored a more fascinating or scientifically important planet at the edge of our solar system." Pluto is a dwarf planet in the Kuiper belt. Pluto is smaller than Earth's moon, and it has a heart-shaped glacier that's the size of Oklahoma and Texas. The fascinating world of Pluto has blue skies, spinning moons, mountains, and even red snow. The year on Pluto is 248 days, but each day lasts for 153 hours. New Horizons is the only spacecraft that has traveled close to the Pluto. NASA has said that the New Horizons will continue to explore the solar system, heading further into the Kuiper belt.
You are watching India Today.
Here at the top of the world, amidst the ice shelves of the Antarctic, lies Maitri and Bharti. These are India's two operational research stations, so Indians are in the Antarctic. And in fact, India has been sending expeditions to Antarctica since 1981. And not just India, 27 countries, including the United States, Australia, Germany, United Kingdom, Turkey, Russia, and Ukraine are in the Antarctic. No country has an exclusive claim over the Antarctic. So one might wonder, what laws apply in this region? The 27 countries have domestic legislation on Antarctica. And now India, which is for the longest time governed by international laws, will also have domestic legislation in the area. Soon, you could step in the Antarctic too. The Lok Sabha passed the Indian Antarctic Bill 2022, which will regulate scientific expeditions for individuals, companies and tourists. And so far, there is no recourse for crimes committed during an expedition. But now jurisdiction of the Indian courts extends to Antarctica. A committee will be set up by the government with the Secretary Earth Sciences Ministry and will have officials from the Defence Ministry, from the Ministry of External Affairs, Finance, Fisheries, Legal Affairs, Science and Technology, Shipping, Tourism, Environment, Communication and Space Ministries. It will also have a member from the National Centre for Polar and Ocean Research and National Security Council Secretariat. A permit will be required for any expedition or individual who wishes to visit the continent. Drilling, dredging, excavation or collection of mineral resources is prohibited if not for scientific research. The native plants, birds and seals cannot be harmed. It disallows flying or landing helicopters or operating vessels that can disturb the native animals. Introducing any non-native animals, birds, plants or microscopic organisms is also prohibited under the bill. And if found guilty, it can draw an imprisonment of 7 years and a fine of 50 lakh rupees. For other violations, the lowest penalty means imprisonment between 1 to 2 years and a penalty of 10 to 50 lakh rupees.
You are watching
Some news just coming in. India Today's exclusive news break where a black diary found from Arpita Mukherjee's house may hold a clue to cash for job scam in Bengal. The confidential diary belongs to Bengal government's higher education department. 40 pages of the diary has extensive records of transactions. The ED now scanning through the diary. The recovery of a diary once again possibly holding a clue to the job scam. Arpita Mukherjee has already confessed that the money belonged to Partha Chatterjee. I'm going to go across straight to Anupam Mishra, who has more on the black diary. Anupam, what more can you tell us?
Exactly, a black diary was recovered from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, and interestingly there are 40 pages written something inside this diary, and that is the main focus at present. ED is trying to decode those words, those sentences. You have to understand that the main challenge before ED is to establish a link of the money recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's residence to the SSC scam and to Partha Chatterjee. And the second important challenge is to get the more information out of this diary, and ED believes, ED sources are saying to us that they believe there are a lot of informations inside this diary, and this diary belongs to Higher Education and School Department of West Bengal government, and this is a very tedious work. It takes patience, it needs patience, and that is why they are right now trying to decode the words and sentences written inside this diary. 40 pages are there that has to be decoded. That is what ED is saying at present.
And there are several clues that have in fact given an indication that indeed there is the involvement of Partha Chatterjee in all of this, as was being suspected by the agencies. Arpita Mukherjee has in fact said that the cash indeed belongs to the minister who used to be the education minister at one point in time when this scam took place. Anupam.
Exactly. See, yesterday ED had claimed that this whole scam is of about 120 crores and only 20 crores have all been recovered. Rest 100 crores had to be recovered, and that is why the money trail is important. Money is where, rest of the money is where, and how to get that money, and who are the persons involved, and the one more important thing which ED is right now looking after, that if any other names are written inside that diary. That is what the main focus, and that is why they are also decoding some code words there written inside that diary. And this diary has been produced yesterday, and we have the record and details of the seizure list written that this diary has been recovered from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, and ED sources are saying that they are now totally decoding this diary, and this will take a lot of time. That is what they are saying. Arpita.
Anupam, also, as far as the questioning of Partha Chatterjee is concerned, the ED has said time and again that he has not been cooperating. What more can you tell us about the kind of leads that they have got during the course of investigations?
Exactly, we are standing just in front of the ED office where Arpita Mukherjee is kept inside lockup, and let me tell you, there is only one lockup inside this ED office, and where Arpita Mukherjee is kept, and Partha Chatterjee has also been taken inside this office, and since there is only one lockup, a conference hall is temporarily made as a lockup, and Partha Chatterjee has been kept inside that temporary lockup, and the investigation will start, has already been started, and there are two processes of investigation. One is that they will interrogate both the persons separately, and the most important part is they both will be interrogated together, face to face, and when questions will be asked about the money trail, the amount recovered, that is 21 crore rupees recovered from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee, how Arpita Mukherjee knew Partha Chatterjee, when she first acquainted with Partha Chatterjee, and what were the other details. These are the questions basically which ED wants to try to both, and these will lead to some more recoveries. That is what we believe.
Anupam, thanks for getting us those details. Anupam Vishra with that detailed report is joining us, in fact, from the ED office, getting us up to speed with the investigations in this entire matter. We have more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has written to the Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee seeking sacking of Partha Chatterjee from ministership. BJP also says, why is Partha continuing as the minister? BJP's Amit Malviya says, a fearful Mamata Banerjee is desperate to save herself. Why can't Partha Chatterjee be sacked? The Congress is raising this demand. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, known to be a Mamata baiter there, has written letters now, Supriya, saying that this is the question of propriety here, and Partha Chatterjee must lose his job as the minister, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes, Neha. As far as the Congress party is concerned, their topmost leader from Bengal, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, has written a letter to the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee saying that Partha Chatterjee, in connection with this latest scam, has to put down his papers. He should be removed from the ministership. The letter quotes, and I quote Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, says that Partha Chatterjee was the education minister during which the alleged irregularities in teacher recruitment occurred. The teacher recruitment scam was an open secret and everyone in Bengal knew about this. It was only after court's intervention that investigation agencies started acting upon it. It is a huge blot on the government of West Bengal, and I urge you to sack Partha Chatterjee from ministerialship. So this is what is been written in that letter which Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has sent to Mamata Banerjee, saying that immediately sack Partha Chatterjee. Congress has also now upped the ante against the West Bengal government after BJP, and both of the national parties are going all out and targeting TMC's top leadership, saying as to why no action has been taken against Partha Chatterjee.
So Priya, thanks for getting us those details. I'll keep coming back to you for more on that, as the Congress and the BJP is keeping the heat on the TMC, saying that Partha Chatterjee must be sacked. Now, more explosive revelations on the Bengal cash for jobs scam have come to the fore. Bengal Minister Chatterjee and his associate Arpita Mukherjee will be in the ED custody till the 3rd of August, as evidence continues to mount against the two. Partha was taken to AIIMS Bhubaneswar for a medical test on Monday, is now back in Kolkata. He was taken to the ED office in Kolkata Salt Lake. ED claims that Partha amassed huge properties in the name of BC International School. The English medium school was being looked after by Krishna Adhikari, the uncle of Chatterjee's son-in-law. ED says that the proceeds of the recruitment scam were allegedly laundered through Partha's close aide, Arpita Mukherjee.
पार्टी को तोड़ना बनाना एजेंसियों का काम नहीं है। जो घपला घोटाला हुआ है उसको उजागर करना है और सही उपयोग करके सही जगह पर आज पहुंची है एजेंसियां, तभी इतनी नोटों की बंडल मिल रही है। इतने सारा मिलने के बाद भी जो देखिए आंख चुरा रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं, धमकी दे रहे हैं, पब्लिक इनको क्या बोलेगा? इसलिए पब्लिक से आप वोट लिए थे। 21 में जीत गए, बोले 21 करोड़ लूट लेंगे। ये अधिकार किसने दिया आपको?
A 21 crore mountain of cash that Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee now claims belonged to the Bengal minister. Top Enforcement Directorate sources have told India Today that during her questioning, Arpita Mukherjee has accepted that the cash recovered from her South Kolkata home belonged to Partha Chatterjee. That's not all. ED sources say that the plan was to move out this cash out of Arpita's house in a day or two, and to infuse companies linked to Arpita with this 21 crore cash. A joint property in the name of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee has also been recovered. The said property was allegedly bought by the Bengal minister in 2012. ED sources say
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary writing to the Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee seeking sacking of Partha Chatterjee from ministership. BJP is also hit out, asking why Partha Chatterjee is continuing as minister. Amit Malviya says a fearful Mamata Banerjee is desperate to save herself. Shehzad Poonawala of the Bharatiya Janata Party is now with us on the broadcast. Shehzad, in fact, these are demands coming in both from the Congress and the BJP, essentially because he's being probed. His aide, his alleged aide, has gone on to say that the money indeed belonged to the minister. All of you are saying that he must be sacked from his post.
The diagnosis report has come out and it has tested positive for TMC, too much corruption and too much cash. This too much corruption and too much cash and the mountain of cash that was recovered from Arpita, now it is clear as daylight that this was the money which he was keeping on behalf of Partha Chatterjee, and that it does not stop at just Partha Chatterjee. In fact, how could this entire scam have been done without the knowledge of the most higher-ups in the government of West Bengal? The Calcutta High Court Division Bench has indicted the government. It has ordered a CBI probe. Now Mamata Banerjee is crying vendetta politics. Is the court doing vendetta politics? Secondly, even Mr. Adhikari's daughter's appointment was cancelled. What action did the TMC take on Mr. Adhikari, who allowed his daughter to get a placement at the cost of a meritorious student? This is the most brazen scam, the SSC scam that has taken place. It denied the opportunity to merit and it favored money. Ma Mati Manush has been replaced by money, 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 and therefore this is a TMC, too much corruption, too much cash, the mountain of cash, and at the peak of this mountain of cash is the very top of the TMC government.
You know, during the beginning of the investigations, Shehzad, Mamata Banerjee, in fact, while speaking exclusively to India Today during the India Today East Conclave, had said that these are only allegations from the BJP. After that, she's been fairly silent. In fact, we just have some news coming in that Partha Chatterjee did try to get in touch with her, but she's refused to speak with him. Do you think this is a message that the TMC and Mamata Banerjee are trying to send out, that we don't support him, and is that good enough?
Well, after patronizing, nourishing and allowing corruption to flourish, the last-minute rejection of a phone call does not mean anything, because this corruption happened under the watch. Either she is ignorant and she allowed it in her ignorance, therefore it shows the administrative failure on her part, or either it was deliberately, intentionally allowed to be done. It was indulgence. So either it is ignorance or it is indulgence. Mamata Banerjee on either count stands indicted that she is continuing the person to continue in his post and not taking any action. What action has been taken against Partha? What action has been taken against Mr. Adhikari? And no action can be taken because this was a scam of the TMC, by the TMC, for the TMC.
Shehzad Punawala, thanking you for the moment. So the BJP and the Congress, both of them, have in fact told Mamata Banerjee in their own ways. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has written a letter as well that Partha Chatterjee must not continue as a minister. Remember, this comes at a time when both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee will be questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. Once again, Partha Chatterjee has been complaining of ill health. Also, there were news that he tried to get in touch with Mamata Banerjee. She's not spoken to him, but the BJP says this is nothing. Mamata Banerjee has been involved in all of this, and now she's only trying to save her skin. And all of this is just drama, is what the BJP is saying. Partha Chatterjee to be questioned again by the ED, and like our reporters have been telling us, Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee will be brought face to face. All right, we're going across straight to these pictures, in fact, of the Congress protesting. They're protesting in different parts of Delhi. Supriya, in fact, has this report.
दिल्ली पुलिस कह रही है कि इसके आगे नहीं बढ़ने दिया जाएगा, लेकिन जो सांसद हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि उनको जो है आगे बढ़ने दिया जाए। वो राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाहते हैं। अभी जो है अंदर उन्होंने प्रदर्शन किया गांधी प्रतिमा के सामने, और इसमें राहुल गांधी की अगुवाई में जो है पूरा का पूरा यहाँ पर जो है प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। यहाँ से बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आपको मैं दिखाऊं कि आगे जो है राष्ट्रपति भवन की ओर बढ़ चला है काफिला। इस तरफ आपको हम दिखाना चाहेंगे कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर जो है धक्का मुक्की भी जो है, झड़प भी जो है वो हो रही है। मैं यहाँ से कहूँगी दिखाएं कि इस तरह से दिल्ली पुलिस और कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो सांसद हैं उनके बीच में धक्का मुक्की हो गई है। यहाँ पे झड़प चल रही है, और यहाँ का पूरा दृश्य आपको विजय चौक का हम दिखाना चाहेंगे कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर एमपीज को जो है वो पकड़ा जा रहा है, उनको डिटेन किया जा रहा है। ये दृश्य आपको जो है इस समय हम दिखा रहे हैं विजय चौक का। यहाँ पर जितने भी सांसद हैं उनको रोका जा रहा है। प्रमोद तिवारी जी हमारे साथ है। सर, आप लोगों को इस तरीके से रोका जा रहा है, आप क्या कहेंगे? क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर इस पूरे मुद्दे के ऊपर आप?
अरे डोंट टच हर, डोंट टच हर।
आपको हम यहाँ दिखाएंगे किस तरीके से जो है एमपीज हैं उनको पकड़ा जा रहा है, तो वो मना कर रहे हैं। सर, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आप यहाँ प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं।
हम शांतिपूर्वक अपनी महामुहिम राष्ट्रपति से मिलने जा रहे हैं, सारे विरोधी दल के लोग, और मैं नहीं समझता।
आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से टेम्परामेंट्स बहुत हाई हैं, और आपको हम यहाँ पे दृश्य दिखा रहे हैं कि पुलिस उनको पकड़ रही थी और यहाँ पर जो उनको रोका मतलब कि वो रोक रही है कि उनको वहाँ पर खड़े होकर प्रदर्शन करने दिया जाए। जी प्रमोद जी, आप क्या कह रहे हैं?
देखिए, क्या सांसद सदस्य हर दल के, उनको ये अधिकार नहीं है कि वो अपने राष्ट्रपति को ज्ञापन दे सकें?
यहाँ पे हम दिखाएं कि आपको राहुल गांधी और उनके साथ तमाम जितने सांसद हैं यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, और यहाँ से वो आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। यहाँ पर हम गौरव गोगोई से बात करें। आप लोग जाना चाह रहे हैं, आपको जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है?
देखिए, हमारी ये जायज मांग है, और इस मांग को डाल रही है मोदी सरकार। किसी प्रकार का
देखिए कि राहुल गांधी
will try and go across to Mosmi as well, who has more details, and is being joined by Congress workers, Congress leaders marching from Parliament to the President House. What can you tell us, Mosmi, right now?
Right, Sneha, we are at Vijay Chowk, and behind me you can see several layers of police personnel here. Amidst the sea of the entire police personnel that you see here, there are Congress MPs. Pawan, just give a panoramic view of what's happening. This is the North Block on my left that you see, and the MPs are right here at Vijay Chowk. These are scenes that are unraveling on ground zero, where the Congress MPs are up in arms. They've squatted right at the center of.
वो लोग वहाँ पे मौजूद हैं. यहाँ पर जो है विजय चौक के सामने प्रदर्शन चल रहा है. आप देखा जाए यहाँ पर राहुल गांधी जो है वो यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं. उनके साथ तमाम जितने कांग्रेस पार्टी के MPs हैं वो लोग बैठे हैं. यहाँ पे बात जो करने की कोशिश करते हैं हम लोग. ये आपको क्या कहना है औजला जी? आप लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं बैठ के सड़क.
हम प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, ईडी से तंग कर रहे हैं सारे देश को, इसलिए हम प्रेसिडेंट को मेमोरेंडम देने जा रहे हैं. हम सभी सांसद प्रेसिडेंट की तरफ मेमोरेंडम देने जा रहे हैं, लेकिन रास्ते में पुलिस ने ये रोक दिया है. ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है.
Well, I would like to show you what is happening at ground zero. We are here at the outside the Vijay Chowk, where Rahul Gandhi, along with all the Congress Party MPs, are present here and are protesting. Well, they have been raising these slogans here. You can see that they are holding a placard saying "Yudh Tanashai ke Virudh." Here, their number of MPs are present here. They are protesting over here. Mr. Hussain, you also are sitting and setting up protest. What do you have to say?
See the kind of political vendetta that is being unleashed by Bharatiya Janata Party and the Modi Sarkar. We are against it. And not only it's the Congress party leaders, all opposition party leaders are being targeted and harassed. That's the reason why we are up in arms and in streets.
Well, what now we are showing you at the moment is that Congress former President Rahul Gandhi is sitting on the floor and he is staging a protest at the moment. Well, the MPs of the Congress party are present here at ground zero. You can see they were protesting at the ground zero. And what is happening over here is that all the MPs are protesting here at the moment. The Delhi police is also here. Rahul Gandhi is sitting here, and you can see as to how all the MPs are holding a placard saying such na dara hai na darega. They are holding the placards of the Congress president. Well, this is what is happening here. Delhi police is present there. They're trying to they were trying to detain them, but they said no, we will sit here and protest. That is the Parliament House, and behind me is the Vijay Chowk where we are present here, and you can see that it's Sonia Gandhi along with all the senior leaders of the Congress president are present here. Well, what is happening here is that that at the moment they are protesting. Sir, आप frame में हो?
Okay, these are pictures from Vijay Chowk, right between the Rashtrapati Bhavan and Parliament House, where Congress MPs have reached and are marching towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. Mosmi is with us for more on that. Mosmi, in fact,
Right, Sneha. Mallikarjun Kharge is right here, and you can see that all the Congress MPs are protesting. Yesterday the party had said that, you know, Kharge was disrespected as far as his position in the House is concerned and the seating arrangement is concerned. Kharge साहब, क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? यहाँ पे विजय चौक पर आप लोग क्यों इस तरह से लागू हैं?
देखिए, हम सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं और सत्याग्रह जब करते हैं उन्होंने आगे हमको बढ़ने नहीं दे रहे हैं. प्रेसिडेंट के पास जाने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो आगे छोड़ रहे नहीं. इसीलिए यहीं बैठ के हम सत्याग्रह कर रहे हैं. हम जो प्राइस के मुद्दे पे और जो आज हर चीज के कीमतें बढ़े हैं, GST पे, और उसके साथ साथ ईडी और CBI का जो दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, उसके सभी विषयों को लेकर यहाँ पर हम बैठे हैं.
आप लोग धक्का क्यों दे रहे हैं, हमें नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. आप लोग धक्का दे रहे हैं, हम लोग गिर जाएंगे. यहाँ पे देखिए स्नेहा, all the Congress MPs are sitting along with Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi earlier in the day had gone to the ED but left from ED to come here to protest, while all the Congress MPs are seated right here. We try to GST पे चर्चा करो. केसी वेणुगोपाल यहाँ पे आइए, केसी वेणुगोपाल से बात करें। मिस्टर वेणुगोपाल, what is your protest?
The government is not allowing any discussion on price rise. People are fed up with price rise, and they are not ready to discuss about the vendetta politics of Enforcement Directorate. No issue is being discussed. Parliament, this government is making Parliament as a mockery. Therefore, we are going to give a memorandum to the President of India. That also police is not allowing.
You are going to give a memorandum to the President?
A memorandum with us. They are stopped. These police people are not allowing. That is the problem.
So this is a big news that a memorandum, Congress wants to give a memorandum to the President of India regarding the subversion of democracy, how the entire democratic process is being subverted. Let's try and, it's quite an exercise actually to reach out to the MPs. Imran Saab, क्या विरोध है आप लोग का?
सरकार सदन से लगातार भाग रही है, महंगाई पर चर्चा नहीं कर रही है, एजेंसियों के दुरुपयोग पर चर्चा नहीं कर रही है। हमारा प्रतिरोध, हमारा विरोध इसलिए है क्योंकि आप लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में लोकतंत्र की हत्या कर रहे हैं। 4 सांसदों को आपने सस्पेंड कर दिया लोकसभा में सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि वो सदन में महंगाई पर बात करना चाहते थे, गरीब जनता के लिए।
आज आप लोग का विरोध ईडी को लेके है कि महंगाई को लेके, कि सारे मुद्दे एक साथ?
महंगाई को लेकर के भी है और एजेंसियों के दुरुपयोग को लेकर के भी है।
रजनी पाटिल जी, क्या कहना है?
जवाब दो। ये जिस तरह से ये सरकार कारोबार कर रही है और अगर 8-10 दिन से हम उनको जवाब मांग रहे हैं, महंगाई पे चर्चा मांग रहे हैं और हम बोल रहे हैं कि जीएसटी वापस ले लो, सदन में चर्चा करो। आज गौर गरीब विद्यार्थी, हमारे मध्यम वर्गीय, ये सब लोग जल रहे हैं, महंगाई भी जल रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर चर्चा नहीं कर रहे हैं और आज हमें रास्ते में उतरना पड़ रहा है। हम चाहते हैं कि इसके ऊपर सदन में चर्चा हो। हम राष्ट्रपति को ज्ञापन देना चाह रहे थे, वो ज्ञापन देने की चाह नहीं रहे हैं। आज ईडी को नोटिस दे दे के हमें धमकाया जा रहा है। सदन के अंदर और सदन के बाहर हमारे आवाज को दबाया जा रहा है। हम ये नहीं देंगे।
लगातार का ये आरोप है कि अगर ईडी जांच कर रही है तो उसको जांच करने दीजिए, ईडीसी की जांच से क्यों भागा जा रहा है? कैमरा उधर है सर।
हमारी मांग है कि महंगाई पे चर्चा हो। हमारी मांग है कि सरकारी एजेंसियों के दुरुपयोग पे, सरकारी एजेंसी द्वारा विपक्षी नेताओं को निशाने पे लेने के, उनकी आवाज को दबाने के प्रयासों पर चर्चा हो। ये हमारी
Pictures of Congress MPs in fact were marching to Rashtrapati Bhavan. Rahul Gandhi MP from Wayanad also there. Congress's leader in Lok Sabha Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Mallikarjun Kharge, senior leaders of the party, members of parliament, in fact saying that these investigations are unwarranted. There is no scam, demanding justice from the president, trying to make a point about how ED is being misused by the BJP-led central government to score political points and to settle political scores. That's what the Congress has been saying. The Congress is talking about misusing of agencies and the ED saying that the Gandhis are being deliberately targeted by the BJP, trying to settle political scores with them. In fact, there are several MPs now marching towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, saying that the misuse of agencies must be stopped. There is heavy police presence also in this entire area, where the police, Delhi police in fact has imposed section 144, but with little effect there. Rahul Gandhi also, who was in fact, Supriya Bhardwaj in fact is at the location. This is right outside Vijay Chowk and she is getting us these details. Let's go straight to Supriya.
आजा फ्रेम दे दे, फ्रेम दे लाइव इधर आजा।
These are pictures in fact coming in from Vijay Chowk, where the members of parliament there and Congress workers are being detained by the Delhi police. Remember, this protest and the march to Rashtrapati Bhavan was not permitted by the Delhi police. The Delhi police in fact had imposed section 144 in this entire area, anticipating trouble. And now, so Priya has more on that. So Priya, the MPs have been detained.
Along with all the Congress senior MPs are present here. They moved here from Sneha at the Vijay Chowk. I'd like to show you what is going on. Here are the Congress MPs who are present here, and they had come all the way from the Vijay Chowk. And here you can see what is going on over here. Rahul Gandhi is there. At the same time, also you can see as to how the MPs are being detained. Well, we'll try to get a word over here. You can see as to how Rahul Gandhi is trying to protect his MPs over here, and we would like to show you as to how he is. There is this women MPs being dragged by Delhi police, and we'd like to show you what is going on at ground zero over here at Vijay Chowk. Well, sir, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे जो हो रही है?
ये देखिए क्या हो रहा है, ये क्या बर्ताव हो रहा है। हम केवल शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से राष्ट्रपति जी तक ज्ञापन ही तो देना चाहते थे। महंगाई पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए, अग्निवीर योजना पे चर्चा हो, सरकारी एजेंसी के दुरुपयोग पे चर्चा हो, यही हम चाहते थे।
Well, you can see over here what is happening is that the MPs are present here, and the Congress MPs are being dragged, and how you can see that what is going on over here is that MPs who are sitting here and staging the protest are being dragged here. They're being detained by the cops, and at the moment you can see what is going on at ground zero. Well, Congress party's MP wanted to go and give a memorandum, and here at ground zero you can see as to how the MPs are being dragged at the moment, and there's a massive showdown happening between Delhi police and the Congress MPs. Well, Sneha, see as to how the Delhi police is trying to drag the MPs who are sitting here and staging a protest. Rahul Gandhi is also present here. Congress President Sonia Gandhi, the questioning is going on at the ED office, and here you can see we just spoke to Mr. Dipendra Hooda, who said that look what is going on, how the MPs are being dragged. Well, that's Imran Pratap Gadi. We'd like to show you as to how the situation is. Rahul Gandhi himself is trying to stop the cops over here. He's saying that this is not the way. There are other peoples also who are present here. See, he is actually trying to tell the cops that this is not the way to drag the people, but what is going on over here is that cops are trying to take away the MPs from here. And right now, this is the commotion which is going on at Vijay Chowk. The MPs started a protest march from the Parliament House, where Gandhi's statue they were protesting, and they were walking all the way to President House. They said they wanted to give a memorandum to the President of India, but when they were stopped by Delhi police, this is what is happening at ground zero, where the MPs sit down over here, and they are now being dragged and are being detained. We like to show you what is going on at the ground zero, where Rahul Gandhi is still and the protest is going on by the Congress's MPs. Well, there is at ground zero is that MPs were staging a protest, and they think that what is happening is that MPs started a from the Congress headquarters. Congress President Ms. Sonia Gandhi left, and now there's this chat happening between Mr. Gandhi and the Delhi police. We try to get in a word what is happening.
Why? Why are you giving me special?
Because you are misrule of this government, and we have been protesting against peaceful way.
All right. Our India Today reporters right there on ground, bringing us the latest live visuals of the Congress fury right on the streets as Sonia Gandhi now summoned for the second time to the Enforcement Directorate. I'm going to cut across to Supriya Bharadwaj yet again.
What is
She's
happening
right there
here at the moment? The Rahul Gandhi is trying to ask as to why the officials are detaining them. Try to get a word. So what is going on at the moment?
Members of Parliament, whether it is from PMC, everyone is using this route. I think you must have also gone by this route only.
What
is the problem? We want to go there. Why are you stopping us?
Sir, that is not allowed.
Just MP. We want to go to president to give a jyapon.
Sir, you can take time, and after taking time, you can go. Random march is not allowed.
स्टाफ ले लेगा उनका कोई स्टाफ ले लेगा
You also know that there is no point.
You can see as to how the MPs of the Congress party are trying to reason out with the Delhi police as to why they are not being allowed. Now, Dipendra Hooda is also saying the same thing, that they want to go all the way to the president's house and they should be allowed to move from here. Well, the Congress's MPs are saying that they should be allowed, and here you can see as to how Delhi police is detaining the MPs and they are being dragged. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and other MPs were detained. At the moment, we are seeing what is we are trying to get in a word as to what is going on at the moment. Mr. Gandhi along with the other MPs of the Congress party are present here, and Mrs. Sonia Gandhi at the moment is in the ED office and the questioning is going over there. The Congress party has launched a satyagraha all the way from the Gandhi statue in the parliament, from where they started the march, and now here we'd like to show you what is going on at ground zero, where all the MPs are present along with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. They staged a march all the way from Gandhi statue in the Parliament House and were heading towards the President's house when the Delhi police stopped them, and they said they were not allowed because Section 144 has been imposed. And at the moment you can see what is going on at ground zero is that Delhi police senior officials are having a talk with the MPs of the Congress party. The MPs are saying that all they want to do is go and meet the president and hand over a memorandum in both the houses of the parliament. Congress party has moved adjournment motion as far as the alleged misuse of the agencies is concerned.
गिर्द दोनों तरफ सांसद आपको नजर आ जाएंगे. यहाँ पे फूलो देवी नेता
कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं नहीं पता, कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं. मोदी जी का गुंडा राज, गुंडा पुलिस कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं नहीं पता किसी को, कहाँ लेके जा रहे हैं.
आप लोग जो है कहा जा रहा है कि कानून तोड़ रही है, यहाँ विजय चौक पे धरना धारा 144
अपने अधिकार के मांगों के लिए कोई कानून नहीं तोड़ा है. हम तो अपना सदन में चर्चा कराने के लिए मांग रख रहे हैं. हमारी बात को अनसुनी की जा रही है और दादागिरी और तानाशाही के साथ बर्ताव किया जा रहा है.
और देखिए यहाँ पे पूरा आमने सामने है पुलिस, तमाम पुलिस कर्मियों को भरा गया है. पुलिस कर्मी अंदर. अखिलेश जी क्या हुआ?
अरे ये तो एकदम जैसे लगता है पुलिस स्टेट हो गया है. हम लोग पीसफुल प्रोसेशन में ले जा रहे थे अपना ज्ञापन देने राष्ट्रपति जी को, और वहां जाने से रोका गया. हम लोग सड़क पर बैठे, फिर जबरदस्ती पुलिस हम लोगों को पता नहीं कहां ले जा रही है, ये भी नहीं मालूम है. ये लोग बता भी नहीं पा रहे हैं.
पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे कह रहे हैं हंगामा खड़ा करने की.
हम लोग क्या हंगामा खड़ा किए? प्राइस राइज पर डिस्कशन चाहते थे हाउस में भी, वही बात हम लोग बाहर भी कर रहे थे.
देखिए पूरी
and hand over the memorandum, but here the situation at ground zero is that Delhi police has already detained a lot of senior Congress leaders. Some of them were dragged from Vijay Chowk, and at the same time now the only MPs who are present here, you can see as to what the heated arguments is going on, trying to get in the word what is happening at the ground zero.
यहाँ नहीं करेंगे तो कहाँ करेंगे? हम धरना नहीं देने देते हो. राजघाट जाना है, राजघाट की मंजूरी नहीं देते तो कहाँ जाएंगे? रोड पे ही रहेंगे हम. उसके बाप का, मोदी के बाप का सब कुछ लोकतंत्र को मार रहा है.
इजाजत नहीं है.
Well, you can see that how the MPs are trying to reason out with the leaders. They are saying that where here is Mr. Dipendra Hooda and Mr. Rahul Gandhi who are present here along with other MPs. Mr. Gandhi also staged a sit-down protest when the MPs were not allowed to move towards the Parliament House. All the MPs were sitting here and staging a protest, and now you can see as to how Dipendra Hooda is being detained by the Delhi police. The only people who are left here is Mr. Gandhi along with Mr. Nasir Hussain and other leaders. We will try to get in a word with Mr. Gandhi as to how is happening at the moment, that we will try to get in a word as to how this here is. The MPs are staging a protest, while Gaurav Gogoi and others are protesting here at ground zero, and we will try to get a word from these MPs who are protesting.
अब क्या सांस लेने की अनुमति भी नहीं मिलेगी हमें।
कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं आपको?
आज आपकी विज्ञापन हो गई।
तो यहाँ पे जवाब उनके पास भी नहीं है। आइए शुभांकर, आपको दिखाते हैं। मौजूद है और
that Rahul Gandhi along with all the Congress party's MPs are present here and what is going on at ground zero. The MPs are being detained in a way and we'll try to show you what is going on over here is that there was a reasoning that was going on between the Delhi police and the Congress MPs. They're not being allowed to move from here. The MPs are being detained one after the other. That is Mr. Dipendra Hooda, who has been detained at the moment. Mr. Gandhi is present here. He has been also detained at the moment. You can see Mr. Uttam Reddy is detained. There are other MPs also who are present here. And here, the commotion which is going on over here is that Rahul Gandhi is present here. And along with him are the other Congress party senior leaders. The Delhi police is present.
और इस सांसदों को गौरव गोगोई से लेके उठाने की कोशिश हो रही है। ये आखिरी मोर्चा बचा है सांसदों का कांग्रेस के। विनीत जी एक सेकंड।
अरे किसान विरोधी मोदी सरकार।
गौरव
क्या कहा जा रहा है?
3 सांसदों को भर के ले गए, कहाँ ले गए?
अरे मोदी शाही नहीं चलेगी।
तो यहाँ पे आप देखिए लगातार राहुल गांधी यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं और कांग्रेस के तमाम सांसद कुछ इस तरह से शुभांकर अपना विरोध दर्ज कर रहे हैं।
ये कहना है कि
शुभांकर, आपको आवाज मिल रही है?
Now, here you can see the MPs have been detained in this very fashion by the Delhi police. Now, left is...
जी जी
ये कौन है? राइट से कौन है? मीडिया वाला है।
हाँ हाँ।
all the agencies, CBI, they are being used against the inside the devices.
बिल्कुल देखिए जिस तरह से टॉप गियर में काफी आक्रामक कांग्रेस पिछली बार नजर आई थी सड़कों पर और खूब धरना दिया गया था, सोनिया गांधी का काफिला बदला गया था, उससे इतर इस बारी संसद से लेके कांग्रेस दफ्तर तक द्विकोना एक तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट हुआ है। और यहाँ पे राहुल गांधी की तस्वीरें आप विजय चौक पर देख रहे हैं। तो आप देखिए, मैं आपको दिखाती हूँ, यहाँ पे पार्लियामेंट महज 10 कदम की दूरी पर है। ये है पार्लियामेंट संसद। तरफ पूरा सत्ता के गलियां, देश के टॉप 4 मंत्री, प्रधानमंत्री यही बैठते हैं। दाई तरफ विजय चौक है जहां से रिपब्लिक डे की परेड भी गुजरती है और ये वो विजय चौक है जिसने कई सरकारें देखी, सियासत के कई अखाड़े देखे। तो ऐसे में कांग्रेस को लगा कहीं ना कहीं, ये देखिए उठा के सांसदों को जो ले जाया जा रहा है, इसमें राहुल गांधी भी है। राहुल गांधी को किनारे ले जाया गया है। अभी राहुल गांधी यहाँ से हिलने को तैयार नहीं हो रहे हैं। और पवन, एक तरीके से टॉप एंगल से हम आपको दिखाते हैं। भाई साहब एक मिनट हटिएगा। पवन देखिए, शुभांकर, इससे आपको टॉप एंगल व्यू मिलेगा कि हम लोग दरअसल हैं कहाँ। ये विजय चौक है, बीच में पुलिस के पूरे घेरे में राहुल गांधी हैं और उनके साथ दीपेंद्र हुड्डा, शायद उनको भी ले जाया गया है। एक एक करके सांसदों को गोदी में दोनों चारों हाथ पैर पकड़ के बसों में भरा जा रहा है। और यहाँ विनीत पुनिया साथ में खड़े थे। अब राहुल गांधी सिर्फ एकमात्र बचे हैं। चारों तरफ पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस है, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस है और वो देखिए बस खड़ी है, उस बस में भर के ले जाना है। पर राहुल गांधी लगातार जाने को तैयार नहीं है। वो कह रहे हैं कि आपको उठा के लेके जाना है, आप उठा के लेके जाइए, मैं यहाँ से नहीं हटूंगा। ये संदेश बेहद आक्रामक तेवर, और बगल में है संसद, नई पार्लियामेंट भी आपको नजर आ जाएगी और पुरानी संसद भी नजर आ जाएगी। प्रमोद तिवारी वहाँ खड़े हैं, उनसे पूछते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं राहुल गांधी, क्या बोल रहे हैं, निकल नहीं रहे हैं यहाँ से।
राहुल गांधी शांतिपूर्वक अहिंसात्मक ढंग से लगातार उनके नेतृत्व में हम 7 दिन से महंगाई का मुद्दा उठा रहे हैं। अंदर संसद में नहीं उठाने देते।
आपको कोई नहीं पकड़ के ले जा रहा है?
राष्ट्रपति को बात अपनी रखने जा रहे हैं।
आपको नहीं पकड़ा जाए?
मैं राहुल जी के साथ जा रहा हूँ और राहुल जी के साथ हम तो डिटेन हो चुके हैं। बैठेंगे हम लोग, सब बैठेंगे, जाएंगे एक एक।
बाहर कहीं स्टैंड से तो नहीं देख रहे दृश्य?
नहीं, आज तक नहीं देखा। संघर्ष करेंगे, भारत की जनता के लिए अंतिम सांस तक संघर्ष करेंगे।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए प्रमोद तिवारी यहाँ पे खड़े हुए हैं और राहुल गांधी अब अकेले बचे हैं। शुभांकर, ये पूरी तस्वीर आप देखिए, सियासी नाटक यहाँ पे नजर आ रहा है। किस तरह से राहुल गांधी को पीछे कभी काफिला, पूरा एक झुंड है, जैसे कि आप देखिए, कभी काफिला पुलिस का उधर बढ़ता है, कभी इधर बढ़ता है, कभी पीछे बढ़ता है। राहुल गांधी क्या कह रहे हैं, कितनी भीड़ है, इसलिए क्या हुआ
कर रहा है। इस गाड़ी में हम लोग ले जाना चाह रहे हैं, राहुल जी बोले उसमें जाएंगे।
अच्छा, अब ये पता चला है कि इस गाड़ी में राहुल गांधी को ले जाना चाहती है पुलिस, लेकिन राहुल गांधी इस गाड़ी में जाने को तैयार नहीं है। वो कह रहे हैं मैं बाकी सांसदों के साथ उस गाड़ी में जाऊंगा। इसीलिए आप देख रहे हैं, हम लोग पहले ही आपको बता रहे थे कि कभी पुलिस का झुंड इधर बढ़ता है राहुल गांधी के साथ और कभी उधर बढ़ता है, पर राहुल गांधी इस बात पे अड़े हैं कि मैं अलग से गाड़ी में नहीं जाऊंगा, मैं बाकी सांसदों के साथ जाऊंगा। और बाकी सांसदों की बस तो ऑलरेडी एक्सीलेटर पकड़ रही है। शुभांकर, हाँ बताइए।
तमाम जितने कांग्रेस
All right, that's Moshmi who's standing right there by the parliament. We're seeing protests escalating as the Congress party who sought for permission were denied permission to carry out these protests. Despite the Congress saying that this was satyagraha, one can recollect the 21st of July when protests broke out, when Sonia Gandhi for the first time was called in by the...
देश में महंगाई से लोग परेशान हैं, सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को गलत तरीके से उपयोग किया जा रहा है, अग्निपथ इश्यूज पे ना पार्लियामेंट के अंदर बोलने देते हैं, 80 सांसद क्या राष्ट्रपति को नहीं मिल सकते हैं, उसको भी मिलने से रोका जा रहा है। तो हमारा सत्याग्रह है, लड़ते रहेंगे।
महंगाई लाई सरकार की जय, ऐसा तो नहीं बोलेंगे हम।
All right, we're bringing you reactions. Remember, the 21st of July protests that broke out turned to be violent, far from satyagraha. And this time when the Congress party in fact reached out to the police for permission was flatly denied for protests. And now we're seeing a similar kind of protests where protesters have been forcing their way towards the parliament. Let me quickly cut across to Amit Bharadwaj, joining us for live updates. Amit, give us an understanding
अगर आप तस्वीर देख पा रहे हैं शुभांकर, तो अकेले राहुल गांधी यहाँ पे बचे हैं। सारे सांसद बसों में भर लिए गए हैं। एकमात्र दीपेंद्र हुड्डा भी चले गए जो उनके साथ थे, उनको भी पुलिस ने उठा लिया है। अब यहाँ पे हम गिनते हैं कितने सांसद बचे हैं। कितने सांसद बचे? राहुल गांधी, अकेले राहुल गांधी जमीन पर बैठ गए हैं। शुभांकर, हम उन्हीं के साथ देख रहे हैं कि भीतर जाना बेहद मुश्किल है। राहुल तो यहाँ राहुल गांधी बीच में बैठ गए हैं, अकेले राहुल गांधी बचे हैं, बाकी सांसद यहाँ से जा चुके हैं। तो सर क्या कह रहे हैं राहुल गांधी?
All right, let me quickly cut across to Supriya Bharadwaj, also at the spot. Supriya, what do you see right behind you?
The Delhi police is trying to push away everybody who was present here. Well, Nabila, I would like to show you what is going on at ground zero, which is Vijay Chowk. Well, the Congress MPs started a march all the way from Parliament House and reached here at the Vijay Chowk. The commotion which is happening right now is around Rahul Gandhi, who is present here, and all the other MPs have been detained. And now Mr. Gandhi is present here, and the Delhi police is trying their level best to take him, to detain him. This is what is going on. He was earlier saying that he should be detained along with the same people as when the other MPs were in a way detained. Now we'll like to show you what is going on over here. There is a massive police presence over here. Mr. Gandhi is here, and along with him there are other Congress MPs who were there, have been detained. The only person left over here at Vijay Chowk is Mr. Rahul Gandhi. We'd like to show you what is going on over here is that Rahul Gandhi is standing here over here, and here he is now sitting at the moment. He is present here at ground zero. He is sitting at the moment over here, and he's trying we'll try to get in a word. I'll ask Nasir to just lift the camera and show you as to how Rahul Gandhi is now once again sitting on at the street. And we'd like to show you what is going over here is that Rahul Gandhi is saying that if police has to detain them, then he have to literally drag him all the way. Well, this is what is going on over here at ground zero. The police is making a clearing area. I'd like Nasir to show you as to how Rahul Gandhi is sitting over here. The entire area has been cordoned over here. The entire area has been made into a chain over here by Delhi police. Rahul Gandhi is sitting on the street. This is Vijay Chowk where we are at the moment, and the Delhi police is, we'll try to show you what is going on over here. Delhi police is trying to make a chain, and from here, Rahul Gandhi was sitting here, will be detained. So we can say one thing, that Delhi police is all set to detain Rahul Gandhi. All the other MPs have already been detained, and over here, right now, we'd like to show you as to how the Delhi police is making a chain over here, and what is going on is at the moment is that the Delhi police is trying to reason out with Rahul Gandhi that he should just walk, but he's now sitting down there at the street. And I'll ask Nasir to show you the situation over here. A chain has been made. It's just a couple of minutes from now that when Rahul Gandhi most likely will be detained by the Delhi police. All the other MPs have been detained. Rahul Gandhi wanted to go along with the other MPs of the Congress party, but he was singled out over here. Right now, Delhi police and the senior officials are actually, we are trying to show you what is going on are actually trying to reason out with Rahul Gandhi. The media is present in large number. The Congress MPs stage a protest march all the way from the Parliament House. Congress President Sonia Gandhi at the moment is at the ED office. The questioning is going on. Priyanka Gandhi, her daughter, is there along with her. But here at ground zero, where we are at Vijay Chowk, Rahul Gandhi is sitting here and staging a protest. The Delhi police's top cops are trying to reason out with him. He earlier said that he wanted to go along with all the MPs, but the police didn't allow that. Now there's a special van which has been called over here. Mr. Gandhi at the moment is sitting on the street. We'd like to show you as to how he's sitting on the street. The Delhi police is not letting the people see the visual over here, but there you can see, if I'll ask Nasir to just sit down and he can show as to how Rahul Gandhi is at the moment sitting on the street, and the Delhi police is trying their level best to take him from here, to detain him, because he's a CRPF Z plus security protectee. So he is at the moment being sitting over there. There you can see that Rahul Gandhi is sitting. At the moment, Delhi police officials are not letting. Now what is happening is that it seems that Rahul Gandhi is now being taken away from Vijay Chowk. You can see as to how the Delhi police is not letting us also stand over here, and there you can see that Rahul Gandhi is sitting here, and all the senior top police cops or officials are present here, and Rahul Gandhi is now being reasoned out with the cops. He's still sitting there, and what we are hearing is that the cops are trying to take him from here. They're trying to detain him, but he's not leaving. He's sitting there. He said he's going to sit here and continue his protest at Vijay Chowk. Well, the Congress party is protesting against the misuse of the central agencies. They are saying that central agencies have been misused allegedly by the central government, and they're targeting the opposition leaders. There's a political vendetta. At the same time here, what we like to show you is that there Rahul Gandhi, you can see, is sitting at ground zero.
Supriya, help us understand and our viewers understand that the rest of the Congress leaders have been taken away, detained, but Rahul Gandhi has been left behind. The police are trying to communicate with him to move from the spot, but they're not using force on Rahul Gandhi. Is that right?
Well, as far as all the Congress MPs are concerned, they were detained. Some of them were dragged. However, Rahul Gandhi was left in for the last because he's in Z plus security. At the moment, you can see as to how Rahul Gandhi is sitting on the street, and along with him, there are a lot of Delhi police officials also present here. And that is the bus I would like to show you. This is a bus in which Rahul Gandhi will be taken. This bus is already stationed. Delhi police has made a chain. You can see on both the sides there is just chain which has been made, and and it's just a couple of minutes time. What we are learning from Delhi police officials is that Mr. Gandhi most likely will be detained by the Delhi police. Already all the MPs have been detained. Mr. Gandhi wanted to go along with the other MPs when they were being detained, but Delhi police didn't allow that. And now you can see as to how the situation over here is panning out. It is actually at the Vijay Chowk. These are these very electrifying scenes that we are witnessing. It is unprecedented that what is going on over here. Rahul Gandhi sitting on the street, staging a protest. His mother, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, at the moment is at the ED office where the questioning is going on. Congress party raised the matter in both the houses, whether it's Rajya Sabha or the Lok Sabha, and said that the adjournment, the house's other businesses should be adjourned, and the discussion on the misuse of the agencies by the central government is the issue that the opposition wants to discuss. But that didn't happen. What you see us seeing here at ground zero is that Rahul Gandhi along with the other MPs are present here. But now what is going on is that Delhi police officials have in a way made circles around Mr. Gandhi. He's a very VVIP MP. He is a security, is Z plus security in the country. And right now there's a proper protocol which has to be followed. His own security men are surrounding him. He's sitting at the moment at Vijay Chowk on the street. And Nabila, this is what is going on. I'll ask Nasir to just show you around what is the scene here. Now, well, the Congress MPs started a march all the way from Parliament House and reached here where we are at Vijay Chowk. They wanted to go to the President's house, which is just 1 kilometer away on Raisina roads, but they were stopped here by Delhi police. They said Section 144 has been imposed. A lot of detailed discussions we saw was going on between the Delhi police as well as within themselves, as well as with the MPs. They were trying to reason out with them. They were trying to tell them that Mr. Gandhi should...
You know, Supriya, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal, who's joining us right from the Congress headquarters, right outside. Aishwarya, over to you. What's the tamasha we see there by the Congress leaders? Have they been restricted from moving towards the ED office?
Well, we are, Nabila, at the moment seeing a lot of clashes taking place between the supporters of the Congress party, the protesters. You know, the visuals that we will cut to, you will see that they are standing on the barricades. The protesters are now standing on the barricades. They are trying to break through the barricades. There will be buses which will be called. Very heavy police deployment here, right outside AICC. The sloganeering is going on. These people are trying to break through the barricade. The police is trying to stop them right outside AICC headquarters. These are the visuals that we are getting you. These are the barricades which these protesters are trying to break through. The police on the other side is also ready. Already 3 buses full of protesters. The police have detained 3 buses full of protesters. The women constables, the women people, as you can see in large numbers here, they are here so that they can take the women protesters and detain them. On the other side, we have these people. We have the RAF on the other side. It's very tense right outside the Congress office at the AICC office. You know, the protesters are now protesting. The police is keeping a very close eye. From what we are understanding, another bus will be called, and right at this spot, these protesters will be detained. Nabila.
You know, could you tell us the big names, Aishwarya, at this point who've been moved out by the police? We know that Rahul Gandhi still remains untouched since he has Z plus security, so they're not using force on Rahul Gandhi. Even as he's seated there, the police encircling him, but not moving him out with force. While on the contrary, we're seeing the rest of the Congress leadership and the members at large have been pulled out by the police, and they've been, many of them been detained. They've been moved into vans and buses and taken away from those spots, the parliament. In fact, let me cut across to Aishwarya for more on that. Aishwarya, give us some big names within the Congress party who have been taken away by the police at this point.
Well, let me tell you, see, we cut to visuals, Nabila. This is the bus which has been brought in by the Delhi police. This is the same bus in which protesters will now be detained. Already 3 buses full of protesters have been moved from right outside AICC headquarters. The police now filling this bus also with the protesters. The protesters are now being asked to go inside the bus. Detaining is taking place of the protesters. From what we understand, Ashok Gehlot is still inside the AICC headquarters. We could see him come out in just a couple of minutes. Apart from him, the youth Congress leader, Srinivas, has already been detained. He was separately detained by the police in a car. Now these visuals, just cutting to the visuals. Police now detaining those protesters who were sloganeering, detaining them, pushing them in the bus. This bus will now move to the police station. There's a clash which is taking place. Sloganeering is still taking place. Police right outside the ICC headquarters trying to maintain the law and order. The protesters are continuing with the slogans. We could see Ashok Gehlot also come out in just a couple of minutes from now. Apart from that, all the other leaders, the major Congress leaders, are with Rahul Gandhi at Vijay Chowk. Nabila.
At this point, to remind our viewers, these are protests by the Congress party members across the country. In fact, we're seeing protests against the Enforcement Directorate summons to the interim president of the Congress party, Sonia Gandhi. She's been summoned for the second time. And here, the Congress now condemning the ED summons, saying this is misuse of central agencies. The BJP trying to arm twist the opposition and shut their voice. This is dangerous for democracy. These are words of the Congress party. In fact, leaders there claiming that the central government trying to muscle down a principal opposition party in a bid to destroy democracy in the country. These are allegations being leveled by the Congress party members, while Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi are being probed by the Enforcement Directorate on irregularities with regards to the National Herald case. It's corruption allegation, ED probing into the matter, but here is the Congress party members not allowing for the investigation to complete, but before that, seated in dharna, calling this satyagraha and condemning the Enforcement Directorate. Here are some visuals coming in where it appears that Rahul Gandhi...
महंगाई की बात उठा रहे थे, सरकार नहीं चाहती है कि महंगाई की बात उठाई जाए, तो अरेस्ट कर लिया। सिर्फ महंगाई का मुद्दा है, महंगाई और बेरोजगारी का ही मामला है।
संसद चल रही है, आप लोग डिटेन कर लिएगा, राष्ट्रपति से मिलने का अधिकार भी नहीं है क्या? आप
नहीं, अधिकार नहीं है।
बीजेपी ये कह रही है तो सबसे है, चाहे राहुल गांधी हो कोई और।
लगातार कह रहे थे तो जो कांग्रेस मुख्यालय है
for about an hour now since Sonia Gandhi reached the Enforcement Directorate's office. This is round 2 for Sonia Gandhi as she's being grilled while she and the family claims that she is unwell. Despite her health condition, Enforcement Directorate, not sparing her, has summoned Sonia Gandhi for the second time. The last time, on the 21st of July, when Sonia Gandhi was summoned, questioning ended, grilling ended in about 2 hours' time. And the ED had claimed that it was ended on the request of Sonia Gandhi, while the Congress hit out, saying that it was the Enforcement Directorate who decided to end grilling Sonia Gandhi at that point. So, what are words at that point too? Now this is the second round of questioning. The ED has summoned Sonia Gandhi. Priyanka Gandhi has accompanied Sonia. She's right there present at the Enforcement Directorate's office, but in a separate room. Sonia Gandhi flanked by her counsel as well as her doctor. She's right now facing grilling in the National Herald case, misappropriation of funds, and hers and Rahul Gandhi's involvement in the deal. Rahul Gandhi at this point, these are live visuals coming in, has been detained. He has been rounded up by the police.
राहुल आप गिरफ्तारी देंगे क्या? राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग देंगे क्या? राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग देंगे क्या? अधिकारी समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
All right, Rahul Gandhi there now detained by the police. In fact, the police did not use force all the while, waited to convince Rahul Gandhi to move the spot himself, but didn't seemed like he wanted to budge, and it appears now the police has to finally use some kind of force, move him out, physically escort him to the van, and he be moved out from that spot. In fact, many of the Congress leaders who have been protesting, they've already been detained by the police, but the police left out Rahul Gandhi as he has Z+ security. He has been sitting there, not budging from that spot, protesting as his mother is being grilled. Let's listen to what Rahul Gandhi had to say.
राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? हमारी समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उन्हें, लेकिन राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? हमारी समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उन्हें, लेकिन राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? हमारी समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उन्हें, लेकिन राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? हमारी समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उन्हें, लेकिन राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग लेंगे क्या? हमारी समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं उन्हें, लेकिन पुलिस ने हिरासत में ले लिया है और अब ये बस का मूवमेंट हो रहा है।
After much resistance, they've successfully managed to move Rahul Gandhi out of that spot and detained him. In fact, the police, while taking away many of the Congress leaders, deliberately left out Rahul Gandhi, waited up until they communicated with him and probably amicably tried to amicably move him out of that spot, but that didn't happen. He's been protesting vehemently as we see his mother is being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for the second day. July 21st was the first round of questioning for Sonia Gandhi. In fact, this is possibly the first time that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi have been interrogated by central agencies. This is surely the first time. And at this point, we see that Sonia Gandhi's children, Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, taking to the streets, leading this massive protest by the Congress party, where all grassroots level workers of the Congress have been mobilized from, in fact, the rank and file of the Congress party, all the way from grassroots to the highest category of their leadership, have come out in protest against the Enforcement Directorate summons to the Gandhi family, to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. Today, it's Sonia's turn. She is being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. Of course, this is corruption allegation, which so far the Gandhis have been refuting. They've denied all those allegations, claiming that this is just a way for the BJP to pressurize the Gandhi family only to muscle their voice. In fact, senior leaders of the Congress party were already detained earlier. Rahul Gandhi led the protests against ED summons to Sonia Gandhi in the alleged money laundering case related to the National Herald. Leaders including Ranjit Ranjan, KC Venugopal, Manikam Tagore and several others already detained. Rahul Gandhi now, his turn, as the police take him away and detain him after he was seated for quite a while. He was encircled by the police and his Z+ security, who of course protected him for quite a while as he sat in dharna. He refused to move. The police also not using force on Rahul Gandhi, but eventually he was coaxed to move out of that spot. This is right outside the parliament as Rahul Gandhi protests. The Wayanad MP takes to the streets with the entire Congress leadership, condemning the ED summons issued against his mother, Sonia Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi, again, reminding our viewers, has been claiming to be unwell. She's in fact been unwell for quite a few years now. Her situation had slightly deteriorated post the COVID infection that she had contracted a month ago. And now she had also asked for appearing before the ED on a later date, considering that she wasn't keeping too well. The ED had acknowledged her request, and a month later, after she recovered from COVID-19, is when the ED has summoned her to its office. And the first summons was on July 21st. Today, the second summons to Sonia Gandhi.
राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग देंगे क्या? राहुल आप अरेस्टिंग देंगे क्या? हमारी समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं इन्हें, लेकिन
Motion there, as Rahul Gandhi had refused to move out of that spot. He decided to sit there in dharna, condemning the ED summons. Again, the police tried their best to communicate with him, but did not use force, as he has his Z plus security encircling him, blocking off the police as well. They are bound to protect Rahul Gandhi, and after much coaxing, it appears that he's now been moved out of that spot. These are visuals from just moments ago, before Rahul Gandhi was detained. Rahul Gandhi, at that point, just before he was detained, was seated right here, right outside the parliament, while most of the other Congress leaders were moved out by the police. They were detained and taken away in several buses. The police strategically left behind Rahul Gandhi, ensuring that that force is not used against him, and that they try to coax him to move on his own. Rahul Gandhi refusing to move on his own. Finally, it appears that the police managed to move him out of this spot after much talk and communication. This, again, is just moments before Rahul Gandhi was detained. He was seated right outside the parliament, encircled by his Z plus security, and also the police, who were trying very hard to refrain from using force on Rahul Gandhi and clear him out, as many of the rest of the Congress leaders were already taken away. Rahul Gandhi was left behind as the police very cautiously decided to converse with him, communicate, and then coax him to move out on his own. So they don't have to use force. The police there very delicately handling the situation when it comes to Rahul Gandhi. Aishwarya joining us live from the Congress headquarters for more on that. Aishwarya, a quick word from you on the Congress headquarters and the tamasha that's taking place there.
Well, a lot of women protesters, Nabila, have come out. They are protesting, and now we are seeing the force moving in. We could see a lot of drama. The women police personnel are now trying to detain the women protesters right outside the ICC headquarters. The women police force now trying to detain them. There's a lot of sloganeering taking place. There's a lot of tension at the moment. Just now, an announcement was made that Rahul Gandhi has been detained by the Delhi police, and what you see now is the anger of the protesters, Congress supporters here. They are saying that what the Delhi police has done is not right. Rahul Gandhi was peacefully protesting, but as soon as the been detained, spread out, the women protesters have now come to the fore. They are now protesting, and they will now, in fact, be detained in just a couple of minutes. राहुल गांधी को डिटेन
लेकिन राहुल गांधी को डिटेन कर लिया। यहाँ कांग्रेस पार्टी का हर कार्यकर्ता डिटेन होने के लिए तैयार है। चाहे काला पानी दो, चाहे जहाँ ले चलना हो चलो, हम राहुल गांधी जी के साथ हैं। उनके लिए गिरफ्तारी भी देंगे, उनके लिए काला कुंडा करती है मोदी शाह, अमित शाह की सरकार। ये दोगली सरकार है, सरासर गलत है। मुसलमान हूँ मैं, मुस्लिम, हिंदू मुस्लिम की राजनीति कर रहे हैं। सिर्फ हिंदू मुस्लिम आता है, न बेरोजगारी है, न भत्ता है, न सिलेंडर महंगा हो गया। हम लोग याद नहीं परेशान हो गए हैं।
You know what, Nabila? They are being detained. They are being detained. The women protesters now. We are seeing a fight which is taking place. The women protesters are saying they will not move from here. We have police force on the other side. All of them, they're wanting to detain them. We will see clashes here. The women protesters say that this is their Lakshman Rekha. They are not crossing it. The police, on the other hand, is ready And in fact, you know, the male police personnel are now asking the women police personnel to detain them and to take them in the bus, which is standing right there. Just as the news spread, Nabila, of Rahul Gandhi being detained at Vijay Chowk, the women protesters have now come to the fore. You know, Sanjeev will also show you the photographs of Sonia Gandhi on display. Protesters are holding placards with Sonia Gandhi's photographs, and they are saying they will not budge. And what the Bharatiya Janata Party, what the BJP is trying to do is something that the protesters... Songs now, Nabila. Songs are being sung by the women now. They are challenging the police personnel standing here. They believe that they are within their limits. And now the police personnel now coming. Now they are being detained. What visuals you are seeing on the screen are women protesters being detained. Women protesters now being detained. They are being taken.
राहुल गांधी जो है तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, राहुल गांधी राहुल आप क्या है? राहुल क्या अरेस्ट सर, जिस तरह से मैन हैंडलिंग की गई, आप सांसदों की क्या कहेंगे इस पे? मैं सुनिए, यहाँ पे क्या हुआ? यहाँ पे सारे सांसद आए, हाँ, और उन्होंने महंगाई की बात की, हाँ, और बेरोजगारी की बात की, और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे हैं, हाँ, अंदर बात करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, हाँ, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं। आप जिस तरह से मैन हैंडलिंग की गई और राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते, संसद में अपनी बात नहीं कह सकते, जो स्थितियाँ बनी हुई है उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे? वो तो है, हिंदुस्तान की स्थिति है, पुलिस स्टेट है, वो तो सच्चाई है। अगर मोदी जी राजा है, पुलिस स्टेट है, सांसद अगर राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते तो क्या होगा ऐसी स्थिति में? ये आप मुझे बताइए। मीडिया को भी काफी दूर रखा गया प्रोटेस्ट मार्च के दौरान, बहुत देर से बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सर, क्या आप डिटेल होंगे या आप रुकेंगे यहाँ पर? मैं दोस्त कर ही नहीं रहा। राहुल गांधी वापस, अरे वो कहाँ है? किया जा रहा है, और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे हैं, हाँ, अंदर बात नहीं करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, हाँ, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं। हाँ, आप जिस तरह से मैन हैंडलिंग की गई और राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते, संसद में अपनी बात नहीं कह सकते, जो स्थितियाँ बनी हुई है उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे? वो तो है, हिंदुस्तान की स्थिति है, पुलिस स्टेट है, वो तो सच्चाई है। अगर मोदी जी राजा है, पुलिस स्टेट है, सांसद अगर राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते तो क्या होगा ऐसी स्थिति में? ये आप मुझे बताइए। मीडिया को भी काफी दूर रखा गया प्रोटेस्ट मार्च के दौरान, बहुत देर से बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सर, क्या आप डिटेल होंगे या आप रुकेंगे यहाँ पर? मैं दोस्त कर ही नहीं रहा। और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे हैं, हाँ, अंदर बात नहीं करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, हाँ, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं। हाँ, आप जिस तरह से मैन हैंडलिंग की गई और राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते, संसद में अपनी बात नहीं कह सकते, जो स्थितियाँ बनी हुई है उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे? वो तो है, हिंदुस्तान की स्थिति है, पुलिस स्टेट है, वो तो सच्चाई है। अगर मोदी जी राजा है, पुलिस स्टेट है, सांसद अगर राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते तो क्या होगा ऐसी स्थिति में? ये आप मुझे बताइए। मीडिया को भी काफी दूर रखा गया प्रोटेस्ट मार्च के दौरान, बहुत देर से बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सर, क्या आप डिटेल होंगे या आप रुकेंगे यहाँ पर? मैं दोस्त कर ही नहीं रहा।
All right, that's Rahul Gandhi. He just spoke with the media as he was being detained, as he was being taken away by the police. He has been wanting to meet with the president. He says that how is this fair that the MPs are not able to meet with their own president? It's shameful that they were protesting against price rise.
Madam President, regarding what is happening in the political parties, how they all are being targeted, and as of now, with how the police is trying to talk to Rahul Gandhi, and they want to ask him to leave this particular place. No protest. Yes, Sunil bhai. Chip change karo, chip change karo, chip change karo, Baba, chip change karo.
All right. Those are visuals coming in just moments before Rahul Gandhi was detained. He was seated there. Remember, he's been protesting against his mother being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, but when he did speak with the media, soon after he was moved out of that site, he claimed that they were protesting, the Congress leaders were protesting against price rise. And since they were not allowed to protest, many of them, the police there, were using force on their leaders to move them out. But how fair is this? In a democracy, their own MPs are not allowed to meet with their president. This is precisely the words of Rahul Gandhi. He, though, in fact, claims that they were protesting against price rise. That's precisely what Rahul Gandhi said, that we were protesting against price rise, but yet they were not allowed to protest at that spot. This is right outside the parliament, where a huge number of Congress leaders, all the senior Congress leaders who were protesting, many of them have been detained, and the others were left behind with Rahul Gandhi. And now finally that the entire spot is cleared. This is Rahul Gandhi moments before he was detained. Just a little while ago, these visuals that we bring to you. And right after he was detained, he did, the media tried to catch him there. And here's what he said, listening.
और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे हैं, अंदर बात नहीं करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं। तो आप जिस तरह से मैन हैंडलिंग की गई और राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते, संसद में अपनी बात नहीं कह सकते, जो स्थितियाँ बनी हुई है उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे? ये तो है, हिंदुस्तान की स्थिति है, पुलिस स्टेट है, ये तो सच्चाई है। अगर मोदी जी राजा है, पुलिस स्टेट है, सांसद अगर राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते तो क्या होगा? ये आप मुझे बताइए। मीडिया को भी काफी दूर रखा गया है प्रोटेस्ट मार्च के दौरान। बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं सर, क्या आप डिटेल होंगे या आप रुकेंगे यहाँ पर?
All right, now we are looking at Sonia Gandhi being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for the second round. There are several questions. India Today has exclusively accessed the questions that the Enforcement Directorate is likely to ask Sonia Gandhi, the Congress interim president, on the National Herald case. Of course, to start with, why did you become the young Indian director? And then questions connected to Sonia Gandhi's association with the money trail. Did you know about the Associated Journal's money trail? This is exactly the question that was asked to Sonia Gandhi. What was her involvement and what knowledge did she have of the money and its trail within that company? Is Young Indian a charitable organization? This was another company which the ED is currently scanning. Young Indian company which bought over AJL. What exactly was the characteristic of that company? What did Young Indian do? Was it a charitable organization? Also, on what was the role of Young Indian in the National Herald deal? We do know that Young Indian was floated and started by the Gandhis. What exactly was the role of Young Indian in this deal? And of course, explain transactions between the Congress and the Associated Journals Limited, the AJL. Now, at this point, we're looking at the Gandhis owning at least 38% of stake in that company. And of course, questions being asked on their involvement or their knowledge in the money trails and transactions that have taken place, which the ED suspects is inappropriate or is not accounted for. So right now, all of the taxes being assessed by the Enforcement Directorate and the income tax, and they seem to be, they seem to have found something that doesn't add up. Munish, who's been tracking those developments there with the Enforcement Directorate. Munish, we have seen and spotted, Sonia Gandhi, of course, as she gets into the ED office. We see the Congress now vehemently protesting on the streets. They've really got their entire rank and file onto the ground and protesting, calling this satyagraha. While that said, they're condemning the Enforcement Directorate for carrying out an investigation into misappropriation of funds with regards to the National Herald newspaper. The Gandhi family is really at the center of this entire deal. They're being probed into allegations of misappropriation of funds. Do give us an understanding on what exactly is the line of questioning to Sonia Gandhi today.
Well, Nabila, as far as the Gandhi family is concerned, remember Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, both of them have a shareholding of at least 76% in Young Indian Private Limited, and that is why they are being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. Rahul Gandhi was grilled for 5 days. Sonia Gandhi is being grilled for the second time today since 11:20 this morning. Now, as far as the line of questioning is concerned, on the first day, Sonia Gandhi was specially asked about her association with Young Indian Private Limited. But today, the ED wants to know that why she chose to become director of Young Indian Private Limited, the financial transaction between AJL and Young Indian Private Limited, because it becomes very interesting because 50 lakh rupees was invested by Young Indian Private Limited, and later on, they got the entire shareholding of AJL, which means that technically taking over the properties worth more than 2,000 crore rupees. Apart from that, the ED also wants to know that whether Sonia Gandhi was aware that 90 crore of loan was given from Congress party to AJL, and later the transactions between AJL and Young Indian Private Limited. So these are going to be line of questioning. We have been given to understand is that she will be given a lunch break in a while from now, and later on the questioning may continue till 5-6 in the evening today.
All right, 5-6 in the evening is quite a while there, Munish, considering Sonia Gandhi is unwell, and the last time she was called in for questioning, she was questioned for 2 hours. The ED claims that they ended questioning on her request, but the Gandhi is claiming that that was not true. The ED ended their questioning on their own. Today, as per Munish, it appears that Sonia Gandhi may be grilled until 6 p.m. Does that mean the Congress will sit in dharna and will protest through the day? Many of them, of course, have been detained. What's going to be the progress on that? Rahul Gandhi, who spoke right before his detention, let's listen in.
और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे हैं, अंदर बात नहीं करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं। आप जिस तरह से मैन हैंडलिंग की गई और राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Once a boxing king and now under Putin's hit list, this heavyweight champion is the mayor of Kiev. Is he the protector of Kiev? He was born and raised at a military base from the old power of the Soviet Union. So he was always close to seeing military power in action. The same military power that is now invading his own homeland. He soon had a newfound interest in boxing and he was good at it. He trained alongside his brother, Vladimir, who's also a heavyweight champion. He had defeated former and future titlists like Herbie Hyde, Corey Sanders, Shannon Briggs and others. Klitschko announced his retirement at the age of 42 in December 2013. He was still holding his WBC title at the time of his retirement. As the elected mayor of the embattled city of Kiev, capital of Ukraine, Klitschko appears daily on all kinds of media pleading for help for his own homeland. He would be seen walking the battlements and trenches to encourage his comrades in arms to fight on. As a fighter off the ring, he was never knocked down. Now, he looks over the people of Kiev, and it seems like he will keep the fight on until the end.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are
co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University in association with Green Lamb Laminates. हर गुस्ताखी साफ।
Ailing Sonia Gandhi at the Enforcement Directorate office for the second round of grilling in the National Herald case. We're going to track those details. First, the headlines. I'm Nabila Jamal. Congress stages a massive protest over Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling. Rahul Gandhi stages sit-in dharna, detained. High drama in the heart of the capital. BJP fires scamster jibe. More trouble for the TMC Minister Partha. Ministry black diary seized by the Enforcement Directorate from his aide Arpita's house with 40 pages of entries. Agencies suspect diary holds clues to cash for job scam payoffs. Bhopal BTech student's body found on railway tracks. Parents received chilling Sartan se juda message. Cops deny beheading angle. Claims a case of suicide. Tamil Nadu Speaker Appau's sparks massive controversy. Says Tamil Nadu would have become Bihar if not for Catholics. BJP hits out, calls the remark divisive. The nation pays tribute to Kargil war heroes on the 23rd anniversary of India's win over Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi, Rajnath Singh and Tri-Services chiefs salute the valour and sacrifice of our forces. Battle for UK Prime Minister heats up. Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss stare into each other over their vision for the future of the United Kingdom's economy in their first head-to-head television debate. All right, some big news coming in from Mumbai. The Mumbai police has now lodged an FIR against Bollywood actor Ranveer Singh for his nude photo shoot and the row around it. FIR was filed after a complaint from a Mumbai NGO which had sought an FIR against Ranveer at the Chembur police station. The NGO has accused the Bollywood actor of hurting sentiments of women through his nude photographs on social media. The complainant stated that the actor has hurt sentiments of women, insulted their modesty through his photographs. The complainant demanded registration of a case against the actor under Information Technology Act and various sections of the Indian Penal Code. The cops have filed an FIR after studying the complaint lodged yesterday. Let's hear it.
ये जो इंडस्ट्री की नग्नता है उसको ये रोड पे ला रहे हैं। सोशल मीडिया में अब तक कोई सेंसर नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन आज हर घर का हर बच्चा, हर महिला के हाथ में मोबाइल है और अगर उनके स्टार, जिनको नायक कहते हैं, उनकी फिल्मों के कारण बच्चे भी उनके फ़ैन हैं, उनके स्टार अगर इस तरह के फ़ोटोग्राफ जो है सोशल मीडिया में डालते हैं तो इससे समाज पर बुरा प्रभाव पड़ेगा। और हमारा पुलिस स्टेशन से हमारी मांग है कि उनके खिलाफ आईपीसी सेक्शन 292, 293 और 67A ऑफ आईटी एक्ट के तहत गुनाह दाखिल करके उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
Let me quickly cut across to Dev Kotak joining us live for more details on that. Dev, moral policing is it? We're seeing an FIR against Ranveer Singh. Complainant now demanding that the FIR be registered under the IT Act, the Information Technology Act. And a lot that we've already heard them say that this would have a wrong effect and influence on children if they happen to see this.
Yes, absolutely, Nabila, like you rightly pointed it out, that is the major bone of contention because the fact that these kind of images or, something like this which Ranveer Singh has posted and published on his personal Instagram account, of course, because he is a public figure, a highly influential person, so this kind of photographs can also have a negative effect and an impact on the minds of young children who are exposed to social media, which is what the arguments have also been made by the police, by the advocate who was earlier trying to get a case registered. So like Mr. Chaubey, the advocate said that this nudity that he has brought out in the open is actually not just impacting the minds of young children, but also having an impact on the culture and tradition of our country. So, somewhere he said Bharat ki sabhyata kahin na kahin kharab ho rahi hai. So, somewhere he said that, when people engage in this kind of behavior and put up pictures and post photographs like these, they are clearly impacting the tradition. But also trying to quickly bring back to you also what it will mean from a legal point of view and also the action taken by Chembur police station of the Mumbai police. If I can quickly point it out, they have issued a press note where you can see that section 292, section 293 and 509, which talks about outraging the modesty of a woman, have been pressed, and also section 67A of the Information Technology Act of 2000 has been applied. So these are the kind of charges, as you can see, Nabila. But then again, like to answer.
Go on. Go on.
Yeah, and also to answer your previous question, like I said, that if I can repeat the section for you and for our viewers, it is under IPC 292, 293, 509A and section 67A of the Information Technology Act, because this was done through a digital medium. Then again, to answer your initial and original question, if this is moral policing, yes, it is moral policing of some sorts, but after you become a public figure, there comes a lot of responsibility. But then again, you cannot question an actor for the kind of behavior he is engaging in unless and until it is absolutely objectionable. But the common rhetoric and the common set of arguments that people seem to be making, Nabila, is that it is affecting India's young children, impacting their minds and spoiling India's culture and tradition.
Dave, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Manvi Taneja, who's a model herself, joins us live. Manvi, a quick word from you on an FIR that's been slapped against Ranveer Singh for the nude photo shoot that he did. And here the complaint asking for this photo shoot to be banned, one, and more importantly, to say that this is outraging a woman's modesty. How would you look at it?
You see, Sarika, I would like to say that it's completely a bold shoot. It's nowhere you can see the shoot as a nude shoot. So if the FIR is against the actor, I think the FIR is not valid. Because we see what I've heard yesterday, the NGO people, they went into the police station to file an FIR, but they simply refused because there is no FIR as such on this shoot. Because if you see the shoot, it's not nude, it's bold, and I actually think you need to some courage and you need to have lots of confidence to do these kind of shoots. And the shoot behind this is a random shoot. We have done it for a magazine. So, and it's an objection. As I was hearing really wonderful. So you think it's not objectionable, yes, because there are two pictures which are coming out from the shoot. One where he's wearing an underwear. You see, if you see the advertisement, you see people wear underwear for the ad. And the second shoot is where he is just lying down. You cannot see anything which is nude. So there is a thin line, but people need to understand it is not a nude shoot. It is a bold shoot, and I don't see it is a vulgar. So the FIR is not valid. It will take him nowhere.
You know, at this point, we see there are many women who have opposed nude. We haven't seen this kind of backlash and uproar. But a man posing nude, Ranveer Singh, who's known for his quite an eccentric personality that he has, he's confident enough to do a photo shoot where it projects him nude. What's the difference, really, when a woman poses nude and the backlash is not as much as when a man poses nude in India?
It's just a soft target for Ranveer. That's why he has done a photo shoot. But if you see the OTT platform, there are many series which come from Bollywood only, and there is nudity. People are lying down on the bed. I don't want to name that web series. A couple is lying down on the bed. They are nude. They don't have any objection. People don't go to police station to file a complaint against them because it's just an art. What I feel, it's just an art, presenting art, and it is for magazine. It is a concept shoot. I don't feel any objectionable stuff in this, and it's of no vulgarity. There is no vulgarity stuff. So according to me, the FIR is not valid. As I was listening, it's 67 age. You're just hurting someone's sentiments. How can someone's sentiments get hurt? How it is an objectionable stuff, I don't understand. But it's a concept art, and people are doing it. There are few models who do it, and no FIR is filed against them. But I fail to understand why there is a soft target only for Bollywood.
All right, so you're saying this is nothing but a soft target. But you know, the number of allegations or the kind of sections that have been imposed in the FIR seems quite serious, and the police did not hesitate before turning the complaint into an FIR. Do you believe?
No.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the people from NGO, they visited the police station, and I clearly remember that police refused to file an FIR, saying that there is no objectionable content in this, there is no nudity. But yes, see, if you see, FIR is for 67A. It is nowhere near about vulgarity, selfie, or nudity. It is for hurting someone's sentiments. So I feel this FIR is invalid. It is not valid. Where is the hurting woman's sentiments? Where is the hurting someone's sentiments? He is doing his photo shoot. It is even know where he is sitting nude. It's an art. But I don't know why.
You know, Manvi, I'm going to try and patch your audio again. There seems to be a patchy connection, but we've got your point largely that this FIR stands invalid. Very surprising that this photo shoot now, after enough and more credibility given to Ranveer's fitness, Ranveer now comes under fire for posing nude and setting a wrong example to the generations in the country. This is precisely what the complaint says, that this is a wrong influence that is projected over young individuals in India. Let me cut across to the lawyer, though, who spoke on the same case, the FIR filed against Ranveer for his nude photo shoot. Here's what he said.
ये जो इंडस्ट्री की नग्नता है उसको ये रोड पे ला रहे हैं। सोशल मीडिया में अब तक कोई सेंसर नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन आज हर घर का हर बच्चा, हर महिला के हाथ में मोबाइल है। और अगर उनके स्टार, जिनको नायक कहते हैं, उनकी फिल्मों के कारण बच्चे भी उनके फ़ैन हैं, उनके स्टार अगर इस तरह के फ़ोटोग्राफ जो है सोशल मीडिया में डालते हैं तो इससे समाज पर बुरा प्रभाव पड़ेगा। और हमारा पुलिस स्टेशन से हमारी मांग है कि उनके खिलाफ आईपीसी सेक्शन 292, 293 और 67A ऑफ आईटी एक्ट के तहत गुनाह दाखिल करके उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया जाए।
All right, I'm going to cut across back to Dev Kotak for more on that. Dev, you know, Ranveer certainly is not the first man in Bollywood who's had a nude photo shoot. We know that we know actors in the past as well have posed nude, and they were appreciated. They appreciated for their pose, for their confidence, for their fitness levels, etc. But Ranveer seems to have now become the target.
Yes, absolutely. To begin with, firstly, that advocate in his bite had also in one of the parts mentioned कि उनके privates दिख रहे, which is an absolute lie. Nowhere has Ranveer exposed his private parts to the internet. So to firstly say that कि बच्चे देख रहे हैं, okay, the kids are just looking at the picture as is, but to read and to draw inferences beyond more than what it is just absolutely wrong, because we have to merely go by facts and what is visible to the eye. You can't just assume. So you go purely by the picture. So what that advocate had said yesterday is an absolute lie. So nowhere, of course, he is bearing his body. But at the same time, if there is an objection or there are problems being raised around it, then we also have to regulate those condom commercials which are highly, they're very expletive and fiery in nature. But here, if an individual does it, suddenly it becomes a problem. Like you had earlier mentioned about the fact that this is a matter of art and freedom, which is exactly what it is. So it is his Instagram account, it is his body. The last we checked, India is a free nation and we live in the 21st century. He is not the first individual to have done a shoot as bold as this one. Several actors and actresses in the past have also had to bare their body or have willingly done so, be it for their role or these ad commercials come campaigns. So I don't know why this actor has come under fire and under attack. So also one more very quick thing that I want to point out is how has the police registered an FIR and under whose insistence and pressure have they done it? Only because we are invoking India's culture and tradition, and only because it becomes a sensitive topic, does that mean that we are going to lose all sense of objectivity and rationality and not really, was Ranveer Singh called for a statement even once? No, he wasn't. Just at the mere insistence by some advocates, and only because we feel offended, we cannot really get an individual, charged under a couple of stringent sections and also get an FIR registered in their name. So these are the kind of very valid points. And also yesterday, Indian filmmaker and director Ram Gopal Verma said that if women and young actresses can show their sexiness, why can't men do so? This is exactly what Ranveer Singh has done. So I don't know why there is a lot of gung-ho or objection to the kind of bold photo shoot that he has done. So these are the kind of points that we need to take into consideration and also put into perspective for our viewers and our audience at this point in time, Nabila.
You know, this, of course, has come as a huge surprise, but let me take our viewers through the kind of support that Ranveer Singh is now garnering within Bollywood. Alia Bhatt has now reacted to Ranveer Singh's nude photographs and the criticism coming his way, and she says, I don't like anything negative being said about my favorite co-star, Ranveer Singh. We know the kind of bond that Ranveer and Alia share, and therefore, of course, she's standing up for him. But nonetheless, Bollywood personalities, all in all, have often appreciated people coming out of the box, in fact, displaying their fitness levels, or just a bold photo shoot like this within the industry is always welcome. And you know of many men in Bollywood who have actually posed nude in the past, but doesn't seem like they receive the kind of backlash that Ranveer has. Let's take a listen. Alia Bhatt, who spoke.
I don't like anything negative said about my favorite Ranveer Singh. तो मैं ये क्वेश्चन को मतलब बर्दाश्त भी नहीं कर सकती हूँ. I love him. He'll be eternally a favorite to every one of us actually, and he's given us so much at the movies, so we should only give him love.
You know, these are photographs of Ranveer Singh that has now come across as derogatory, as obscene, and the complainant there who's registered an FIR against him says that this photograph or these photographs are hurting sentiments of women. In fact, we have Lalit Chandani, who is the complainant, joining us on the phone line. Lalit Chandani, here is an FIR that's been filed. आपने FIR लगाया है रणवीर सिंह के खिलाफ. FIR में आपका कंप्लेंट क्या है? आप क्यों अपसेट हो रणवीर से?
ऐसा है कि मैडम उन्होंने अपनी जो नंगी तस्वीरें जाहिर की वो हिंदुस्तान के कल्चर के खिलाफ है, और हम जो एनजीओ में काम करते हैं, हम अंडर प्रिविलेज बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं और जो फार्म विडोज हैं उनका हम टेक केयर करते हैं. तो हमको बहुत महिलाओं ने इसके ऊपर ऑब्जेक्शन उठाया कि हमारी संस्कृति नहीं है, और रणवीर सिंह ने इस विषय के लिए 55 करोड़ रुपए फीस ली है, और पैसे कमाने के चक्कर में वो हमारे देश की संस्कृति नष्ट नहीं कर सकते. तो मुझे बहुत कंप्लेंट्स आई महिलाओं की, बच्चों की, तो हमारे संस्था ने ये डिसीजन लिया और मुझे कहा कि ये कंप्लेंट फाइल की जाए.
जी, आपका कंप्लेंट में लिखा क्या है? आप क्यों गुस्सा हो?
नहीं, मैं गुस्सा नहीं हूँ सर. हम एक एनजीओ हैं. हमारे एनजीओ में जितनी हमको महिलाओं की 70 महिलाओं की कंप्लेंट आई, और उन्होंने कहा कि ये जो उन्होंने नंगी तस्वीरें डाली हैं अपने ट्विटर पे और इस पे और पूरे देश भर में घुमाई हैं, उसके ऊपर आपत्ति है. हमारे कल्चर में नहीं, हम कोई अमेरिका या कोई यूरोप नहीं है. आज भी हमारा भारतवर्ष जो है 70% हम ग्रामीण इलाके के लोग हैं.
जी, मगर भारत तो फ्रीडम देता है, जो करना है कर सकते हैं. ये तो वैसे उनका प्राइवेट पार्ट्स ऐसे कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है फोटोशूट में.
फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच है हमारे पास, लेकिन ऐसे तरह की पिक्चरें, मतलब फिर राज कुंद्रा के ऊपर क्यों केस फाइल किया था? ये राज कुंद्रा के जैसे काम हुआ है. राज कुंद्रा दूसरों की तस्वीरें बेचता था, इसमें खुद की तस्वीर बेची है नंगी.
वो केस अलग था. वो लड़कियों के खिलाफ, उनके मर्जी के खिलाफ लिया गया था फोटोग्राफ्स और वीडियोस. वो पोर्नोग्राफी के बारे में है, वो अलग केस है. इस केस के बारे में आप बोलिए.
मैं बड़ा सिंपल आदमी हूँ, और मुझे जितना आता था मैंने आपको बता दिया.
इसलिए मैंने आपको करेक्ट किया है, इसीलिए हमने बोला है आपको. नहीं, मैं बोल रही हूँ कि आपको आपत्ति क्या है ये फोटोशूट में?
आपत्ति की नंगी तस्वीरें हमारे संस्कृति के खिलाफ है.
जी, ललित जी, बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you very much for joining us. That's a complainant. Well, you know, the man says that it's very simple. They just feel violated with images of Ranveer Singh, beg your pardon, naked. That's it. There's no debate on that. They don't want to argue beyond what they've already said. That's what Lalit says. He's a complainant saying that these are naked photographs. This is not our culture. We are India. This is not welcome. You have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom enough to pose naked and release those pictures on the public domain. All right, we also have Kasturi Shankar, who's an actor, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Kasturi Shankar, Ranveer Singh naked photographs that garnered much praise on one hand for his fitness levels, his confidence, and on the other, we're seeing Ranveer now attracting an FIR, saying that this has offended a large section of women in the country.
I'm not sure who these large section of women are. Maybe the people who lodged the complaint are offended that they are unable to see such very pleasing body shapes in their real life, maybe. I think this is silly. I think it's an effort to garner publicity on piggyback riding on Ranveer's very fit back. There was somebody who spoke just before me, and I heard him say, "Ye hamara Bharatiya Sanskriti nahi hai." And I would like to very strongly emphasize that this is India, this is Bharat. Hello, are you with me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This is India, this is Bharat, and I would like to proudly say this is the land of Nirvana. Our gods are naked, our monks are naked, our saints are naked. Nudity has never been in the ancient, proud Indian culture that all these people are claiming to be guardians of. We were all naked people. Nudity was not a sin or a crime or anything to be looked down upon. Are they going to file an FIR on Shravana Belagola and Gomateshwara next? Is Jainism in danger? Are Hindu Agyaris in danger next? This is ridiculous. The man is an actor. Exhibitionism is a part or parcel of his work. The max you can say is that it's a publicity gimmick, and if you didn't like his body, then it's a publicity gimmick gone wrong. But most people liked what we saw. And there's nothing wrong in saying that. There is no shame in appreciating the human form. Roman nudes, the statue of David, Michelangelo, we will look at the hypocrisy. The same man who talked about Bharatiya Sanskriti will take a package tour to Italy, go see all the Roman nude statues, come back and show us pictures of that also. So where is the question of, it's ridiculous. This is a silly FIR. India mein itne sare problems hai. We can focus on those. Instead of that, now we have to talk about Ranveer Singh's bareback.
Kasturi, the FIR has several sections, and they're quite serious. In fact, if at all the police decides to act on it, Ranveer could be taken into custody.
It's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate because, first of all, yes, as a lawyer, I can tell you that this was not obscene exposure in a public place. This was not one of that. This was a photo shoot. He was not in a public place. Now, the photos are public consumption, but you have an option. You have an option to, not look at it. It's not like he came and forcibly forced himself and showed his private parts. This is not a sexual offense. I saw some of those sections, and doing a nude photo shoot, even if genitalia are visible, is legally not sexual harassment. That's ridiculous.
Well, the complaint says that these photographs have outraged a woman's modesty. Do you see any connection here of Ranveer Singh's naked photograph outraging a woman's modesty?
Let me ask you a question. When a woman's nude circulates and men are all ogling at it, are we talking about men's modesty being outraged or the girl's modesty being outraged? So then why is it that when Ranveer Singh shows off his buffness, suddenly now women... So, abhi dekhna becomes a sexual offense on his part. Just coming out and showing his own body to a camera lens has now become a sexual offense. Women's modesty are outraged by seeing him. Then what? So then we cannot see the biggest statue of Gomateshwara in Shravana Belagola is nude, and it is not covered nude. It's fully nude. David is a fully nude statue. So now women are going to close their eyes. This is taken out of context. I think people really need to come out of the back ages and realize, here's what I'm worried about. As an activist, I'm worried that women don't know the difference between real harassment and such frivolous nonsense. If they're going to complain that this is going to offend their sensibilities, what are they going to be prepared when actual abuse happens? I'm very worried about that.
Kasturi, how does the film industry largely look at it? When actors posing nude, do you usually appreciate something like this, or does this become a topic of gossip amongst you that this is possibly just an attempt to gather attention or seeking attention, trying to put themselves in the news, etc.? How do you really look at it?
No. Of course it is publicity. Why would anyone take photos to start with? If he's an actor, he's in the business of seeking attention, for God's sake.
Right.
It's not like he's a politician. He's not a neta. He didn't get caught in a pornography movie racket. He didn't get honey trapped. This is what he does. It is art, for God's sake. We have nude paintings that are world renowned. Nude descending the staircase. Nude descending a staircase is a world renowned painting. Really, people need to learn the difference between art and a frivolous piece of exposure and obscenity. A very famous quotation goes that I cannot define obscenity, but I know it when I see it. In my case, I can tell you, I cannot define obscenity but I know it when I see it. And what I saw in Ranveer is something very pleasant, absolutely tasteful, very classy. There was nothing wrong in it. I mean, you can have artistic differences. You don't have to like the picture. You don't have to like Ranveer. But nobody can say that it was obscene or sexually offensive. It is definitely no criminal activity there. So.
All right. Kasturi, thank you very much for your take on this. This is a perspective coming in from the industry. As much as women wearing nudes or women posing nude is welcome and people are ogling over it, Kasturi says, what's wrong in men posing nude? We've also got the right to watch and see, enjoy and appreciate. Well, that's a perspective of one star or one actor, Kasturi, but you have a bunch of them who belong to an NGO who claim that these photographs of Ranveer Singh have caused them pain, it's hurt sentiments and also outraged women's modesty. Let me cut across to Akshata Nandagopal joining us from the newsroom for more on that. Akshata, take us through the grave sections that have been slapped in the FIR against Ranveer. What does it really claim?
So, the sections that are mentioned here, believe it or not, Nabila, under the IPC, you've got Section 509, which deals with insulting the modesty of women. Section 292, which is the publication of any material similarly that is deemed obscene. Section 67A of the IT Act, which is publishing obscene material for which an imprisonment of up to 5 years and a fine which may extend up to 10 lakh rupees is the punishment if Ranveer Singh is found guilty of it. This is what we're talking about in 21st century India, believe it or not. And I know several people have made comments about men versus women nudity, how it's okay on one side, how it's not okay on the other. What this largely exposes is that we as a country are not okay with artistic freedom, are we? Even when women do it, they face all sorts of hate comments on social media. When someone like Ranveer Singh actually breaks out of, the usual societal norms that actors are expected to fit into, which Ranveer never has, and because he's reacted in such a manner by going ahead and putting out these pictures that he did for an international magazine, he's facing the flak now. Ironically, Nabila, you had a conversation also with someone who had filed this complaint, Mr. Lalit, a man there who's speaking for all women now, saying that the sentiments of every woman has been hurt because Ranveer Singh has posed nude. That is the reality of what we're talking about here, that in 21st century India, the word sanskari, the word Indian culture is very often misused, is very often abused to go ahead and file these kind of complaints to claim all women's sentiments have been hurt.
Yeah, this is obviously a blanket assumption that the complainant has filed as their complaint, saying it outrages women's modesty. Doesn't seem like women at large think the same after watching Ranveer Kapoor posing naked. This, of course, has been appreciated for the fitness levels that he exuberates. But on the contrary, the FIR now amounting to legal trouble for Ranveer, which he has to now battle. I'm going to take you through reactions coming in on this case. Hear it.
I don't like anything negative said about my favorite Ranveer Singh. तो मैं ये question को मतलब बर्दाश्त भी नहीं कर सकती हूँ. I love him. He'll be eternally a favorite to every one of us actually, and he's given us so much at the movies, so we should only give him love.
रणवीर सिंह ने सोशल मीडिया पे आग लगा के रखी है, आपके फ्रेंड्स अच्छे खासे, और काफ़ी लोग उन्हें इसके लिए ट्रोल भी कर रहे हैं और काफ़ी लोग तारीफ भी कर रहे हैं. आपका क्या टेक है, क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
आपको क्या लगता है?
आप बताइए.
मैं सबसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, बिकॉज द थिंग इज यू शुड बी अलाउड टू बी योरसेल्फ. ही इज दैट वे. मुझे नहीं लगता रणवीर सिंह कभी किसी चीज़ को करते हैं विदाउट बीइंग हिमसेल्फ. कोई दिखावा नहीं है उनमें. आप अभी उन्हें 10, 11, 12 साल से देखते हैं एज मीडिया. व्हेन ही कम्स इन देयर इज वार्म, देयर इज एंजॉयमेंट, देयर इज एनर्जी. वो उनकी पर्सनालिटी का एक्सटेंशन है. उनकी मर्जी है, उनका सोशल मीडिया. उन्हें सही लगता है इस वक्त to be in that way that he wants to be. He wants to celebrate being comfortable in his own skin, and I think we should respect that. Having an opinion is fair. I think trolls को तो वैसे ही मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि importance देनी ही नहीं चाहिए ज़िंदगी में, because कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे उनका काम है कहना. आपको जो ठीक लगता है आपको करना चाहिए. And full credit to the boy if he is very happy doing what he's doing. If he's not being forced into it and it's not being done in a wrong way or a crude way, you should respect that. He's allowed to do what he wants to do and be happy. And he's making people happy by doing that also.
पर्दे के ऊपर वो लग रहा है
हिजाब नहीं पहन सकते। क्या प्रॉब्लम है हिजाब में? दुनिया में पहना जाता है हिजाब। अगर आपको ये डर है कि इस हिजाब के अंदर, कपड़े के अंदर कुछ चुरा के लाएंगे, बच्चे चुरा रहे होंगे या कुछ कर रहे हैं, तो आप जिस डिपार्टमेंट में हिजाब पहन के औरत जाती है वहाँ एक औरत को बैठा दीजिए, उसको एक कमरे में ले जाइए, लड़की को, औरत को ले जाइए, पूरा चेक कर लीजिए जितना चेक करना है, कोई मना नहीं करता है, बिल्कुल चेक कीजिए आराम से, उसके बाद उसको। लेकिन हिजाब पे आप किस तरह से आप रोक लगा सकते हो? नंगी फोटो आ रही है, अभी मैं देखा कोई फिल्म वालों की नंगी फोटो दिख रही है और उसको देख रहे कोई बोलता ही नहीं कुछ, और उस पर कोई रोक नहीं, कोई केस नहीं। लेकिन हिजाब पहन के अगर कोई औरत चली गई ना तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है देश में, इनको एग्जाम नहीं देने दिया जाएगा। यानी हर चीज हिंदू मुस्लिम।
All right, here you have politicians now jumping in to claim that on one hand you have the country has objection to wearing hijab, but seems like this is more welcome, if anything. Well, we know that Ranveer Singh gathered eyeballs. He literally managed to catch attention of people across the globe, maybe, for this nude photo shoot that he did, and that, of course, did raise a lot of appreciation on his fitness levels and how confident he is, and with what ease he did this photo shoot. But it appears now he's got to also battle at the same time legal trouble, as a complaint has been filed against him for this obscene photo shoot that accuses him of hurting sentiments of women. This photo shoot, it appears, as part of the complaint, says that this has also outraged a woman's modesty. This has insulted a woman's modesty. Of course, India Today continues to track those developments. But for now, a short break. On the other side, Rahul Gandhi stages a sit-in dharna. He's been detained. High drama over Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling for the second round. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
Here at the top of the world, amidst the ice shelves of the Antarctic, lies Maitri and Bharti. These are India's two operational research stations, so Indians are in the Antarctic. And in fact, India has been sending expeditions to Antarctica since 1981. And not just India, 27 countries, including the United States, Australia, Germany, United Kingdom, Turkey, Russia, and Ukraine, are in the Antarctic. No country has an exclusive claim over the Antarctic. So one might wonder what laws apply in this region. The 27 countries have domestic legislation on Antarctica. And now India, which is for the longest time governed by international laws, will also have domestic legislation in the area. Soon, you could step in the Antarctic too. The Lok Sabha passed the Indian Antarctic Bill 2022, which will regulate scientific expeditions for individuals, companies and tourists. And so far, there is no recourse for crimes committed during an expedition. But now jurisdiction of the Indian courts extends to Antarctica. A committee will be set up by the government with the Secretary Earth Sciences Ministry and will have officials from the Defence Ministry, from the Ministry of External Affairs, Finance, Fisheries, Legal Affairs, Science and Technology, Shipping, Tourism, Environment, Communication.
All right, round 2 of Sonia Gandhi's grilling is currently underway by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with the National Herald case. Rahul Gandhi led the protests with Congress leaders and marched from the Parliament to the President's house. Rahul and Congress workers were stopped by the police as no permission was granted to hold this dharna. Rahul has been detained by the cops with a few Congress leaders. Congress is up in arms across the country, hitting the streets, claiming this is political vendetta against Sonia Gandhi. Congress workers also clashed with the police at the AICC headquarters. In fact, the Grand Old Party has planned a pan-India protest against Sonia Gandhi's Enforcement Directorate summons. In Kerala's Kottayam, youth Congress workers stopped the Jan Shatabdi Express, raising slogans against the centre and the Enforcement Directorate. 6 have been arrested so far by the police. Sonia was last questioned by the ED on July 21st for around 2.5 hours and let go. In fact, Sonia Gandhi previously on 21st of July when she was summoned was questioned for about 2.5 hours, and then the ED claimed that based on her request, since she is unwell, based on her request they ended questioning. But the Congress at that point had hit out saying that it was the ED's decision to end the questioning on that day. Today is the second day where she's been summoned and we see large-scale protests. Let's hear it.
यहाँ पे क्या हुआ? यहाँ पे सारे सांसद आए, हाँ, और उन्होंने महंगाई की बात की, हाँ, और बेरोजगारी की बात की, और ये हमें यहाँ बैठने नहीं दे रहे हैं, हाँ, अंदर बात नहीं करी जा रही है, डिस्कशन नहीं अलाउड है, हाँ, और यहाँ पे हमसे अरेस्ट कर रहे हैं। ये तो है, हिंदुस्तान की स्थिति है, पुलिस स्टेट है, ये तो सच्चाई है। मोदी जी राजा है, पुलिस स्टेट है, सांसद अगर राष्ट्रपति से नहीं मिल सकते तो क्या होगा, ये आप मुझे बताइए।
Congress MPs are marching. Is it against the inflation, the soaring prices of the essential, or it is about the central agency's action against
everything? You see, it's a culmination of many things. In parliamentary parlance, it's said the government can have its way, but the opposition must have its say. The government, because of the fact that they have majority, that's why they're government, can always pass any law, can always pass any resolution. But they must allow the opposition to raise issues which the opposition believes is in public interest. They simply do not want us to bring up any issue which is inconvenient to them. And at the same time, everybody knows about the Enforcement Directorate. I know that better than anybody else. I obviously hold the record of being summoned 20 times by them and being raided 7 times by them. It is a sheer waste of time. And if you looked at the statistics which they themselves put out yesterday, out of the 8,000 raids they have, it's not even 0.5% of success in any of the cases they have filed. So it's abysmally, this entire agency is only designed to harass opposition. Obviously, somebody in the government is getting vicarious pleasure in watching opposition leaders being repeatedly summoned by the Enforcement Directorate.
Ultimately it is leading to the log jam in the parliament. So whose responsibility is to back?
The log jam is that they allow us to raise the issues we want. They can debate it. If they put it to vote, obviously because of their numbers they can win. But why don't they do that? Why are they so insecure even talking? This must be the only government which has got a majority and is still insecure.
Thank you, Karthi.
सर, तबीयत ठीक नहीं है सोनिया गांधी की, उनको बुलाया जा रहा है।
मानवीय दृष्टिकोण तो होना चाहिए ना, बीमार वो अलग है, कोरोना उनको हो गया, भर्ती थी अस्पताल के अंदर, तब भी उनको बुलाया जा रहा है। ये मानवीय दृष्टिकोण के खिलाफ है। संवेदनशीलता होनी चाहिए हर व्यक्ति के अंदर। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि अभी टाइम आ गया है, इन एजेंसियों को जाके कहने के ऊपर दबाव मत दो हमारे ऊपर, हमारी इमेज खराब हो रही है, हमारी क्रेडिबिलिटी डाउन हो रही है एजेंसियों की। ये जाके डायरेक्टर CBI, ED और इनकम टैक्स के लोगों को जाके कहना चाहिए, अमित शाह जी को और मोदी जी को।
जो प्राइस राइज है और GST का मुद्दा है, इसको लेकर हम लड़ रहे हैं। वो हमको ये चाहते हैं कि इस मुद्दे को हम न उठाएं और उनके जो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट इश्यू है, इन्फ्लेशन है, इससे उस इश्यू को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए वो that is happening by the government. They are doing it. We want to have a peaceful agitation to take up the issue in the parliament for discussion. We have to fight. We are fighting. We are ready to take any action to redress the grievances of the common people. Brutal attack on MPs and they are harassing him. We will not tolerate it.
For one transaction which a Congress party trusts property, they have not declared the property belongs to them in their election affidavits, but they are the leaders of the Congress party, they are the president of the Congress party, and they are eligible. I am also a president of the party here. I am eligible for the assets and liabilities of this party. So like that, they are also responsible for that. It is not today Sonia Gandhi will be there, tomorrow Rahul Gandhi will be there, day after tomorrow some others will be there. That means it can't be their property. You are only just trying to, which was being closed by the income tax, closed by the other authorities, you are just taking a political vendetta. You want to harass them. You think that if only Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is arrested, all congressmen will shut their mouth. No congressmen in this country who have given their blood, who have given their lives, will not shut.
देश में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है कि संवाद बंद हो चुका है। पार्लियामेंट में आप डिबेट के लिए तैयार नहीं होते हो। आप कहते हो कि अभी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर की तबीयत ठीक नहीं है। अब महंगाई जो है किसी के लिए रुकती थोड़ी है। महंगाई डिबेट पार्लियामेंट स्टार्ट हुआ है, ज्वलंत मुद्दा है, सुनना चाहिए आपको सबको। पार्लियामेंट के बाहर हैं तो आप आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते। राष्ट्रपति से मिलना चाहते तो 100 सांसद राष्ट्रपति से मिल नहीं सकते। तो बड़ा अजीब स्थिति हो गई है इस देश के प्रजातंत्र की। संवाद खत्म हो चुका है, एक तरफा कानून चल रहा है और अब समय आ गया है कि जनता को, जुडिशरी को इस देश के प्रजातंत्र के बारे में कुछ सोचना पड़ेगा।
सरकार को सवाल नहीं जवाब देना चाहिए। प्रधानमंत्री जो बाहर बोलते हैं अंदर आके क्यों नहीं बोलते? सदन से क्यों घबराते हैं? महंगाई के खिलाफ हम 7 दिन से लगातार प्रयास कर रहे हैं, नहीं हो रहा है। आज सोनिया गांधी को जो अस्वस्थ है, जिन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री पद ठुकराया, एक ऐसे अखबार के लिए जो अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ लड़ा है, उसे चलाने के लिए जो कर दिया गया है, ना उसमें पैसा अलग कर सकते हैं, आप न कुछ कर सकते हैं। तो इस तरह रोकना आप अपनी आंखों से देखिए। क्या भारत के संसद सदस्य अपने राष्ट्रपति से मिलने राष्ट्रपति भवन नहीं जा सकते? और अगर नहीं जा सकते तो इसी को ताना।
All right, India Today has been tracking these developments ever since Sonia Gandhi was summoned first on the 21st of July. This is the second summon. I'm going to take you through exactly what the line of questioning is. India Today has exclusively accessed some of those questions, taking you through question number 1 that has likely been posed to Sonia Gandhi. She's been asked as to why did she become the Young Indian Limited director? This is, of course, a question that the ED needs to understand to know what is the involvement of the Gandhi family in the allegations of misappropriation of funds in the National Herald case. Did you know about the AJL money trail? A lot of the money trail, the Enforcement Directorate believes is unaccounted for. And considering they have suspicion that this could be money laundering, they're posing questions on this line where Sonia Gandhi has been asked about her knowledge about the money trail within that company. Is Young Indian Limited a charitable organization? Because that was what Young Indian was projected to be. This is exactly what is being asked to Sonia Gandhi. And we also see that the Enforcement Directorate at this point, as it grills Sonia Gandhi further, asking on what exactly is the role of Young Indian in this National Herald case. Many irregularities in terms of funds has been noted by the Enforcement Directorate. The income tax is also probing the same. And here we're looking at the Enforcement Directorate also asking Sonia Gandhi on what are the transactions between the Congress and the AJL. If at all, the Congress party as a political party itself got involved in the private companies' transactions. Now, Sonia Gandhi is being grilled. It's been over an hour that she's at the Enforcement Directorate's office. I'm going to quickly cut across to Manish joining us, Manish Pandey, for some understanding on the Enforcement Directorate's probe into the matter and what's the line of questioning. Manish, we listed out some of those questions on Sonia Gandhi's understanding on Young Indian and its role that it's played, whether it's a charitable organization and whether she has an understanding on the money trail, which the ED suspects to be misappropriate. Take us through the details of this case. What more do we know with the ED now grilling Sonia?
Yeah, well, Nabila, from a while from now, she will be asked to go for a lunch break. If she is willing to go for a lunch break, then it is around 2 o'clock, 2:15, we have been given to understand. But so far, what ED has been trying to grill Sonia Gandhi is about her association with Young Indian Private Limited, and why this becomes important, because she was not only shareholder of 38%, but she was also the director of the company. So ED suspects that if there was any financial transaction between Young Indian Private Limited to any other company, and also with Associated General Limited and the company linked to the Congress party, then Sonia Gandhi must be aware of it, and that is why they want to ask her about her association with Young Indian Private Limited and AGL. Now coming to the main point. The main point is that in layman language, you invested 50 lakh rupees, but you got properties worth more than 2,000 crore rupees. Now they want to know that why Sonia Gandhi decided to become the last director of Young Indian Private Limited, and whether she was aware that after this company where she is linked, this company invests rupees 50 lakh rupees, and then they will get hold of properties worth 2,000 crore rupees. They want to know about that also. Now, another important point is going to be the loan from Congress party to AGL, because remember, more than 90 crore rupees of loan was given by the Congress party to AGL, and it was basically to revive and survive AGL. So regarding all these questions and aspects of the investigation, Sonia Gandhi is being probed since the time she has joined the investigation today. We have been given to understand is that post-lunch, she will be called back for questioning. It is up to Sonia Gandhi whether she wants to continue with the questioning or not. If she is willing to continue with the questioning, then post-lunch she will be again asked to join the investigation today, and it appears that if the questioning is not over by today, then tomorrow also she will be grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. So far, ED is claiming that why Sonia Gandhi is being questioned, because she is the director, shareholder, and a very important person as far as the investigation is concerned. The second most important person was Rahul Gandhi. He was grilled for 5 days, but Sonia Gandhi is the last person who is being questioned by the ED. After the questioning is over, then only they will analyze all these statements, and later they will decide whether to frame any charges against the suspects or not.
Got it. Manish, thank you very much. Sonia Gandhi is still at the Enforcement Directorate's office. She is being grilled for the second day, and like Manish said, this is going to be precisely the line of questioning, considering she is a large stakeholder along with her son Rahul Gandhi. Cutting across to Abhishek Anand, who joins us from Delhi's Kingsway camp, where the Congress leaders have been detained. Do take us through what's the mood there and the environment like, Abhishek. Congress leaders have been kept in detention. Are they willingly seated there, or have they expressed their desire to move out of there?
Well, Nabila, this is the Kingsway camp police lines, and Rahul Gandhi and many other senior Congress leaders are currently inside. They were brought here in buses from the protest spot, and now all the Congress leaders are inside. The Delhi Congress leaders and the National Congress leaders who were not in the part of the protest, or who were not in those buses who were actually brought in here, are trying to enter this premises, but police, you can see the police deployment, only authorized personnel are allowed to enter. ACP level officers are deployed outside, and heavy police deployment is here to prevent any Congress leader to enter inside this premises. So far, police is saying that they are inside on their own will. They are not trying to get out of this police lines, and they will be here till the time senior orders are not there to release them. Nabila.
Right. So The Congress leaders there now in detention. Many of them have been taken away, far away from where the parliament is. After much of that chaos, it appears that the police now are keeping a strict watch. Even Rahul Gandhi, after much coaxing, was detained, finally moved out of that spot. Sonia Gandhi and the grilling by the Enforcement Directorate continues. We're going to take you through all the details right here on India Today. For now, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more on that. Stay with us. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks, and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-backdrop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems, and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make traveling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart. Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. The Congress now stages a massive dharna over Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling for the second round. Rahul Gandhi stages a sit-in protest. He's been detained now. High drama in the heart of the capital. BJP fires scamster jibe at the Gandhis. More trouble for TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee. Ministry, in fact, we're looking at a diary that was found by the Enforcement Directorate from his close aide Arpita's house with 40 pages of entries there. Agencies suspect the diary holds clues to the cash for job scam payoffs. Bhopal BTech student's body found on railway track. Parents receive chilling Sartan se juda message. Cops deny beheading angle here. Claims the case of suicide. Another case of moral policing in Mangaluru. Karnataka's Mangaluru. Bajrang Dal activists barge into pub, chase out students holding parties there, accuse them of wearing skimpy clothes, shut down those pubs. A big row over Ranveer Singh's nude photo shoot. Mumbai cops booked the actor for vulgarity. Alia Bhatt and Arjun Kapoor back Ranveer amid the outrage. The nation pays tribute to Kargil war heroes on 23rd anniversary of India's win over Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi, Rajnath Singh and Tri-Services Chief salute the valor and sacrifice of our forces. All right, some big news coming in from West Bengal. Suvendu Adhikari tweets a sequence of pictures in which Partha Chatterjee's close aide, Arpita Mukherjee, can be seen at an election campaign meeting of the Trinamool Congress with Partha Chatterjee. The campaign happened during 2021 assembly elections in Kalyani. It has come at a time when Trinamool Congress is trying desperately to distance itself from Arpita Mukherjee, citing that this lady is Partha's friend. The ED must investigate her. The TMC has nothing to do with it. While that said, BJP's chief of West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, now puts out a tweet where he shows a sequence of pictures in which Arpita Mukherjee is seen very much on stage, sharing the dais with Partha Mukherjee and with Partha Chatterjee, and very clearly seen that she was part of a TMC election campaign meeting. These images are quite telling. Let me quickly cut across to Ritvik joining us for more on that from Kolkata. Ritvik, a quick word on these pictures. What exactly does this speak of? The TMC desperately trying to distance itself from Arpita Mukherjee, saying that she's Partha's friend, you investigate her, you found the money in her house, we have nothing to do with it. But these images will really give the Enforcement Directorate enough leads to believe that maybe there are people within the TMC also involved in the scam.
Right. At this point in time, the interrogations are underway, and at a time where TMC is trying to distance itself and party from having any relation with Arpita Mukherjee particularly. Remember, she is a close associate of Partha Chatterjee, who has been arrested, and of course, a huge amount of cash has been recovered from her place. And the leader of opposition from Bharatiya Janata Party, at this point in time, what we are picking up, that putting out a tweet just a while back, and claiming, and a sequence of pictures have been posted by Shubhendu Adhikari, which claims that party has close relation with Arpita Mukherjee. Remember, these are the pictures which has been put out by Shubhendu Adhikari. It's during the last previous assembly election in 2021, and it was a campaign rally which was attended by Partho Chatterjee it was a campaign rally, we believe, during in Kalyani, and which claims that Arpita Mukherjee was also associated with sharing the same dais of Trinamool Congress at that very day. So it seems like when BJP particularly is not letting it die down, when they are continuously targeting and pointing, attacking ruling Trinamool Congress for this amount of scam that have unfolded, and which has went a shockwave among the TMC supporters. And remember, TMC is trying to maintain distance from Partho Chatterjee also. We heard Mamata Banerjee yesterday reacting for the first time after her senior colleague and a cabinet minister arrested in job scam. She said that she doesn't believe or doesn't support the corruption, and if Chatterjee proven guilty, party will of course also punish him. But she also came down heavily on opposition, particularly BJP and left for linking her name to this. So at this point in time, what we are given to understand that war of words started escalating after Shubhendu Adhikari put out this very, very significant tweet claiming that Arpita Mukherjee was very close associate of Trinamool Congress as well. Back to you.
Clearly we're looking at Arpita right now in the dock. Enforcement Directorate finding a diary as well. I'm going to take you through some further piece of information that we get here. India Today exclusive news break. A black diary found from Arpita Mukherjee's house. It may hold the clue to the cash for the job scam in Bengal. The Enforcement Directorate believing that this diary could be very incremental in leading them to the culprit on, or really what exactly is the case all about and where the money has come from. In fact, the confidential diary here belongs to Bengal government's higher education department. 40 pages of that diary has extensive records of transactions. The Enforcement Directorate now scanning through that diary. ED believes there are strong indications here that the entries in that diary can expose the mega payoffs by job seekers to top TMC functionaries like Partha. In fact, this diary, of course, would be very incriminating and crucial for the Enforcement Directorate as they investigate into Partha Mukherjee's role in this case. They have found a diary, a black diary from Arpita's house. It may hold the clues to the cash in this scandal, the school jobs recruitment scam. Confidential diary here belongs to the Bengal government's higher education department, is what is believed. It's a 40-page diary that has extensive records of transactions. The Enforcement Directorate now scanning through that diary. ED believes that there are strong indications these entries in the diary can expose the mega payoffs by these job seekers to top TMC functionaries like Partha. When the ED says like Partha, clearly Enforcement Directorate here not ruling out that there could be other TMC leaders who could also be part of this scam. Money was, of course, hoarded at Arpita Mukherjee's residence. That's where the money was found from. But who exactly are the culprits, the masterminds who have executed this scam to such an extent where they managed to at least the most recent amount that they managed to gather is over 21 crores. One can only imagine how much money was made over the years, but in the most recent 21 crores that they've accumulated from Arpita Mukherjee, Partha Chatterjee's close aide's residence. Arpita very clearly has said that the money belongs to Partha. Let me cut across to Ritvik for more on that. Ritvik, tell us about this diary that they've recovered. Did they recover this diary from Arpita's residence? And we hear that Arpita has categorically told the court that all that money found in her house is not hers, it's Partha's.
Right, exactly. At this point in time, what we are peeking that there are a number of things which are under surveillance and which are under scanner. But what we are given to understand from the sources of Enforcement Directorate that they have recovered a black diary, containing 40 pages, and that diary belongs to the Education Department and Higher Education Department of West Bengal, and clearly shows that what we have learned from the sources that at least and the names of the transaction names and the other transaction were benefited or given illegally jobs or recruitment against bribe. These are the names, and there are many transaction details are inside that particular black diary. That can be a key role for the investigator at this point in time. Which is why they're trying to more emphasize questioning both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee at this point of juncture. What we are given to understand today, after Partha Chatterjee brought back to Kolkata from Bhubaneswar this morning, since this morning 2 hours of interrogation has been done, and now they went for a brief lunch break, and both Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee have been interrogated separately by the investigative agency and its officer. But there are a number of things which are under scanner, but one of them what we are picking up exclusively, that a black diary could be a very key role, play a key role in this investigation to lead the investigators about this multi-crore scam that has unfolded in Bengal. Back to you.
Right, Ritik, this is of course a huge allegation which Partha Chatterjee will have to prove wrong if he wants to be let off. But doesn't seem like he has any excuses right here with the kind of money that they've recovered. And the fact that Arpita, his very close aide, says that all that money belongs to Partha, doesn't seem like Partha Mukherjee, a very senior leader of the TMC and close to Mamata Banerjee, does not seem like he has a way out of this case. We also have Priyanka Tibrewal joining us, a BJP spokesperson, on the phone line for more on this. Priyanka, a black diary here that's found, a 40-page diary that may have enough clues for the ED to understand the payoffs in this school recruitment scam. At this point, Arpita says all that money belongs to Partha. How would you look at this case?
See, whatever Arpita has said, that is absolutely, there's no doubt about that, because we all know what background Arpita is coming from, and she was just, as an actor, she has worked in very few movies. So where did so much of cash come from? She had no other source of income. And everyone in that locality, everyone knows that Partha Chatterjee used to visit her house almost every alternate day, and that too regularly. And when Arpita will be grilled very properly by the ED, then all the facts will come out. So, of course, these diaries, from whom they have taken money, from where the money came, and from whom all they have taken, and in lieu of what, so all the details will come out.
Priyanka, do you see there's a larger backing of the TMC in this case? Do you believe? How does the BJP view this case? Because that diary it belongs to the departments of the government, one of the departments within the government, and it's a school recruitment case, which it appears to have become a scandal now, where the TMC clearly may have been involved among many of the officers and officials who are part of this recruitment scam. They all must be interrogated or investigated, isn't it?
Partha is just one of the branches of the tree, just one of the departments. And this is just about one of the scams. Just imagine how much of money they have siphoned and how much of money they have taken out from all these illegal activities. So there is much more behind the scenes. And if all the departments are, investigated, then it will come out from everywhere that what is the reason? What is the reason that Bengal is not having any funds in any department? Because all the funds are lying with the ministers of those particular departments.
TMC has been so far desperately trying to wash its hands off in this case, saying that Arpita is Partha's friend. ED has found money in Arpita's residence. The TMC has nothing to do with them. How should, in fact, Mamata Banerjee, CM, has also said, should I have a dream that Arpita is Partha's friend? How would I know who's friend? I don't care and I don't know. Don't link us.
Mamata Banerjee is being very clever because now she knows.
All right, I'm cutting across to Sonia Gandhi there just outside the Enforcement Directorate office. It seems like the questioning has just about ended. Sonia Gandhi, for the second round, was called in by the Enforcement Directorate. She was being grilled in the National Herald case for the second round, and it appears that in less than 3 hours, Sonia Gandhi has been allowed to leave the ED office. I'm going to try and get those precise visuals showing Sonia Gandhi out of the Enforcement Directorate's office. There, we're going to try and show visuals. In fact, earlier in the day, we saw the Congress sitting in large protests, condemning the ED summons, calling this vendetta politics. And the Congress weren't given permission, and it was quite a hangama, a tamasha that was unfolding right outside the parliament. But now Sonia Gandhi gets out of the Enforcement Directorate's office after 2.5 hours of grilling. She's now en route home. Sonia Gandhi, remember, has been ill for the last few years. She is quite frail, and Enforcement Directorate gave her some leeway with regards to the summons. They extended the date to before which she could appear for questioning before the ED. And now, on the 21st of July was the first round of questioning. Today was the second round of questioning. On both days, it appears Sonia Gandhi was questioned less than 3 hours. The first day also, it was exactly 2.5 hours that Sonia Gandhi was questioned, and it appears today too, Enforcement Directorate lets off Sonia Gandhi after 2.5 hours of grilling. As opposed to Rahul Gandhi, who was questioned for over 10 hours for 5 days. Rahul Gandhi and his grilling was quite intense, but it appears the ED going cautiously with Sonia Gandhi. Let me quickly cut across to Shreya Chatterjee joining us for more on that. Shreya, Sonia Gandhi is now out after 2.5 hours of grilling. Quite soon, as per what was speculated, that this would go on to at least 6 p.m. today. It will be a long haul for Sonia Gandhi at the ED office, but it appears that 2.5 hours later, they've let her off.
Well, yes, Nabila, you know, it was exactly at 11 that she'd arrived at the ED office, and now, after around 2.5 hours of question, she's left the Enforcement Directorate's office. It's similar to the last day that we saw Sonia Gandhi leaving ED office. However, there's a confirmation yet to arrive that whether it's a lunch break or she's been left off for the day, that we will await only to understand that whether she will come back or not for a second round of questioning. So far, as the questions are concerned, Nabila, today she was actually asked about the fact about her director in Young India Private Limited. She was asked that whether she herself wanted to become a director in Young India Private Limited. What is the function of Young India Private Limited? The question that's been asked is a reason because it's been maintained by Congress that it's a charitable organization. So the agency has asked Sonia Gandhi about the charitable work that has been done by Young India Private Limited ever since it came into existence in 2010. Apart from that, the other questions that were posed before her today was about the transactions between AJL and Young India Private Limited. So the entire questioning that's happened now for 2.5 hours, as we are yet to confirm that whether she'll be coming back or whether there's a lunch break. So far, these are the questions that she has faced. This after she's appearing for the second time before the agency in the National Herald case.
Right, so Sonia Gandhi's visuals that we see there on our screens, where she's just stepped out of the Enforcement Directorate's office after 2.5 hours of grilling. She's now on her way home. In fact, Sonia was asked multiple questions on her role as a partner or as a shareholder in Young Indian Limited. What kind of money trail happened within those companies? What understanding did she have of the money trail at all? These are questions that were posed to Sonia Gandhi. Now, we're hoping that she cooperated. We're trying to find out a word on that. But Shreya, as of now, do we know anything on the lines of if Sonia Gandhi has cooperated with the Enforcement Directorate largely? 2.5 hours was the same amount of time that she was grilled even the previous time. And at that point, ED claimed that they had ended it based on Sonia's request. Today, what was the scene?
Well, as I was saying, Nabila, that we are yet to get a confirmation that whether she's been gone for good or whether she'll come back after a lunch break. That confirmation is yet to come in. We're still trying to connect with our sources in the Enforcement Directorate on the same. But what we do know so far is the line of questioning that Sonia Gandhi has faced today. Remember, as you're rightly pointing it out, last time the Enforcement Directorate had allowed her to go. It was also the medical reasons that Sonia Gandhi had, is why we also do know that Priyanka Gandhi was with Sonia Gandhi inside the ED office, not in the same interrogation room, but outside, if at all she felt uncomfortable during the questioning. Now, today also, the main questions that she was asked was about her role as a director in Young India Private Limited. Why did she choose to become a director in Young India Private Limited? And also about the properties. Remember, the main one of the main accusations in the National Herald case is how Young India had actually fraudulently acquired the properties of AJL, which right now stands at 2,000 crore. What is the use of these properties? These were some of the crisp questions that Sonia Gandhi faced today so far as the agency's grilling is concerned, but yet to receive a confirmation on whether she will come back for a second round or not today.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Abhishek Anand, who joins us from Delhi's Kingsway camp. That's where the Congress leaders have been detained. They've been kept in detention since the morning. Abhishek, will those Congress leaders now been let off? Will they be allowed to go? Do give us some clarity. Sonia Gandhi is out of the ED office.
Well, so far the police has not received any information regarding releasing of all these Congress leaders. They were brought here into the buses, and what happened, Nabila, is despite all the tight security, a bunch of Delhi Congress workers came in front of this Kingsway camp police lines on the roads, and you can see they are now being detained. Right now, the traffic has been stopped. It has been partially opened. The road is now partially opened. The Delhi Congress leaders actually blocked this road for about 10 to 15 minutes. There are about 50 to 60 Congress workers who were here. They were trying to enter the police lines, but police didn't allow them to go inside. So far, the police say that they don't have any confirmation about the release of all the Congress leaders. Some Congress leaders are also here. क्या हुआ सर, आप लोग आके यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे?
देखिए, गांधी जी के देश में क्या सत्याग्रह करना पाप है? क्या विपक्ष का आवाज़ उठाना पाप है? क्या बेरोजगारों के लिए रोजगार की बात करना पाप है? क्या 80 रुपये डॉलर का भाव हो गया, रुपया हो गया $1 का, क्या पाप है? क्या 100 रुपये से ज़्यादा पेट्रोल और डीजल जा चुके, ये कहना पाप है? अगर ये पाप है तो जिस तरीके से गांधी जी ने गोरों को भगाया था, कांग्रेस पार्टी भी हमेशा ये आवाज उठाती रहेगी, ये हमारा कहना है.
Congress leaders still roaming around and trying to raise their voice and they are completely unhappy with the kind of detention which has been happened. I've been joined by another Congress leader here. Sir, what is happening? I saw 50 of Delhi Congress workers blocking the road.
See, this is the question we have to ask. And the country is asking with the current government that what is happening. They are not detaining Ambani or Adani. Adani has taken 70,000 crore of the public. Why he is not being called by the ED? Why only Sonia ji and Rahul ji? It is clearly that the government is afraid of Gandhi family, and they know that only Gandhi family, either it's Rahul Gandhi ji or Sonia Gandhi ji, who are fighting against this government because they are fighting for the people of this country. They are fighting against the unemployment. They are fighting what is happening. It was only Rahul Gandhi ji who said about the GST, about the situation, what is going on in the country. But they don't want any questions to be raised against the government. That's why this is only and only political vendetta.
Political vendetta is what the Congress workers are saying here. They are still camping outside the Kingsway camp police lines. Over to you, Nabila.
All right, Abhishek, at this point, Sonia Gandhi has already exited the Enforcement Directorate's office. Do we have Shreya Chatterjee on that? Shreya, I just want to know if this is a break or if this has ended for today. Is Sonia Gandhi expected to go back to the ED office for questioning any time today? And Anand, would you know, Abhishek, would you know of any information on that?
Well, Nabila, this is the lunch time, so we cannot confirm. This is the kind of situation in which the ED is reluctant to accept whether she wants to come and join the investigation or not. If they are unhappy, if they are not satisfied with the answers they received, they may call her again, they may give her another date, but if they are satisfied for the day, they can call it a day and the grilling can be over. Nabila.
All right, Abhishek Anand, we just received information that Sonia Gandhi is likely to come back post-lunch. 3:30 is the time that she's set to come back to the Enforcement Directorate's office. For now, 2.5 hours of grilling. It started at 11 a.m. has ended at 2:30. So about 2.5 hours. Sonia Gandhi, who is said to be ill for the last couple of years, post-COVID, her situation had deteriorated. So a lot of concern shown by the Gandhi family and the Congress leadership altogether on Sonia Gandhi's health condition. But it appears that Sonia Gandhi has withstood that round of questioning for 2.5 hours, and she's all set to return at 3:30 p.m. to continue with the grilling by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald case. All right, we're shifting focus here to Karnataka. Massive outrage after Bajrang Dal activists in Mangaluru barged into a pub and dragged out many of the youngsters there who were partying away. 5 to 6 people who claim to be Bajrang Dal activists entered the Woodside Recycle Lounge pub in Mangaluru city on Monday night. They allegedly forced boys and girls to get out of the bar, saying that they, in fact, those kids were asked questions like, don't you have anyone to answer to at home? These are the questions that the Bajrang Dal leaders there had posed to those kids. Bajrang Dal district convener, in fact, admitted on camera, saying that they saw many girls wearing skimpy clothes, and that's angered them. The Bajrang Dal men have also told the pub management that alcohol, in fact, they accused that the pub management was serving alcohol to minor girls and boys. They forced the bar manager to send all those kids home. After this, restaurant staff checked with some of the students who were partying and asked for their age proof. By the time the police had reached the pub, about 20 boys and 10 girls were seen leaving that pub. Remember, this is not the first time that Bajrang Dal has indulged in this kind of moral policing. In fact, years ago in 2018 too, Bajrang Dal very violently barged into pubs, assaulted young girls for partying away in pubs and bars and dragged them out, beat up the boys, beat up the girls, and shut down those bars. This is yet another round of moral policing that the Bajrang Dal is indulging in, and they seem to have quite some network there in Mangaluru, and here the police have tried to intervene, but will they be reprimanded for such an act? Remains a question.
ಬಜರಂಗ ದಳ ದಾಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಯಾವುದೇ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕಾನೂನು ಪ್ರಕಾರವೇ ನಾವು ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಅಪ್ರಾಪ್ತ ಬಾಲಕರ ಮೋಜು ಮಸ್ತಿಯ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಆ ಹುಡುಗಿಯರ ತುಂಡು ಹುಡುಗಿ ಬಟ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ರೋಷದಿಂದ ಬೈದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೀಯಾಳಿಸುವುದಾಗಲಿ ಅವರ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಲ್ಲೆ ನಡೆಸುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಆಗಲಿ ಆ ಉದ್ದೇಶದಿಂದ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Bajrang Dal, Vishwa Hindu Parishad, these are all unemployed boys and they need some money, and these are all extortional tactics. In the name of religion, they are extortioning money from these business people. And it's very unfortunate, and government should take a stern action against the people who have entered the bar and disturbed it. And they collect 24,000 crores from the excise revenue. And if this is the attitude towards the people who are doing that business, I think government has got no business to collect that revenue.
In the media and in the social media, it is found that it is getting circulated that there has been a pub attack. So there hasn't been any attack on any pub or any restaurant. They have come and tried verifying, and there hasn't been any physical violence or altercation or exchange of words also between the customers of the pub and the organizations who have come near the premises of the pub.
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. 11 more MPs have been suspended from the parliament. 11 unruly Rajya Sabha MPs suspended for 1 week. This is the latest information that we're getting on MPs who are being suspended. 11 MPs suspended from the parliament, from the Rajya Sabha. This is the latest that we're getting right here. In fact, earlier on, we saw that 4 Congress Lok Sabha MPs had been suspended for the session as they protested inside the House. And now we hear information that 11 other unruly MPs from the Rajya Sabha have been suspended from the Parliament. 11 MPs suspended for 1 week. Not for today alone, but for an entire week. We're seeing the face-off between the government and the opposition growing on various issues, be it the price rise, GST, and at this point we're seeing enraged Congress also protesting over ED summons on Sonia Gandhi. And at a time like this, the House, the chair has decided that they want to suspend 11 unruly MPs for a week's time. Huge development coming in from the Rajya Sabha as the chair decides to suspend 11 MPs. Sushmita Dev, Kanimoi suspended from the Parliament. These are some of the names that we're bringing to you right here. 11 opposition MPs who have been suspended from the Parliament for a week. As the face-off between the centre and the government continuing, the chair deciding that 11 members of the Rajya Sabha have been behaving in an unruly manner and therefore they must be suspended not for a day but for an entire week. Let me cut across to Pallavi Saha joining us on the phone line for more on that. Pallavi, a quick word on who are those MPs who've been suspended and what's their crime?
Nabila, close to a dozen MPs have been in fact suspended from the Rajya Sabha for a week. In fact, for disrupting the House, they were sloganeering in the well of the House and they were disrupting proceedings. And despite repeated warnings from the Deputy Chair, Dr. Harivansh, who was in the seat, they continued to hold up placards and they continued to sloganeer. And this was the status in the House. And hence now we believe that a bulk of TMC and DMK, they are the top two parties as far as the suspended MPs are concerned. From the TMC, it's Sushmita Dev, Dola Sen, Shantanu Sen, Nadimul Haq, Shanta Chhetri, and others who are in fact who have been suspended from the House, and there are DMK MPs as well. So the bulk of the MPs who've been suspended in fact are from these two parties. We believe also from the left parties, Mr. B. Sivadasan has been in fact suspended from the House. A. Rahim also, who is from the left, has been suspended from the House. Mohammad Abdullah Kanimori. These are some of the others who've been suspended from the House as far as this action of the Deputy Chair is concerned. Like I said, it's Mausam Noor, it's Dola Sen, Shantanu Sen, Nadimul Haq, Shanta Chhetri, Sushmita Dev, who in fact are members of the TMC. So the maximum, of course, from the TMC, and then of course the maximum number of MPs are from the DMK who've been suspended for a week for disrupting the procedure of the House, holding up placards in the House for, of course, in fact, continuing to do so despite repeated warnings. Now, from what we understand, we have to get further details from the Chair's office as to whether it is for the rest of the week itself or a total of 5 days, as is a working week in Parliament. But it appears that it is going to be for the rest of the week, so 3 more days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Nabila.
Right. Again, if you can highlight to us, Pallavi, what exactly happened for them to attract this suspension from the Chair?
Well, basically, they had been sloganeering and chanting slogans and holding up placards. They wanted a discussion on the subject of price rise, on the subject of GST. They said GST wapas lo. These were some of the chants that were going out in the well of the House as they protested. And despite repeated warnings from the Deputy Chair, Dr. Harivansh was in the seat, they continued to, in fact, raise slogans and continued to do it so louder and louder every time he objected to the same. There was a discussion on the bill concerning weapons of mass destruction, which was to happen, and the speaker from the BJP, Mr. Rakesh Sinha, was trying to speak, but every few seconds he was getting disrupted because of the loud sloganeering that was happening in the well of the House. And that is when, of course, there was a point of order that Mr. Derek O'Brien was trying to raise, and there was a sort of a heated argument that happened between him and the Deputy Chair, because he was trying to raise a point of the order, and the Deputy Chair, in fact, had put a condition on it, saying, get the House in order, ask your MPs to leave the well of the House, and then you can stand up in your seat and raise whatever point of order that you want to raise. Mr. O'Brien objected to it. He said, you cannot make conditions. Raising a point of order is my absolute right. And that is what Deputy Chair objected to. He said, no, as far as keeping the House in order is concerned and basic etiquette of MPs is concerned, that is too written in the rule book, and that needs to be done before. And in a House which is currently in disorder, a point of order cannot be raised this. There was a heated argument, and of course the sloganeering went up. The placards were being held up as well. And that is when, of course, the government's representative in the Rajya Sabha at that point of time, Mr. B. Muralidharan, who is MOS Parliamentary Affairs, stood up and demanded and named these MPs and said that the centre demands their suspension from the Rajya Sabha, from the House, for a week, which was then put up for a voice vote in Rajya Sabha. And the voice vote basically favoured from the Treasury benches this order being passed against these opposition MPs. The opposition MPs wanted a division in the House. Again, there was chaos in the House, and the Speaker and the Chair, I beg your pardon, said, unless there is order in the House, I cannot allow for a division. I'm open to a division of votes to happen, but unless there is order, that cannot happen. But since there was no order in the House and the sloganeering and the chanting continued, he went on to pronounce his order, naming all the MPs and saying that they stand suspended from the Rajya Sabha for 1 week.
Pallavi, at this point, we see that this is an extension of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, too, we saw at least 4 MPs of the opposition, including Manikam Tagore, Ramya Haridas, T.N. Pratapan and S. Jyotimani. They were suspended again for the same reason, for holding placards and demanding the rollback of the GST. They also wanted a conversation on the price rise. The government, of course, willing for a conversation, but we hear that they're not ready to speak on it right now as Nirmala Sitharaman is absent owing to COVID.
That's right. The government's position is we are okay and we're ready to hold a discussion on the subject, but since as per protocol on the subject of price rise or on the subject of GST, it is the finance minister that replies at the end of the debate, and since she's ailing from COVID and she's not well, and that is a well-known fact, we're just waiting for the FM to come back to Parliament and of course resume duties, and that is the only reason that they've not set a date and time about it, but it doesn't mean that they're not ready. But the opposition has been demanding an immediate sort of discussion on the same. But the government says that there is nobody else, as per protocol, who could be replying to this debate eventually, and it is only the finance minister's role to be replying to a debate on price rise and GST. And that is why they've been waiting. They are not averse to the idea of any discussion, but the opposition would have none of those explanations.
You know, at this point, we understand that the chair, wanting to maintain dignity of the House, had already warned these MPs multiple times that if you want a discussion to happen in a civilized manner, then you've got to stop holding up placards and protesting the way you are. We've got to maintain some discipline and dignity of the House, and if you don't, then you will be suspended. So warnings were given out time and again, and after yesterday's suspension for a day, in fact 4 of the opposition leaders were suspended for a day. Today the Rajya Sabha chair has decided to suspend these opposition MPs for a week's time. So this is quite a harsh punishment meted out to those MPs wanting a discussion on price rise and GST, etc. But tell us once again, I'd want you to list out those names, those opposition MPs who have been blacklisted for a week now. Pallavi.
Well, these are the same reasons. The Lok Sabha MPs who all belong to the Congress and mostly from the southern states of Kerala, they have been suspended for the entire session. And now the decision from the Rajya Sabha to in fact suspend these close to a dozen MPs to suspend them for a week, which has been taken.
If you can highlight, Pallavi.
Could you please repeat your question?
Their names, Pallavi. We just want to know who exactly are those opposition MPs who've been suspended.
We are still trying to put in the details, Nabila, because it was read out in a hurry by the chair. And like I said, it's close to a dozen MPs who've been named by the chair, as he was, of course, trying to ascertain who were the ones who were in the well as per the demand of the centre. But like I said, the bulk of the MPs are from the DMK and from the TMC being the maximum number, which includes Nadimul Haq, Shantanu Sen, Abir Biswas, Mohsin Noor, Sushmita Dev, Shanta Chetri. Other MPs include Mohammad Abdullah, Rahim Kanimori, as well as El Yadav, V. Siddharthan, and many others who have in fact been suspended from the House of the upper house of Parliament.
You know, this is tragic because we're looking at the monsoon session that would go on until the 12th of August. So the large chunk of these the assembly sessions will be missed by these opposition MPs who have been suspended now. So one can only imagine how fruitful these sessions really would ultimately be. We're looking at taxpayers' money being burnt in in sessions like these when it's shut down or adjourned owing to this kind of unruly protests. It's ultimately the taxpayers' money that is spent. All right, we've lost Pallavi's connection on that, but here we see that 11 more MPs from the opposition party, largely the TMC and the DMK, who have been suspended from the Rajya Sabha for their unruly behavior. This is an extension of what happened yesterday as well from the Lok Sabha. At least 4 opposition MPs, including Manikam Tagore, Ramya Haridas, T.N. Pratapan and S. Jyotimani. They were all suspended from the House, again for holding up placards in the Lok Sabha and condemning the government over price rise and GST. Here today in the Rajya Sabha, similar scenes that were witnessed where the opposition leaders tried to protest using placards, raising slogans which the chair did not approve of, and immediately after warning a couple of times saying that if this is going to be the nature of the assembly session, then it's going to be adjourned. All right, at this point we're going to continue tracking these developments. For now, from what we know in the parliament, 11 more opposition MPs have been suspended and the names are yet to be established. But for now, DMK and TMC, the large chunk of MPs who've been banned from entering the parliament, at least for the next week. India Today continues to track those developments. For now, stay with us.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
With the very announcement of his relationship status, he broke the internet. Lalit Modi is a well-known businessman and best known as the father of IPL. But you know all about his relationship status? We are here to tell you about his lavish lifestyle. Modi's net worth is $570 million. From fashion to Pan Vilas Pan Masala, Lalit Modi has a widespread business. He lives in a 5-story mansion in London. It is spread over 7,000 square feet. It has 14 rooms and has a built-in elevator. His mansion has 7 bathrooms, 2 kitchens and 4 reception rooms. Lalit Modi owns some of the most expensive cars in the world. Many he gifted to his son. He drives a Ferrari 488 Pista Spider. He owns BMW series cars, McLaren and Bentley Muslin Speed. Well, if you had a chance to scroll his Instagram, you'd find that he's very fond of cars. Lalit Modi's grandfather had businesses across many sectors, and that has helped Lalit inherit much of his wealth and business. His family business is worth 1,200 crore rupees. The business is now spread across agro, specialty and performance chemicals, pan masala, tobacco, fashion, retail and much more. Lalit Modi married Meenal in 1991. She died of cancer in 2018. He has two children, Ruchir and Alia Modi. He met Meenal during his college days in the USA. Currently, as per his Instagram post, he is dating actress and former Miss Universe Sushmita Sen. The post was quite the talk of town. The business tycoon has not made any comments since the post.
You are watching in
All right, here's some big news coming in from Bhopal. A suspected case of beheading over Nupur Sharma reported from Bhopal, where a body of a BTech student was found on the railway tracks. Before his death, his father and friends received a message saying, "Gustake Nabi ki ek hi saza, sartan se juda," sent from his phone. The message was received at 5:44 p.m. on Sunday evening. Not only that, there was also a WhatsApp status that was uploaded on the deceased WhatsApp, wherein Nishank, the name of the deceased, was shown carrying a saffron flag with a caption that said, "Hindu cowards, beware, insulting the Prophet will result in a similar fate." Now, the deceased has been identified as Nishank Rathore, a BTech third-year student at the Oriental College in Bhopal. Nishank was last seen on CCTV at a petrol pump before his death, where he had bought petrol worth 400 rupees. The Bhopal police, however, ruled out any foul play here. According to the Inspector General of Police, Narmadapuram Range, Deepika Suri, the cause of death is impact from coming before a moving train. However, doubts have now been raised over the death. Was this really a murder over what the comments of Nupur Sharma? Was this anything linked to the comments made by Nupur Sharma? Remains to be seen.
मेरी बिटिया का फिर 1:30-2 बजे फ़ोन आया, बोले पापा वो तो फ़ोन भी नहीं उठा रहा। इसके बाद मैं लगातार फ़ोन लगाता रहा, उनने फ़ोन नहीं उठाया। क्योंकि मेरे को फिर मेरे व्हाट्सएप पे उसी के नंबर से मैसेज आया।
क्या मैसेज था?
जो मैंने आपको बताया था जी। क्या वो मैसेज मेरे को आया तो मैं घबरा गया। मेरा बेटा इतना बिंदास था, वो बड़े खुले उसका था, तो मेरे को विश्वास नहीं होता कि वो सुसाइड भी कर सकता है। तो उसमें जांच हो और उसमें मतलब सही स्थिति होना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो जो है आत्महत्या जैसी चीज़ तो वो नहीं कर सकता।
देखिए, पुलिस जांच कर रही है, हर तथ्यों पर बारीकी के साथ जांच चल रही है। सीसीटीवी फुटेज की बात हो या भोपाल से उनके सिवनी मालवा के बीच में पेट्रोल पंप पर पेट्रोल भराने की बात हो, इन सब तथ्यों पर पुलिस विस्तार से जांच कर रही है। जांच के पहले हम निष्कर्ष पर नहीं पहुंच सकते। जांच की क्या कुछ रिपोर्ट आएगी, उसके बाद ही कुछ कहना उचित होगा।
All right, this boy here, Nishank, he is said to have come in contact with a moving train and he was killed instantly. Initially, the police did say that this had nothing to do or no foul play involved in this case. But now there's a lot of suspicion raised on the murder of, or rather the death of this boy, that could this be murder? Before the death of this boy, the boy's father and his friends received a message saying, "Gustake Nabi ki ek hi saza, sartan se juda." This is similar to exactly what we saw, the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal in Rajasthan, and also in Amravati, a similar case where it appears that they supported Nupur Sharma, and that's why they came under fire from some people within the Muslim community. Eventually, murder was executed. All right, we're shifting our focus to Tamil Nadu. Another case of suicide coming from Tamil Nadu. A class 12 student was found dead at her home in Kurlur district. The class 12 student was found hanging in her room in a case of alleged death by suicide. The girl is alleged to have hung herself when her parents were not at home. The police have now currently filed a case of suspicious death. Many students committing suicide has now become a point of bother for the Tamil Nadu government. And in the latest, we're looking at another 12th standard student, a girl, found dead in her house. Now, what's the cause of this death? What exactly led to this alleged suicide? Authorities now probing into. But this has, of course, come as, again, a matter of concern for the Tamil Nadu government after a series of cases of school students taking their life. Another case of suicide. Allegedly, this is suicide. That's what's prima facie that they've declared, the police. But of course, they've also now looking into any suspicious or foul play into this case. All right, for more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. On the other side, all the highlights coming in from the FDCI India Couture Week. Stay with us.
Watching India Today.
All right, top fashion trends of 2022 on full display at the ongoing India Couture Week, showcased by top designers with the best of Indian craftsmanship. Here's an exclusive look from the mega Delhi event.
The FDCI India Couture Week started in New Delhi with Tarun Tailiani's showcase titled The Painterly Dream. The line that featured Tailiani's signature beiges and muted pastels and defined the bridal look of the season. The ensembles clearly look like wearable bridal couture, with dramatic use of veils and fabric and intricate embroidery.
When my kids got married, they were beige and cream. They dress and live in the color palette that they do normally. It's also a fact that we wear a lot of Western clothes, and so we're kind of restricted. There's nothing wrong with color. Please wear it the way you want. But I think that I keep telling people when they say, oh, you know, one night we're going to do a black tie and I'll wear some gown, and the next night I'll do Jodha Akbar at the wedding. I'm like, wait. You're not a movie star.
Correct.
You're not playing 5 different roles. You are yourself. Can you please just stick to what works for you?
Next came the couturier Rahul Mishra's showcase, The Tree of Life, which is a physical artistic manifestation of Rahul Mishra's childhood memories. It was a showcase of design innovation overall. It had layers of fashion design, art, inspiration from Mother Nature, all intertwined into signature works with much grandeur at the French embassy.
Almost 200 meters away from the house, there's a giant banyan tree. And I remember as a child walking with my mother also, where you put that hand-spun cotton thread around the tree.
Yes.
So in that way, what happens, like, you are almost tying the tree. For me, like, metaphorically, it looks like you're protecting the tree. And in turn, a tree protects your family, your husband, your life, your children, and it gives longevity to everybody. I think if scientifically you see, the trees are protecting all of us.
Yeah.
So when I'm trying to create a tree, that volume of the tree, then I have to go as three-dimensional as something can get.
This was followed by J.J. Valaya's couture showcase that marked his 30 years in fashion. Valaya presented his collection titled Alma, that means soul in Spain. The collection saw luxurious fabrics, intricate detailing, all inspired from the Spanish culture and tradition.
Though we have an underlying inspiration which is Spanish in influence, the collection is called Alma, which means soul in Spanish. But today's show was unlike anything I've done before because each piece was a separate collection. So literally we had 42 collections in there, which is that I picked up nuances and motifs from my past collections, threw them in with this season's collection and concocted something all new. So it was truly, it was different for me, and I hope, it registered like that with the audience.
The FDCI India Couture Week will be witnessing Indian couturiers all week and is underway.
This collection of mine, the road less traveled. And why so? Because I kind of thought, what have I done in these last 30 years of my career? I have traveled to so many 20, 30 villages all over the country. In fact, even outside the country, I had been to Scotland, Iceland, and Spain, and so and so. So everywhere, globally, like, you absorb the culture in each and every space, and that culture inspiration is my, inspiration for my collections.
Whether it is the fabric, whether it's the insightful inspiration you will see, every piece, each and every piece is a conversational piece, as it comes from making each thread count, and we celebrate the process of making a couture garment.
A celebration of Indian talent and craftsmanship, the Couture Week has a lineup of designers like Falguni Shane Peacock, Anamika Khanna, Anju Modi, Suneet Verma, and Amit Agarwal. In New Delhi, with inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
I have a quick game to play with you all. That's called Never Have I Ever, but
वो जो मास्क पहन के और निकाल के.
So if you have done it, you'll wear the mask. If you haven't,
Okay, so if you've done it, we wear it. If you've not, okay. So we keep it off. Okay.
Okay. So quickly, never have I ever with the team. Never have I ever played a villain in someone else's love story.
So if we have, then we wear it. If we haven't, we don't.
Don't wear it.
But what if I believe I was the hero of that?
You can wear
She
it.
most probably did.
Yeah.
So you can.
I mean, what is the... What?
No, not in the
No.
Not, I don't think so, no.
Okay, all right. Never have I ever missed a flight?
I mean, I don't want to jinx it.
No?
I've never missed it.
Wow.
Ovari.
Okay. Never have I ever gotten lost in a foreign country?
Well, that we all do.
Ooh, okay.
जब तक Google नहीं था, Google बाबा नहीं थे हमारी लाइफ में.
Okay.
उसके साथ भी lost होता है.
You get lost, yeah,
पर वो
actually.
थोड़ा 200 मीटर तक ही होता है. You can manage the one wrong turn. You can manage.
Right. Never have I ever crashed a wedding?
No, I've never crashed a wedding.
No, I'm not. Wow, I wish I did. But like,
Okay. Never have
I
I.
haven't.
I would have heard you would have.
No.
Never have I ever snooped through someone else's stuff.
Snoop through somebody else's.
No,
So many friends and all. Yeah.
Okay. Never have I ever deleted a post on social media because it didn't get enough likes.
No, I deleted it because of a very weird caption that I didn't realize it was.
So, yeah, yes.
I've deleted stuff because I have this OCD about वो अगर अच्छा नहीं लगता तो मैं delete, like visually when you see Instagram sometimes वो सर कट गया या कुछ हो गया तो फिर मैं delete कर देता हूँ. हाँ फिर मैं.
So आप पहन लो mask. ठीक है. So last question. Never.
Watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Big row over Ranveer Singh's new photo shoot. Mumbai cops booked the actor for vulgarity. Alia Bhatt and Arjun Kapoor back Ranveer amidst the outrage. Congress stages massive protest over Sonia's ED grilling. Rahul Gandhi stages sit-in dharna, detained. High drama in heart of the capital. BJP fires scamsters' jibe. More trouble for TMC Minister Partha. Mystery black diary seized by ED from his aide Arpita's house with 40 pages of entries. Agencies suspect diary holds clue to cash for job scam payoff. Bhopal BTech student's body found on railway track. Parents received chilling Sar se tan juda message. Cops deny beheading angle. Claim of suicide. Another case of moral policing in Bengaluru. Bajrang Dal activists barge into pub, chase out students holding parties, accuse them of wearing skimpy clothes. Nation pays tribute to Kargil war heroes on 23rd anniversary of India's win over Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi, Rajnath Singh and tri-service chiefs salute the valor and sacrifice of our forces. Breaking news coming in, 19 MPs from Rajya Sabha have been suspended for a week. Nadibul Haq, Mausam Noor,
Sushmita Dev, Shanta Chetri, Shantanu Sen, Dola Sen, Abir Biswas, A.A. Rahim, V. Sivadasan, Kanimori Somu, L. Yadav, and the 9th one is Mohammad Abdullah. They have been suspended for a week now from the Rajya Sabha. 19 MPs have been suspended for a week. We're bringing you this story on the Parliament Showdown, and our reporter will be joining us for the very latest on this. Those were the 9 MPs who have now been suspended from the disruption and the showdown that took place in the Parliament. This, of course, after both the houses resumed the proceedings, they have now been suspended. Those are the 9 names. We're getting you the names of all the 9 names. After 19 opposition MPs have been suspended for a week, you've got the ones who have been suspended include Nadimul Haq, Masoom Noor, Sushmita Dev, Shanta Chetri, Shantanu Sen, Dola Sen, Abir Biswas, A.A. Rahim, V. Shivadasan, Kanimori Somu, El Yadav, Mohammad Abdullah. Paulami Saha joins us live for the very latest. Maushmi, what really happened there in terms of this suspension?
Well, what we can in fact tell our viewers right now is that 19 members of parliament of the Rajya Sabha have been suspended for a week by the chair. It was the deputy chair who was in the seat today, and these opposition MPs were basically protesting, sloganeering, and were holding up placards. They wanted an immediate discussion on the subject of price rise and GST. They wanted an immediate discussion, and they continue to, despite repeated warnings from the deputy chair, Mr. Harivansh, that they should in fact go back to their seats, and the government is not averse to any sort of discussion, but there should be order in the house. They continue to stay in the well of the house, and they continue to sloganeer, which is why eventually there was a heated discussion that happened between Derek O'Brien and the deputy chair as well. Derek O'Brien saying that he indeed wanted to raise a point of order, and the chair argued back that unless there is order in the house, there cannot be any point of order that can be raised. And there was a back and forth between Derek O'Brien and the deputy chair, Mr. Harivansh, over this, and there were repeated warnings that were given by the deputy chair to these protesting MPs that he will start naming them, which is basically calling out their names. Then basically it goes on record who was disrupting the house if they do not desist from protesting and holding up placards. But they continue to do the same. In fact, then he started naming the MPs as well, which includes 19 MPs, 19 opposition MPs, maximum number of them from the Trinamool Congress, 7 MPs from the Trinamool Congress who have been suspended, which includes Mausam Noor, Shanta Chetri, Shantanu Sen, Dola Sen, Sushmita Dev, Nadimul Haq, as well as Abir Biswas. So there are 7 MPs of the TMC and many others from the left, from the DMK, from the TRS, who have in fact been suspended from the house. There was a warning that was given to them, repeated warnings, like I said, and then the government's representative in the House, MOS Parliamentary Affairs, Mr. B. Muralidharan, stood up and said that this shouldn't be tolerated and these MPs need to be suspended. The government moved a motion in the House. That motion was put to a voice vote by the Deputy Chair, Mr. Harivansh, and then it was decided. The opposition objected to it. They obviously cried foul about this decision, but they demanded a division of votes in the House. The chair said, fair enough, you can have a division. Again, you need order in the House. Go back to your seats, call for a division, and I'll allow you a division. That did not happen, and then the motion to suspend these 19 MPs was adopted by the House. They were suspended for disrupting the proceedings of Parliament despite repeated warnings for 1 week. Jyoti?
Opposition likely to take up the suspension of the MPs from the Rajya Sabha now?
Well, obviously the opposition will be protesting this. We are expecting to see some protests possibly tomorrow at the Gandhi statue in Parliament as well, because remember, yesterday itself 4 Lok Sabha MPs of the Congress party were suspended for the entire session in the Lok Sabha. Today 19 MPs, that's the huge number of MPs who have been suspended for a week. We presume it's for the rest of the week, which means Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, from the Rajya Sabha by the chair for disrupting proceedings of the House. So the opposition and the governments continue to be at loggerheads. The government has said we're not averse to having a discussion on the subject of price rise or even that of GST. and we are ready to have that discussion. But you have to understand that the finance minister is ailing. She's suffering from COVID. She's on a recovery path. And only when she's in the house can a discussion happen. Because as per protocol, on a discussion on a subject of fried rice, it is only the FM who can reply at the end of the debate. Nobody else can take her place and reply on behalf of the finance ministry, which is the nodal ministry on the subject of
members. Polemy were not convinced with this explanation. Clearly, the opposition members did not seem to be convinced with this opposition. So, what did they exactly do that led them to get suspended?
Well, basically, like I said, Chetty, they were protesting in the well of the House. They were holding up placards. And remember that this was again part of a bulletin which was issued ahead of Parliament's monsoon session itself, that you cannot hold up placards, you cannot demonstrate protest within the precincts of Parliament, within the premises of Parliament, and especially within the House, because it disrupts proceedings and no business gets transacted. In the House, no business can be conducted. Today, the Rajya Sabha had taken up the discussion on the bill on weapons of mass destruction. The Speaker, at that point of time, the appointed Speaker from the Treasury benches, BJP MP Rakesh Sinha, was trying to speak, but despite every time him standing up and trying to speak, within every two sentences, you could hear loud sloganeering and a loud noise which was being made by the opposition, because of which he was getting disrupted and he had to sit down and the chair had to intervene. So business wasn't getting transacted as a result of the constant disruption of proceedings by the opposition, which is why the chair then proceeded to suspend these 19 MPs from the upper house of Parliament. Chetty.
All right, Polemy continues to be with us right there. She's getting us all those live updates coming in from the Parliament. We'll keep going back to Polemy Saha for more. In the meanwhile, we're moving on to the other big story that we're tracking here on India Today. Mumbai police has lodged an FIR against Bollywood actor Ranveer Singh in the nude photo shoot row. The FIR was filed after complaint from a Mumbai-based NGO that has sought an FIR against Ranveer at the Chembur police station. The NGO has accused the Bollywood actor of hurting the sentiments of women through his nude photographs on social media. The complainant stated the actor, through the quote-unquote vulgar images, according to them, has hurt the sentiments of women and has insulted their modesty. The complainant demanded the registration of a case against the actor under the Information Technology Act and various sections of the Indian Penal Code. The cops filed the FIR after studying the complaint lodged yesterday. However, nude photo shoot is not new to Bollywood. Many actors have bared it all for the camera in the past as well. We're getting some reactions coming in at the moment. Listen in.
I don't like anything negative said about my favorite Ranveer Singh. तो मैं ये question को मतलब बर्दाश्त भी नहीं कर सकती हूँ. I love him. He'll be eternally a favorite to every one of us actually, and he's given us so much at the movies. So we should only give him love.
रणवीर सिंह ने सोशल मीडिया पे आग लगा के रखी है, आपके फ्रेंड्स अच्छे खासे, और काफ़ी लोग उन्हें इसके लिए ट्रोल भी कर रहे हैं और काफ़ी लोग तारीफ भी कर रहे हैं. आपका क्या टेक है, क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
आपको क्या लगता है?
आप बताइए.
मैं सबसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, बिकॉज द थिंग इज यू शुड बी अलाउड टू बी योरसेल्फ. ही इज दैट वे. मुझे नहीं लगता रणवीर सिंह कभी किसी चीज़ को करते हैं विदाउट बीइंग हिमसेल्फ. कोई दिखावा नहीं है उनमें. आप अभी उन्हें 10, 11, 12 साल से देखते हैं एज मीडिया. व्हेन ही कम्स इन, देयर इज वार्मथ, देयर इज एंजॉयमेंट, देयर इज एनर्जी. वो उनकी पर्सनालिटी का एक्सटेंशन है. उनकी मर्जी है, उनका सोशल मीडिया. उन्हें सही लगता है इस वक्त to be in that way that he wants to be. He wants to celebrate being comfortable in his own skin, and I think we should respect that. Having an opinion is fair. I think trolls को तो वैसे ही मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि importance देनी ही नहीं चाहिए ज़िंदगी में, because कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे उनका काम है कहना. आपको जो ठीक लगता है आपको करना चाहिए. And full credit to the boy if he's very happy doing what he's doing. If he's not being forced into it and it's not being done in a wrong way or a crude way, you should respect that. He's allowed to do what he wants to do and be happy. And he's making people happy by doing that also.
Maybe the people who lodged the complaint are offended that they are unable to see such very pleasing body shapes in their real life, maybe. I think this is silly. I think it's an effort to garner publicity on piggyback riding on Ranveer's very fit back. I would like to very strongly emphasize that this is India, this is Bharat, and I would like to proudly say this is the land of Nirvana. Our gods are naked, our monks are naked, our saints are naked. Nudity has never been in the ancient, proud Indian culture that all these people are claiming to be guardians of. We were all naked people. Nudity was not a sin or a crime or anything to be looked down upon. Are they going to file an FIR on Shravana Belagola and Gomateshwara next? Is Jainism in danger? Are Hindu Agyuris in danger next? This is ridiculous.
पर्दे के ऊपर वो लग रहा है, हिजाब नहीं पहन सकते. क्या प्रॉब्लम है हिजाब में? दुनिया में पहना जाता है हिजाब. अगर आपको ये डर है कि इस हिजाब के अंदर, कपड़े के अंदर कुछ चुरा के लाएंगे, बच्चे चुरा रहे होंगे या कुछ कर रहे हैं, तो आप जिस डिपार्टमेंट में हिजाब पहन के औरत जाती है, वहाँ एक औरत को बैठा दीजिए, उसको एक कमरे में ले जाइए, लड़की को, औरत को ले जाइए, पूरा चेक कर लीजिए जितना चेक करना है. कोई मना नहीं करता है, बिल्कुल चेक कीजिए आराम से. उसके बाद उसको, लेकिन हिजाब पे आप किस तरह से आप रोक लगा सकते हो? नंगी फोटो आ रही है, अभी मैंने देखा कोई फिल्म वालों की नंगी फोटो दिख रही है और उसको देख रहे कोई बोलता ही नहीं कुछ, और उस पर कोई रोक नहीं, कोई केस नहीं. लेकिन हिजाब पहन के अगर कोई औरत चली गई ना, तो बहुत प्रॉब्लम है देश में. इनको एग्जाम नहीं देने दिया जाएगा. यानी हर चीज हिंदू मुस्लिम.
Akhilesh Chaubey, the lawyer who is the complainant, who has filed this complaint, is now joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Chaubey, thanks for taking the time out. I want to first understand, what is your basic objection to Ranveer Singh posing nude and breaking the stereotypical gender stereotypes of masculinity that we see in society?
See, two type of objections are there. The first objection that he shot himself nude, and by giving it to some page magazine, he earned money, and that is an offence in India under section 292 and 293 of IPC. And second thing, along with that suit, certain more photographs and have been leaked out, which shows all private parts of Ranveer Singh, and that really outraged the modesty of the women. That's the reason 509 has been implicated in the FIR. And we want to send a strong message to society.
The magazine, Mr. Chaubey, has not carried any picture that shows his private parts or is titillating in any form. It's a nude photo shoot and an expression of his creativity.
Exactly, but have you seen those pictures which are there on the social media, which are all private parts visible?
That probably and could have, those are, I mean, I would like to see them, but they will be, the verified ones is what I would like to see. It is not the magazine that is or Ranveer Singh for that matter, who has leaked these kind of pictures. I mean, on his social media handle or the magazine social media handle, they are not carrying those kind of photographs. There are so many leaks for so many things, that take place.
Definitely, we have submitted those photographs with the police. We lodged the complaint yesterday. They investigated it, and then they filed an FIR today. And they will be investigating it properly. We are not saying that immediately he should be arrested. Those things should be investigated, and then he should be arrested. See, basically, we want to send a message to the society that these kind of implicit photographs and these should not be used to earn money.
But Mr. Chaubey, what are you saying? Where is the problem? You know, India, if you're talking about tradition, culture, is the land of Kama Sutra. It is the land of Khajuraho. And this has been a part of our culture for years immemorial. What is the problem?
Yeah, I accept that it's Khajuraho. And a lot of pictures are there in Khajuraho which shows these things. But still, India law has not permitted pornography in India. They have not permitted...
Mr. Chaubey, one second. Mr. Chaubey, one second. Mukesh Bhatt, who is a filmmaker, is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Bhatt, thanks for taking the time out and joining us. Ranveer Singh breaking the stereotype of masculinity that we have seen with this bold photo shoot. Where is the problem? Do you think that the NGO is making a mountain out of a molehill, Mr. Bhatt?
Absolutely, yes. A mountain out of a molehill. It's ridiculous. This kind of things are taking so much of a center stage in our society is absolutely ridiculous from any point of view, any perspective. And mind you, he is not nude. They suggested nudity.
Yes.
And done very artistically.
Yes.
I saw whatever children's photograph that came or flashed on the television. I found it very artistically done. It was not at all offensive to my eye.
You know, there is also a distinction, and Mr. Bhatt, you're an artistic person. You'd be able to explain this to our viewers as well. When it comes to art, and when you see the progressive modern masters as well, and the nude images that they end up painting as well, there is a difference between nakedness and vulgarity and nudity, which is artistic. If you can explain that and put it into perspective, because Mr. Chaube, who's the lawyer, is also on the phone line with us.
See, I don't see, at least my personal take is that I found nothing obscene about that, nothing vulgar about that. It was done in a very authentic, in a very artistic manner, and it didn't make me feel repulsive. I would not hide this photograph if in case my young daughter came and she saw me seeing this photograph. I would not feel embarrassed. Nothing wrong.
And you know, there have been charges of, under the sections that the lawyer is mentioning, perhaps it is relating to pornography, and that's something that I would ask the lawyer to clarify. Exactly. Can you
misinterpret? See, listen, if you want to misinterpret and twist it and make it sound like pornography just for your personal interest, that is happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can interpret law the way you want to. If you want to create, that all depends on the intent. If the intent is a very sane, progressive, and an open-minded intent is there, then I see there's nothing wrong in it.
And what would you like to tell the lawyer today? Because clearly the NGO seems like they're wasting their time for cheap publicity. What they're accusing Ranveer Singh of is exactly what they seem to be doing in this particular case.
There is no cheap publicity. First of all, Ranveer Singh is a very big star. He doesn't require to do cheap publicity.
Right.
He's a very big star.
Right.
So I can understand that a desperate struggler is trying to do something like this, and he's doing for cheap publicity. Is still understandable. But Ranveer Singh is a mega star. So that story I don't buy, that he's doing cheap publicity.
So their other charge, Mr. Bhatt, is that this is insulting the modesty of women. What do you have to tell them about that?
How the modesty of women is getting insulted by a man posing like this? I don't understand. Sorry.
No, absolutely. And you know, there has been quite an outrage over this through the NGO as well. What would you, as a filmmaker, like to tell the NGO today?
One thing, this is like looking for a black cat in a dark room which does not exist. You are just trying to create something out of nothing.
Yeah.
I feel this is, in this discussion what you and I are having, sorry to say, it doesn't require discussion. I don't know why we are making an issue out of a non-issue.
No, Mr. Bhatt, you cannot accuse the media to do so, because we are reporting news. There is a complaint filed by the NGO. We are debating with them. We're debating with them. Yes.
Hello, when I'm saying you, I'm not being very specific about you, that per se. I'm saying the society in general.
Yes.
When I say you, I mean that. I don't mean you, the media. That's it. I'm asking why people are making an issue out of this. I see no reason.
Right. Mr. Bhatt, just stay on with us. We have the Akhilesh Chaube, who is the lawyer who's filed the complaint, also with us. Mr. Chaube, you heard Mr. Bhatt right there. He's a veteran filmmaker. Yes. He's also gone ahead and said there is no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. It's very artistically and tastefully done. And how is it even, really violating the modesty of a woman here?
We cannot expect anything much more from Bhatt camp, because they can sell anything and everything in the name of art. But definitely, 95% people in the society who follow
that's your opinion. That is your opinion. If they make certain films with erotica or what have you, the censor board is cleared it. Who are you and I to sit here and be moral police to their films?
No, we are not moral policing. We are not doing anything against Ranveer Singh. We have lodged a complaint. We are asking the law to do that. And if it comes under the purview of law, definitely law will take its own course. We are not going in front of his house. We are not doing anything against him. We have lodged a simple complaint. If it comes under the purview of the definition of that particular section, definitely the police station will take action.
Okay, then the law of the land, okay, then there's no need to raise your voice. The law of the land will take its course. You're right. Mr. Rakesh Bedi, who's an actor and a filmmaker, is also joining us. Mr. Bedi, where do you stand as far as this photo shoot is concerned?
See, I feel it is just, as Mr. Bhatt said, it is just making a mountain out of a molehill. There's nothing much to it. And there is so much of all kind of material which is so offensive on the media today. I mean, on the net today. This is nothing. There's absolutely nothing. I mean, I'm very sorry to say that around 25 years back, another actor had done some kind of this kind of a thing, and there was a hue and cry. That means we haven't grown up at all in the last 25 years. We're standing there only. You know, that time also we made a hue and cry. Okay, that time maybe there was not so much of exposure of the media of the world, but today we have all the exposure in our hand, and we have seen all kind of things, all kind of material on the web, on the net, everywhere we see. Why can't we just see a nude photograph of a man, and he's not totally nude? I mean, he's not showing his everything of his,
I know, and Ranveer Singh, Mr. Bedi has been quite a style icon. He experiments with gender fluid clothing. He sees clothes as an expression.
I have a very strong feeling. He is a very big star. He is more concerned about his image, about his followers than all of us put together. He has built this image with a lot of hard work, a lot of films, a lot of different kind of roles which he has portrayed, very immaculately. So he should be more worried about his followers and fans, about his image.
And Mr. Bedi, here you have a superstar who does not really require any publicity as such. Can we just put that out there?
It is, I think, the other people who require publicity, and they are just, these days everybody wants to be in the news for some reason or the other. So people are doing that.
Right.
I wish them good luck.
No, and Mr. Bedi, it's very interesting to see Ranveer Singh wearing gender fluid clothing, breaking stereotypes. He stays away from the stereotypes of masculinity, even in his demeanor, and the clothes that he wears are somewhere an expression of his individuality. And if he wanted to express himself in a different way by artistically posing nude, why is it that we as society today need to take objection to this?
Madam, not only his clothes, not only his demeanor, his choice of film in the last 15 years has been absolutely, too good. It's fantastic. The kind of work he has done, spectrum of roles he has done from one thing to another. So I think he is a style icon, and this is just a publicity stunt for whatever people whom they want to do it.
So how would you respond to Mr. Chaubey, who is a lawyer, who was just arguing a little while back on how the law should be taking its course, etc.? How would you respond to him?
See, he's a lawyer. I don't know ABC of law. I just know this with my heart. I'm telling you, when I saw the picture, my daughter saw the picture with me. Both my daughters saw the picture with me, and there was just no hue and cry, no reaction, no, oh my God, nothing like that. The normal thing,
Stay on with us, Mr. Bedi. Akhilesh Chaubey, nobody seems to, from the film fraternity having an objection to this. And again, I would like to draw you back to Indian tradition and culture if you want to talk about that. But this is the land of Kama Sutra and Khajuraho. There is no private part which is showing.
Khajuraho ko ban karna chahiye. Khajuraho ko ban karo na.
This is
आप इनको रिस्पॉन्ड कीजिए मिस्टर चौबे. राकेश बेदी कह रहे हैं पहले आप खजुराहो को बैन कीजिए.
is not allowed here. Raj Kundra was arrested. He was behind the bars for almost 6 months.
Arey, that is a different story altogether, Mr. Chaubey. There were some serious allegations against Raj Kundra from a few women, and that was a different context altogether.
No, madam, you have not heard the trial of the hearings in the court. What judges said, you have not heard. Everything was moral. Everything was moral. Nothing was there, and we lived with morality. Mr. Bedi said, the choice of the films he has done, his choice of clothes here, choice of films. Simba was a film which was chosen by him. What script Simba was having? They are just polishing because they should get some roles in that picture, his picture. You
Sir,
get the big star of the channel.
That is fine. That is your opinion. I was asked to give my opinion.
This is my opinion, Mr. Bedi.
Hold on, Mr. Chaubey, Mr. Bedi. All right, one by one.
People may be trying to get some cheap publicity.
Okay, Mr.
How can
Chaudhary,
you
we
say
get your
something
point.
about
We get your point. You're accusing Ranveer Singh of cheap publicity, and Mr. Bedi and everybody else also equally has a right to accuse the NG of cheap publicity as well. I want to let
we
Mr.
have
Bedi...
not gone there. We have not gone
One
there.
minute. Mr. Chaudhary, this is not a channel where we scream and shout and talk over each other. Mr. Bedi, your comment.
No, I've said what I want to say. See, it is his line of thinking, and he has said it. It is my line of thinking. This is the way I feel about it.
Yeah.
You know, and if they want to go ahead with whatever law of land they want to go, they can please go ahead. I don't mind that. But I'm just saying my opinion to it is that it is very normal. It is nothing sensational about it. They are just making a sensation because it makes news. They are being seen all over the world. So it's fine. That's their job. They're happy with it. I don't mind that. At the same time, I'll say what I feel.
All right, absolutely. Mr. Bedi, Mr. Bhatt, Mr. Chaube, thank you so much for joining us with those quick reactions on this broadcast. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, all right, we'll come back in just about a bit. We're just going to be taking a short commercial break on the visuals which are on your screens, and this continues to be our top focus.
You are watching India Today.
NASA has just released a picture of Pluto filled with rainbows. It's mesmerizing, isn't it? Pluto is the most distant dwarf planet in our solar system, but it never fails to amaze. The world is reacting to Pluto's unique appearance. But is Pluto really like this? Well, we hate to disappoint you, but Pluto isn't really a riot of colors. This translated color image was created by Horizons scientists to highlight the main subtle color differences between the planet's distinct regions. The image was taken back in 2015. The New Horizons project by NASA studied Pluto for 6 months. The close-up images of Pluto and other data have changed the understanding of the planet. Alan Stern, New Horizons principal investigator, in a statement said, "It's clear to me that solar system saved the best for last. We could not have explored a more fascinating or scientifically important planet at the edge of our solar system." Pluto is a dwarf planet in the Kuiper belt. Pluto is smaller than Earth's moon, and it has a heart-shaped glacier that's the size of Oklahoma and Texas. The fascinating world of Pluto has blue skies, spinning moons, mountains, and even red snow. The year on Pluto is 248 days, but each day lasts for 153 hours. New Horizons is the only spacecraft that has traveled close to the Pluto. NASA has said that the New Horizons will continue to explore the solar system, heading further into the Kuiper belt.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Sonia Gandhi returns to the Enforcement Directorate office. She was grilled earlier, remember. Now she has returned to the Enforcement Directorate office. She had left the Enforcement Directorate office for lunch. Now she's back. She will be probed again. She will be grilled again. We'll get you all the latest developments coming in from the Enforcement Directorate. But the latest coming in is after lunch break, Sonia Gandhi comes back to the ED office, and now she's going to be grilled further.
Sonia has returned to the ED office. She had left the ED office for lunch. She was grilled earlier for 2.5 hours. She took a short break for lunch and now she's back. She is going to be grilled. The grilling is going to be resuming in moments from now, and we will continue updating you also on the inside tracks of the questions that she's being asked from our sources in the Enforcement Directorate. If we can have Manish Pandey with us on this broadcast, he will be able to give us a better sense of the line of questioning for Sonia Gandhi. We'll get our reporters in moments from now, I'm being told, but the latest coming in, Sonia Gandhi back to the Enforcement Directorate office. She's about to be grilled. She had taken a short break for lunch and now she will be grilled. You also have some Congress MPs who have been detained as well. In the back of all of this, you have a little bit of a stir that is taking place here in the national capital. But now the latest is that Sonia Gandhi has returned. She's going to be facing the Enforcement Directorate for grilling after the 2.5 hours of grilling got done pre-lunch. She took a short lunch break and now back here in the Enforcement Directorate office for the questioning. So this is the National Herald case we're talking about. Sonia Gandhi back to the Enforcement Directorate office. The line of questioning, we've got exclusive access to that as well. Stay on with us, viewers. We'll be getting you the latest as far as the line of questioning is concerned from our Enforcement Directorate sources. And for the moment, what we are picking up is that Sonia Gandhi returns to the ED office. In fact, earlier in the day, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, several other party MPs were also detained by the police at Vijay Chowk following staging a protest against Sonia Gandhi's questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Big questions arise as to why can she not face the ED like any other regular citizen. There is... all right, our reporters will be joining us in moments from now on this story. This is in connection with the National Herald case. This is the allegation of money laundering case. She had reportedly left the Enforcement Directorate after 2.5 hours of questioning, gone for a short lunch break, and now she's back. Manish Pandey is now joining us for the very latest on this. Manish, do we have a sense of the inside track of the further questions that the ED is going to be posing from your sources in the Enforcement Directorate? I'm throwing straight across to you for that. Manish, can you hear me?
Yeah, well, Chaiti, just a while back from... Chaiti, I can hear you. Just a while back from now, Sonia Gandhi appeared before the Enforcement Directorate again after the lunch. This is the second day of her questioning. And as far as Sonia Gandhi's questioning is concerned, what ED sources are telling us that she'll be questioned till 6-7 this evening. Now, as far as today's questioning is concerned, what the Enforcement Directorate is focusing on Sonia Gandhi's association with Young Indian Private Limited. They also want to know about the shareholding pattern of Young Indian Private Limited and whether Sonia Gandhi was aware of the transactions which took place within Young Indian Private Limited with a Kolkata-based shell company, and also the transaction between AJL and Young Indian Private Limited. So there are important questions which the ED is asking Sonia Gandhi at this point of time. We have been given to understand is that the ED will be focusing mostly on the Young Indian Private Limited, why Sonia Gandhi chose to become a director of this company after the entire transaction took place, and why she was holding 38% of shares in the particular company where Rahul Gandhi is also one of the directors and major shareholder. Chaiti.
Big breaking news coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to it. Protest against Ranveer Singh naked photo shoot in Indore. Ranveer has been accused of getting cheap publicity. The protesters are collecting clothes for Ranveer Singh now. This is just getting ridiculous by the moment. Protesters are trying to collect clothes for Ranveer Singh, and that is what is happening in Indore at the moment. We've got breaking news coming in about protests against Ranveer Singh's naked photo shoot in Indore. Ranveer has been accused of getting cheap publicity. Heminder Sharma, our reporters, joining us now for the very latest. Heminder, what is going on? The protesters are trying to collect clothes for Ranveer Singh. What's happening there?